Good morning, this is Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube. At 10:55 BST, we'll join live the 2020 RISC-OS London Virtual Computer Show for full-day coverage. But first, here on Wi-Fi Sheep, back-to-back episodes of our exclusive RISC-OS tutorial video series, RISC-OS Direct. And welcome to the first edition of RISC-OS Direct, a brand new informative and instructional video series all about the versatile and user-friendly RISC-OS operating system, brought to you by the Wi-Fi Sheep YouTube Tech channel and RISC-OS Development Limited. Over the course of this series, we'll show you how to get started with RISC-OS, the many fantastic software, applications and games for the platform, and even how to program and create your own software and apps. For the purposes of this series, we'll assume you're already familiar with using computer operating systems, such as Windows, macOS, or one of the many Linux distributions, and that you're aware or even own a Raspberry Pi single board computer, even if you've never used one. What many people don't realise is where RISC-OS came from and how established it really is. RISC-OS started life as Acorn Computer's first commercial graphical user interface, or GUI. The first versions were built on top of the already established BBC Micro platform and were created for the then new Acorn RISC machine CPU, known today as the ARM processor. From 1987, the first version of RISC-OS, codenamed Arthur, was released as the official operating system for the new Acorn Archimedes range of computers. RISC-OS continued to be Acorn's main operating system until 1998, when the company collapsed. However, RISC-OS lived on and has since been supported and modernised by a number of Acorn clone manufacturers, with products such as the Ionix and later ARMX6 range from Arcomp. In late 2018, the full rights to RISC-OS were acquired by RISC-OS Development Limited, whom released the OS as fully open source for the very first time. Today, RISC-OS enjoys support on a wide range of hardware platforms, including the Raspberry Pi. And it's this low-cost ARM-based single-board computer that we'll be using for the majority of this video series. Getting started with RISC-OS couldn't be easier. Before we start, you'll need to choose which Raspberry Pi model to use. Most Pi boards, ranging from the original Model A and B from 2012 through to 2018's Pi 3A+ or B+, will work fine. In fact, you'll notice RISC-OS runs fast and efficiently even on the oldest Raspberry Pi board. The Raspberry Pi stores all its information, including its operating system, on an SD or micro SD card, with most Raspberry Pis only supporting the micro SD format. For this demonstration, we'll use this 16GB micro SD card. First, we need to use a Mac or PC computer connected to the internet. Using a web browser of your choice, visit www.riscosdev.com, and from the Downloads tab, click to download RISC-OS for the Raspberry Pi. The downloaded .img image file needs to be flashed to the SD card. To do this, we strongly recommend using Etcher, which is available for Mac, PC and x86 Linux systems. Download this software from www.balena.io/Etcher. Once installed and running, select the downloaded RISC-OS img file. Next, insert your SD or micro SD card into your computer. If you don't have a SD media drive in your computer, use a USB adapter. These can be purchased online for relatively little expense. In Etcher, select the SD card and finally click Flash. It should be noted that any data on the SD card will be wiped during this process. Once the SD card has been successfully flashed with Risc OS, it needs to be safely removed from your computer. Let's turn our attention to the Raspberry Pi. First, we'll add the newly flashed Risc OS SD card to the underside of the Pi. Next, we'll add a standard USB keyboard and mouse. These plug into the Pi's USB sockets. Any USB keyboard will do, however we don't recommend using Apple USB keyboards, as a lot of these have built-in USB hubs that tend to draw too much power, causing system lockups and stability issues for the Pi. On the subject of USB mice, Risc OS is still designed to use the original 3-button mouse as seen with the Archimedes line of computers. The middle button acting as the same as a right click on a modern PC. Today, most USB mice have a center clickable scroll wheel. This wheel can be pressed or clicked and will act as a center mouse button. As with keyboards, we don't recommend using older Apple USB mice, as most of these were one button only, which will work but will cause user operational issues. Most Raspberry Pis have a standard HDMI video out port. A normal HDMI cable can be used to connect the Pi to a modern TV. For older TVs or monitors, most Pis also come with a 3-way AV jack, which with an adapter will allow for composite analog video. However, this will only be in standard definition with a maximum resolution of 576i if using PAL video encoding. For users wanting to use older PC VGA monitors, HDMI to VGA adapters can be bought at relatively low cost and most work fine with the Pi. For our setup, we're going to use a flat screen TV with standard HDMI video. Modern Risc OS is capable of going online and networking. However, it will require a hardwired CAT or Ethernet connection, as Risc OS is unable to support Wi-Fi at this current time. A simple and inexpensive patch cable can be used to plug the Pi into a network hub, or, if at home, most broadband routers have spare Ethernet sockets on the rear for use with cable devices. Finally, our setup will require some power. We strongly recommend using a suitable micro USB 5V mains PSU with a minimal output of 2 amps. There is no power on-off switch with a stock Raspberry Pi, so make sure the main socket power is off or leave the PSU unplugged until required. We're now ready to power on for the first time. First, plug in and turn on your TV or monitor, setting it to the appropriate input, such as HDMI. Now we can power up the Raspberry Pi board. If everything has been followed correctly, you should see the Risc OS boot prompt appear on screen. Whilst booting, Risc OS will try to find an internet connection. This may take a few moments. We're now presented with the Risc OS desktop. Risc OS's desktop environment works in a very similar way to that of Windows, Mac OS or even the many Linux GUI front ends. It's mainly divided into 2 areas, the larger desktop space, known as the pinboard, and the smaller icon bar, which stays fixed to the lower half of the screen in much the same way as the taskbar on Windows or the dock on Mac OS, although it functions slightly differently. On the official Raspberry Pi Risc OS build, you will notice a row of icons placed on the pinboard. These are shortcuts or aliases for a number of key apps preloaded for you onto the system. Left double clicking on any of these will open the corresponding app in much the same way as it would on a PC or Mac. The icon bar has a number of icons on it as well. To the left hand side you will see an icon for an SD card. On the Raspberry Pi version, this acts as your main boot drive or hard disk. Left clicking it once will open a window containing all your system's contents, including files, folders, and even other apps. To the right side of the icon bar, you'll see a Raspberry or cog icon. On older RiscOS systems, this was an acorn logo. Middle-clicking this icon will bring up a sub-menu with the option to shut down your computer. When you wish to finish your RiscOS session, left-click this menu option. RiscOS will then display a dialog telling you it's now safe to power off your system. At this point, you can turn off the power to your Raspberry Pi, or, if required, click Restart to reset and boot RiscOS again. In all, we feel you'll find RiscOS Direct fast and intuitive to use. Next time we'll look at setting up your system and some of the core apps included and how to make use of them. In the meantime, feel free to look around your new RiscOS system and don't be scared to go ahead and try out some of the software that's included. For more information about RiscOS, please visit www.riscosdev.com. And if you're watching this presentation on the youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep channel, then please don't forget to like and subscribe. There's much more to come in this series. Hello and welcome to RiscOS Direct, the information and tutorial video series all about the RiscOS operating system for the Raspberry Pi. In the previous video, we showed you how to set up a SD or micro SD card for your Raspberry Pi and boot RiscOS Direct for the very first time. In today's video, we'll go through the basics of the RiscOS user interface and how to set up and customize your new system. If you are yet to set up your own RiscOS Direct system, you can download the .img file from www.riscosdev.com/direct. We then strongly advise watching back episode 1 of this series, Getting Started, and follow our video guide. If, however, you are fully up to speed and have a RiscOS desktop up and running, then you're good to go. So, let's continue. On booting up RiscOS Direct, some users have reported being stuck on the Ethernet network lookup prompt. Normally, RiscOS Direct requires a few moments to look up for an internet or network connection. This process is needed if you intend to use RiscOS online. However, for some users with the Raspberry Pi Zeros or A+ boards that lack Ethernet ports, this feature is not so useful. If you find your system appears to be stuck at the boot prompt, you can press the escape key. This will produce a dialog box warning you that the system setup is not complete, with an option to cancel or retry. If you do not require network or internet access, then left-click Cancel. RiscOS should now forward to the desktop. If you're unlikely to ever require networking or internet access for your RiscOS Direct setup, then you can turn off the network boot search function. This in turn will speed up your Pi's boot time. To do this, from the Pinboard desktop, left double click on the Configure app. Any clickable icon which has an exclamation mark at its beginning denotes it as a program or app, which are known on RiscOS as plings. From the configuration options, left click once on the network icon. From the pop-up dialog, left click once on the internet icon, then left click again to untick the Enable TCP/IP protocol suite. Then left click the Close button. Back to the network configuration dialog, left click Save. You will then be asked if you wish to reset your system. For this, we'll left click Reset Now. This will reboot your Raspberry Pi. On the second startup, you should notice your Pi boots much quicker in less than a few seconds.
So with that sorted, let's continue to look at some of the other configuration options.
Left double clicking on Configure once again, we can set up and customize a number of user options. Left clicking the mouse icon will allow you to set up your preferred mouse track speed and click rate. Left clicking Set or Cancel to save or ignore any new settings. Time and date can also be set up. Normally this is set via a server if you're connected to the internet. It can be set locally for the machine. But it should be noted that the Raspberry Pi has no battery backup or real-time clock by default. So once powered down, RiscOS won't be able to keep the correct time or date. The same issue will arise if you choose to switch off your network internet connection. Keyboards can be fully configured with the ability to switch keyboard layouts depending on where you are in the world. Pop-up lists can be shown by left-clicking once the menu icon next to the text box, with the option selected from the list with an additional left click. As with all configuration options, settings can be saved by left-clicking Set or ignored by left-clicking Cancel. Your Pi's screen resolution and output can easily be changed from the screen option. By default, RiscOS Direct will display in 720p or 1080p where available. A host of 4x3 or 16:9 screen resolutions are available, along with colour options from the corresponding pop-up menus. Screen settings changed here will be saved and used each time you boot up your Pi. The sound option allows you to configure your system's output volume, media controllers, and the sound used for the system beep or bell. Finally, from configuration, we'll look at themes. These allow you to change the look and feel of your RiscOS system, including the fonts used for text, icons, and toolbars. Changing a theme may alter the entire look of your RiscOS system, including icons, buttons, and symbols. However, everything should still remain in the same place and under the same names. To fully set a new theme, you may need to reboot your Pi. This is done by middle clicking or scroll wheel clicking the blue direct cog icon on the bottom right of the system icon bar and left clicking Shutdown from the sub menu. From the corresponding dialog, left click the Reset button. When RiscOS Direct reloads, you should see your new theme fully loaded.
With our basic setup complete, let's have a look at how the icons, folders and windows work under RiscOS Direct.
Your main hard disk or C drive is shown as an SD card icon on the lower left side of the icon bar. Left clicking this icon once will open your RiscOS system's main content into a new window. RiscOS windows work very much the same way as they do on other computer systems. The top title bar shows the root directory of the folder being viewed. Left clicking and dragging this title bar area will move the window. Most RiscOS windows have 4 top bar buttons. Starting from the left, the first button allows any overlapping windows below the current window to be brought to the front. Useful if you have a lot of open on screen at any one time. The second button, marked with an X, will close the current window shown. On the right hand side, the circle button acts as a window minimizing option, with the triangle being used to expand windows to show all contents. When minimising a window, instead of removing to the icon bar, as you might expect from Windows or macOS, RiscOS Direct will pin the window temporarily to the desktop pinboard, where it will appear as an icon. Double left clicking this icon will reinstate the minimised window. So now let's talk about RiscOS Direct's menuing and file management system. Most RiscOS apps and system spaces, such as Windows, work on a submenu based system. So for example, if we want to change the view of these icons to a list format, we first need to middle or scroll wheel click anywhere in the windowing space that's not occupied by an icon. From the submenu, we can move the cursor to point at the display option, and then moving to the right but not clicking will produce an additional submenu from which we can choose how we want the window to be displayed. For this demonstration, let's left single click on the full info option. As you can see, the contents window now realigns to a small icons listing format. Repeating the process but clicking large icons will return the window to its default state. The middle click submenu can also be used to create a new folder. By moving the cursor or pointer over to the New Directories option and then moving to the right will produce a new directory text box where a file name can be typed in. Let's call this folder Work. We can then left click the OK button or press Enter or Return on the keyboard. This will make a new folder which we can double click to open. We can also use the submenu if we want to change or delete a file or folder. Let's middle click the work folder we just created and from the second menu option labelled dir work, move the cursor or pointer to the right to produce a directory submenu. From this menu we can copy, rename, set access privileges, or in our case delete, by left clicking the delete option. On clicking delete we will be asked to confirm that this is what we want to do. We'll left click the yes button to delete the work folder. It is important to remember that unlike other OSs, RiscOS does not have a wastebasket or trash can system, so items deleted are wiped from the system and cannot be recovered. Turning our attention to the main pinboard area, unlike other OSs such as Windows or macOS, RiscOS's pinboard cannot be used as a place to store files or folders. Instead, any item placed here will make a shortcut to where that item originates. For example, if I want to include the Store app on the pinboard, I first need to find the app, which is found by left clicking once on the Apps icon on the lower left of the icon bar. From this window, scroll down until you see the Store Pling app. Then, with a left click, click and drag the icon to the pinboard, placing it roughly where you want it to go. You'll notice the duplicate icon will snap in line on the pinboard, while the original app remains in place. Any changes to the pinboard, including adding, moving, or removing icons, will need to be saved. This can be done by middle or scroll wheel clicking any area of the pinboard not occupied by an icon. Then from the Save menu option, moving the cursor across to show the Save As sub-window and left clicking the OK button. If you don't do this save function, any pinboard changes won't be remembered by RiscOS, which will default to its last known saved pinboard when rebooting your Raspberry Pi.
Now we've already mentioned Pling apps on RiscOS, but let's have a look in more detail.
Let's open Edit, a simple word processor, by double left clicking it. At first it may appear as nothing has happened, but notice the edit icon has now appeared in the lower right hand side of the icon bar. The majority of RiscOS apps will load into a standby mode, awaiting for your instructions. If we left click this icon once, we will open a new blank text document. Let's type in some text. Now, if we want to save this file, we first need to find the file or directory we want to save to. So we will left click the SD card on the icon bar, then double left click the Documents folder from the main SD window to open it. Returning to our Edit App text window, we can now middle or scroll wheel click anywhere in the text window, and from the sub menu move our cursor or pointer over to the right of the Save option without clicking. We can now press backspace to delete and then retype a file name. We'll call this file Hello. Then, in a rather unique feature of RiscOS, we left click and drag the file icon to the location we want to save it to. In this case, the Documents folder. This will create and save a new text file document called Hello. However, remember, you can't drag and save new files directly to the pinboard. Returning to our text document, if we now want to make a change, such as adding a new line, we need to save again using the same method as before. Except as the file now exists, we don't have to drag and drop again, and we can just left click OK or hit return or enter on the keyboard to save any changes. Once we're done, we can click the text window's X button to close. However, you may notice Edit App remains open still in the lower right hand side of the icon bar. To exit and quit the app completely, we need to middle click its icon and left click once on the quit option from the sub menu. This will fully close the app and free up any memory it was using.
Well, that brings us to the end of this edition of RiscOS Direct. If you've been inspired to download and try out the OS for yourself, you can download it for free from www.riscosdev.com/direct. And if you're watching this video on the youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep channel, then don't forget to like and subscribe. Next time, we'll look at the world of gaming and retro emulation with RiscOS, including a detailed look at the many supplied games and how to add and run software from the 8, 16 and 26-bit eras, including titles from the iconic BBC Micro to the later Acorn Archimedes. The majority of what you need is already pre-installed and set up as part of RiscOS Direct. And welcome to RiscOS Direct, the information and tutorial series all about the RiscOS operating system for the Raspberry Pi. In the previous video, we went over the user interface and customization elements of your new RiscOS Direct system. So going forward, we'll assume you're fully up to speed with the series so far and have a version of RiscOS Direct running on your Raspberry Pi. Today we're going to look at the unique world of RiscOS gaming and system emulation, including the many surprising things RiscOS can run, such as versions of retro games and software not normally available on more common gaming and emulator platforms, such as RetroPie. We'll start with modern games or classic games that have been ported over to newer hardware. These kind of apps run natively on Risc OS and don't require any emulators or patches.
A selection of games and other entertainment utilities can be found in the diversions folder or directory on the SD card. Inside, you'll find a number of stock classics such as Meteors, a clone of Asteroids, which will open in a new window, and Hopper, a full-screen 32-bit version of the classic Frogger arcade game. This game in particular takes full advantage of Risc OS's sound and rich colour capabilities. Risc OS Direct also comes with a free shareware version of the 1993 first-person shooter Doom, with the first story .wad or WAD file pre-installed. Like many Risc OS applications, Doom will load into a standby mode with its icon appearing on the right of the icon bar. Middle scroll wheel clicking this icon will produce a submenu from where the game options can be configured and set. This menu is also used to fully quit the game. To launch, left-click the Doom icon bar icon. Additional .wad or WAD files can be purchased from various software vendors. These files are placed inside the Doom pling file by holding down the Shift key and double left-clicking the window app icon. This opens the pling file resources. Left-clicking the ALWADS folder will reveal the installed WAD files. Additional files can be left-clicked and dragged into this folder location to be added to the game.
Two new additions to the Diversions games lineup are Overlord and Mutant Penguin. These are new games written entirely in BBC Basic and created by Anthony Bartram of Amcog Games.
Both launch by left double-clicking their respective plings and following the on-screen instructions, and show what a new developer or programmer can do with Risc OS Direct running on a Raspberry Pi. Like with Doom, the app plings for these games can be opened by holding down the Shift key and left double-clicking the pling icon. As these games are written in BBC Basic, they are not compiled, meaning the raw source code is still present and can be opened and read. Like with the pling, holding down the Shift key and double left-clicking any of the resources, such as these basic files, will display the code in an editor. Normal double-clicking of a basic file will run the code or program it contains.
Back in the first video, I talked about the origins of Risc OS and how it's essentially built on the 8-bit BBC Micro platform. With that being said, a common question I'm asked is, can Risc OS still run BBC Micro software and, most importantly, games? Well, the answer is kind of yes and no. Let me explain.
Risc OS Direct comes with a modernised 32-bit version of BBC Basic that runs natively on the Raspberry Pi. It can use the bulk of the Pi's available memory or RAM, and programs can run at the Pi's native processor speeds. If you had a game that used BBC Basic, say a type-in listing from a magazine or book from the 1980s, the bulk of the BBC Micro Basic code would run without modification under Risc OS Direct. A good example of this is The Mystery of Silver Mountain, a type-in text adventure published in the UK by Usborne Books, for which the original BBC Micro Basic code listed works without modification under Risc OS Direct.
So we know that type-in listings will in most cases work, but what about commercial BBC Micro games and software? Well, most games for the veteran 8-bit system were written in 6502 assembler and not BASIC. The 6502 is the main 8-bit central processor chip that powers the BBC Micro. Code known as assembler written for this chip is not directly compatible with other processors, such as the ARM CPU that powers the Raspberry Pi. This means most 8-bit BBC Micro software can't run natively on 32-bit RISC-OS Direct. However, RISC-OS Direct comes with a solution to solve this problem. You'll find a folder or directory located on the main SD card called Emulators. Inside is a selection of pre-installed and fully set up emulator programs covering a wide selection of platforms from the 8 and 16-bit eras. In the Acorn 8-bit folder, we are presented with a Pling app called BeebIt. This is a BBC Micro 8-bit 6502 emulator and will allow us to run 95% of BBC Micro software and games. If we double-click the BeebIt Pling app, it will load into standby mode in the lower right-hand side of the icon bar. Left double-clicking this icon once will launch a BBC Micro session with the familiar beep sound. BeebIt creates a virtual 6502 processor and RAM, allowing for retro BBC Micro software to run correctly on the Raspberry Pi. The RISC-OS Direct desktop can be brought up again by pressing the F12 key at any time, remembering that BeebIt will continue to run in the background. During the 1980s, most BBC Micro software was stored and sold on these 5¼ floppy disks. Like most emulators, BeebIt expects digital versions of these disks known as .ssd files. Ideally, you need a bridge PC computer with a 5¼ drive and third-party software to make digital copies of the original disks. Luckily, a large number of software authors have done the hard work for you and made digital versions in .ssd format available for download for free from various websites. If your RISC-OS Direct system is connected to the internet, then first open NetSurf by left double-clicking its icon from the pinboard. Next, left-click the NetSurf icon that appears on the right side of the icon bar. This will produce a new NetSurf browser window. We can now do a quick search by left-clicking once the search text box and typing in Ian Bow Elite, followed by pressing the return or enter key, or by left-clicking the Google search button. Ian Bow's personal website normally comes up as the first or second listing, which we can left-click to visit. If we now left-click the Published Elites hypertext link, and then the BBC Elites link, we'll be presented with a page of downloads. We'll left-click the first download link. Under NetSurf, this will show a window with the download progress. Once the file is complete, it can be left-clicked and dragged from the window to a space within your RISC-OS Direct environment, such as the BeebIt directory window. But remember, you can't save files to the desktop or pinboard area. Once the file is saved, we can close the downloads window and NetSurf, remembering to middle or scroll wheel click its icon bar icon and left-clicking the Quit menu option. Our download will show as a zip file. This can be extracted by left double-clicking it. Then, from the window that appears, left-click and drag the disk image file back to the BeebIt folder. This file is nearly ready to use, we just need to set the file type. To do this, middle or scroll wheel click the disk image file icon. From the sub-menu, move the cursor or pointer to the file type option. Then, without clicking, move the mouse to the right so that a text box appears. Press backspace to remove the text and then type DFS image, followed by pressing the enter or return key. You should see the disk image icon change to that of an old style 5¼ floppy disk. If BeebIt is still open, with its icon on the lower icon bar, left click and drag the disk image icon over to the BeebIt owl icon and drop it on top. This will launch BeebIt entering full screen. Now, hold down the Shift key and press break or pause on your keyboard before releasing both keys. This should launch your SSD disk image, in our case the Elite disk we have just downloaded. And as you can see, we can now play this BBC Micro Classic. During During the first edition of RISC-OS Direct, we also talked about the early RISC-OS builds that ran on the Acorn Archimedes, the world's first commercial ARM-based PC computer. During this period, a large number of popular AAA games were ported over to the RISC-OS platform. Most modern RISC-OS builds, such as RISC-OS Direct, will in most cases recognise these file types as native system applications. However, if you try to open one of these, 9 times out of 10 it will fail to run. Like with the BBC Micro, RISC-OS Direct comes preloaded with a solution. Back under our emulators folder, we can left double click on the Acorn 26-bit folder or directory. Within this window we can see 2 Pling icons. The Acorn Drive icon opens a special space where we can place files and apps that we need to open in 26-bit mode. From Ian Bow's website, shown earlier, I also downloaded the Archimedes build of Elite, dragging the downloaded zip file into the Acorn 26-bit window space. We can now double left click the zip and left click and drag the Elite disk image file into the Acorn Drive space. As with the BBC Micro SSD files, the Archimedes disk images need their file format changing by middle clicking the file icon, moving the pointer without clicking over to the left of the file type option, and then typing floppy into the text box. Pressing return or enter on the keyboard, you will notice the disk image file now changes. Unlike with the BBC Micro emulation, we can now leave this file in the Acorn Drive directory and instead double left click the Acorn mode Pling. This will boot the RISC-OS version 3.11 ROM and OS included in RISC-OS Direct, turning your Raspberry Pi into a 26-bit compatible Acorn Archimedes. RISC-OS 3.11 works in much the same way as RISC-OS Direct. Just being a product of the early 1990s, it may look a little more retro in style and presentation. We can now extract the contents of this disk image by left double clicking the apps folder and left double clicking the ADFFS Pling icon. This will produce an icon on the lower left of the icon bar. If we left click and drag our Elite disk image over to this icon, it will open the contents of the disk image in a new window. We can now copy by left clicking and dragging the icons from the window to another, or for this demonstration we'll simply double left click the Elite Pling to launch. Remembering that Elite opens in standby mode, so needs to be started by left clicking the Elite Shield icon that appears on the lower right of the icon bar. The RISC-OS 3.11 environment supplied with your RISC-OS Direct distribution already has a number of classic commercial game titles pre-installed for your enjoyment. These can be found in the Games folder or directory and cover a number of genres. These are mostly ports as seen on other 16-bit era systems of the time. However, the Acorn Archimedes ports of these games tend to be some of the best, and as already mentioned, these are not natively supported by popular third-party emulated gaming platforms such as RetroPie. Exiting games or software like that included is normally done by pressing the Control and Escape keys together, or by pressing F12 on the keyboard. When you have finished your RISC-OS 3.11 session, double left click the shutdown Pling icon. This will return you to your RISC-OS Direct 32-bit session that has remained running in the background for the duration. The RISC-OS 26-bit environment isn't just useful for games. As it's a full RISC-OS 3.11 system, it can be used to run any legacy Archimedes software that's not compatible with newer builds of the OS. Ideal for any legacy users looking to switch to cheaper and more reliable hardware such as the Raspberry Pi. Finally, let's take a brief look at the oddly named ScumVM. This can be found back in the diversions folder, as it's technically not an emulator. ScumVM acts like a sort of virtual machine with a number of drivers and front-end code enabling it to run selected PC multimedia titles regardless of the host platform. In this example, I have the PC Windows version of the classic 1993 click-and-point adventure game Myst. This Windows copy can be made to work on RiscOS first by copying all the CD disk data into a folder on a Mac or PC.
Then, using a FAT or FAT32 formatted USB stick, transfer the data over to your Pi. RiscOS Direct can read and mount PC FAT formatted drives such as USB sticks. A USB drive will appear in the lower left of the icon bar. Left-clicking this icon once will display the drive's root directory. We can then simply left-click and drag the Myst folder over to a location of our choice. For this demo, we'll use the main SD card directory. With the data now loaded into RiscOS Direct, we can open ScumVM by left double-clicking its pling icon. ScumVM has its own unique user interface, which is identical on the multiple platforms it supports. From the right side menu, left-click the Add Game button. On the File Manager menu, find the Myst folder, then click Choose. Scum will attempt to decipher which game you have selected by the data it is presented with. It may produce a list of possible options, and in this case we want to choose Myst Masterpiece Edition. The game title will then show in the main menu screen. To launch, left-click the Myst title, then left-click the Start button. The game should launch and run natively on RiscOS Direct, including support for its full motion video and sound.
The full list of supported ScumVM titles, as well as support and user documentation, can be found on the official website at www.scumvm.org. Well, that brings us to the end of this edition of RiscOS Direct. We hope you found this insight into the world of gaming and emulation on the platform interesting and a viable alternative to some of the more well-known Pi distributions.
If you've been inspired to download and try out the OS for yourself, you can download it for free from www.riscosdev.com/direct. And if you're watching this video on the youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep channel, then don't forget to like and subscribe.
Next time, we'll explore networking and online services, from the RiscOS web browsers to online app stores, and from SSH to FTP through to VNC, and many more options and uses for RiscOS Direct. And welcome back to RiscOS Direct, the information and tutorial series all about the RiscOS operating system for the Raspberry Pi. Previously, we showed you the gaming and retro computing emulation options available as standard under RiscOS Direct, This included new game releases as well as support for older entertainment titles. Today we're going to look in more detail at the multiple and flexible networking options, web browsers and client software available and pre-installed as standard. Before we continue any further, a quick update on where to find and download the latest versions of RiscOS Direct. Previously, we directed you to riscosdev.com/direct, and although this will still work, all future builds and downloads will be found on the main riscosdev.com website by clicking the Projects tab. From here, you'll find the official download and, if required, our Google Drive mirror. As always, if you're watching this series for the very first time and are brand new to RiscOS Direct, we strongly advise watching back episode 1 of this series, Getting Started, and follow our video guide. For the following demonstrations, your Raspberry Pi is going to need an internet connection. RiscOS cannot at present support a Wi-Fi connection, even if the hardware is present on your Raspberry Pi board, meaning you will require an Ethernet type cable connection, which using a suitable patch lead can be plugged into your Pi's Ethernet network jack, with the other end into a cabled network or, if at home, one of the 3 sockets on the rear of your broadband router. On the first boot up, RiscOS Direct requires a few moments to look for an internet or network connection. This process is needed if you do intend to use RiscOS online. Once a connection has been found, your Pi will forward to the main desktop. A pop-up will appear on the lower right-hand side of the screen, notifying you that a connection has been found. If no connection is found, or if the connection is lost, this pop-up will also notify you of that as well. As a result of being online, you will notice the time and date displayed is now correct at time of recording. As the Raspberry Pi does not by default come with a real-time clock, most Pi sessions lose time when running offline. RiscOS Direct comes with 2 pre-installed web browsers. These are NetSurf and Otter Browser, both of which can be found on the desktop pinboard. NetSurf is a lightweight browser that supports most basic web protocols. It runs fast and efficiently, even on the oldest or slowest Raspberry Pi boards. However, it does not support newer web features, such as HTML5 or the media plugins, meaning sites like Facebook and other social media platforms won't work correctly or if at all. The second featured browser is Otter Browser, which is a little more heavy duty and as a result requires a Raspberry Pi 2 as a minimum to run. However, we strongly recommend a Raspberry Pi 3 or later for best performance. On double left clicking the Pling app icon to open, some users have reported Otter Browser appears to lock up or crash the system. However, we can assure you this isn't the case, and after a few moments Otter Browser will launch either a new web browser window, or if you are returning to the browser from a previous session, you will be greeted with a welcome dialog giving you options to continue a previous browsing session or start a new one. Once started, Otter Browser works in very much the same way as any other modern web browser, with the added advantage that it does support some newer HTML5 and interactive content features, meaning services like Facebook will work. It is the intention of RiscOS developments to replace Otter Browser with a new build web browser shortly, which will conform to modern WebKit and HTML5 standards, giving a much better web experience on the RiscOS platform. As with any modern operating system of note, RiscOS Direct comes equipped with its own online app store. Known as the Pling Store, the app simply called Store can be found in the Apps folder. As with all standard RiscOS apps, left double clicking that Store icon will open the app. The Pling Store will first look for an internet network connection, so your Raspberry Pi will need to be connected and online. Pling Store will then check for any updates before displaying its main menu window. If you wish to purchase any software, you will first need an account. This can be set up by left clicking the Login button,
making sure the first option, Create New Account, is selected, followed by filling in the required personal information. However, you don't need to register if you only intend to download and use the free software and apps made available in the Pling store. The full catalogue can be viewed at once by left-clicking the catalogue button, or individual software genres can be viewed by left-clicking the categories option. Let's choose a new piece of software from the categories option to download. From the sub-window list, we'll left-click an option, in this case the freeware public domain categories. This will place a small green tick next to it. With our chosen category selected, we can left-click the Open Apps List button on the top bar. This will produce a further window showing all the applications in the Pling Store system that are free or public domain. From the list, let's choose an app to download. We can use the up and down scroll arrows, or left-click and drag the scroll box to scroll the list up and down if required. For this demonstration, let's choose the Weather UK app from RComp by double left-clicking it. This will produce a fourth window showing the app information. To download this app, we simply left-click the Get App button. If you're not logged in or do not have a Pling Store account, you'll get this warning dialog. You can optionally left-click the Don't Show This Warning Again tick box if you wish, but for this demonstration we'll left-click the Continue Download button. Once the download is complete, a new Filer window will appear with the newly downloaded app inside. We can now move this app to where we want it on our system. In this case, we'll place it in the Apps folder found in the main SD card directory. To do this, we can simply left-click and drag the app icon over to its new location. Our new Weather UK app is now installed, and so can be opened like any other Pling app on Risc OS, with a double left click, with the app loading into standby mode in the lower right of the icon bar. Left-clicking this app once will launch the app, which produces a new window showing the latest weather information for the UK. A modern way of working with Raspberry Pi is to run what's called headless. This is where a Raspberry Pi is set up to run without a keyboard or monitor attached and is accessed and controlled remotely by another computer or mobile device. The system that allows this type of operation is called VNC. Setting up the VNC server in Risc OS Direct could not be easier. We first need to set up the VNC server module that comes pre-installed with your Risc OS Direct installation. This can be found under the main SD card directory by double left clicking the network folder. Inside, double left click the servers folder and then the VNC server folder, where you will be presented with 4 icons: a README text file, 2 obey files labelled as start and stop, and finally the VNC server module itself. To start the VNC server, we can simply left double click the start obey file. It should be noted that nothing will appear to happen. This is normal. To stop the VNC session at any time, simply left double click the stop obey file. This will cut the server, so any users logged in using the Risc OS desktop will be cut off and disconnected. To set up or change the settings, hold down the left shift key and double click the start obey file. This will produce a text window with the flags and parameters including setup for network port number and password. The defaults are port 5900 and the login password is Bob or B-O-B. We strongly recommend changing the password and, if necessary, the port number for security reasons. However, for the purposes of this demonstration, we will leave both in their respective default states. One setting we do recommend changing is that of the mouse buttons. The last option, titled Swap Adjust Menu, if set, will swap the middle and left mouse buttons for any computer accessing Risc OS via the VNC server. This is useful if accessing the desktop from a computer or device that only has left and right mouse buttons, such as a laptop trackpad. To set this parameter, replace the 0 with a 1 and then left-click the floppy disk save icon on the window toolbar, left-clicking Save from the dialog box. Swapping the mouse buttons this way will only affect remote computers and not mice or pointer devices plugged directly into your Raspberry Pi, which will remain using RiscOS's default button configuration. At this point we're almost ready to start, but there is one more setup option we need to do. If we plan to run our RiscOS desktop headless, that's without a keyboard, mouse or monitor plugged in, we need the VNC obey start file to start on boot up. To do this, first navigate to the start obey file as previously shown. Then, from the pinboard, left double click the configure icon option, and from the window, left click once the boot icon. From the boot sequence window, left click once on the run icon option. This will produce a list window called Run at Startup. Any item shown in the list will automatically run every time RiscOS is booted or restarted. To add our VNC server start obey file to this list, simply left click and drag the file over to the list box where it will appear once you release the left mouse button. To save this change, click the Set dialog button, and then from the previous window also click Set. All other windows can be closed in the normal way. This boot on startup method can also be used for any apps, obey files, or even basic programs you wish to load or run. With VNC server now fully set up, we can attempt to run our RiscOS Direct powered Raspberry Pi headless for the very first time. But first, we need to obtain our Raspberry Pi's IP address. This is a unique number the Pi uses to identify itself to other computers on a network. To do this, first make sure your Pi is connected to your network. Then press the F12 key on your keyboard once. This will produce a task command prompt at the bottom of the screen, pushing the screen's content upwards. All desktop functions, including the use of the mouse, will be disabled during this process. We can now type ifconfig-a, followed by the return or enter key, and make note of the address it returns. This might be the same or different to the one shown in this demonstration. Now, making sure we've shut down RiscOS and powered off our Pi board, we can remove all cables from the Pi if required. This means we can move the Pi board to a location near our home broadband router or a similar convenient area if required. In this case, we can use a simple Ethernet patch lead to connect our Raspberry Pi to this home broadband router. All we then need to add is the Pi's power supply and turn the Pi board back on. Next, we'll need a third-party VNC client app for any device we intend to use as a VNC client. We recommend using VNC Viewer, which can be found on your device's app storefront. Here on the Mac, open VNC Viewer and click File, New Connection. In the window that appears, put the Pi's IP address into the VNC server text box, followed by an identifying name in the box below. In this case, we'll call the connection RiscOS Direct. Then click the OK dialog button. Now double-click the RiscOS Direct icon. VNC Viewer will attempt to make a connection. If successful, you'll be prompted for a password. The default is Bob, followed by clicking the OK button. Again, if successful, you should see the RiscOS Direct desktop appear in a new window within your Mac, PC or Linux environment. A similar process can be done for mobile devices. Here, RiscOS Direct is being VNC controlled by the touchscreen interface of this iPad, again using the VNC client app, which is free from the Apple App Store. So we've seen how to use RiscOS remotely on another computer system. But how about the other way around, using another computer system remotely on RiscOS Direct? Well, that's where Avalanche comes in. For this demonstration, we'll use a second Raspberry Pi board running a custom Linux setup to act as our VNC server. As before, this will be added to our home or office network, or if set up with static IP addresses, the two Pi boards can be connected directly to one another.
Linux Raspberry Pi setups are outside the remit of this series, but plenty of information about setting up VNC servers for Linux and other computer systems can be found online. Back to RISC-OS Direct, left double click the avalanche icon on the main pin board. This, like many RISC-OS apps, will load into a standby mode with its VNC icon appearing on the lower right of the icon bar. Middle clicking this icon once will produce a submenu from which the New Connection option can be left clicked. This will produce a New Connection dialog window where we can enter the network connection. In this case, the host machine's IP address, a colon, followed by the port number, in this case 5901, but some setups might use 5900. We also need to make sure the interactive tick box is ticked, which should be by default, before left clicking Connect. Next we'll be asked for the connection or user password for the machine we're connecting to. This will be your host OS's user password, or the one set up by the VNC software being used to host the computer you're connecting to. After entering the password, left click the OK button. You should now see a new desktop window containing the active desktop from your host machine. As you can see by this example, it's sometimes necessary to expand the window size to see all the available desktop space. Linking other OS desktops to RISC-OS via Avalanche allows the use of non-RISC-OS applications and environments inside your RISC-OS Direct system. This is ideal if you want to use RISC-OS Direct as your main computer hub interface for a multi-system network, or use non-native or more common applications not supported by RISC-OS at time of recording. FTP, or File Transfer Protocol, is a network-based system for sending files to and from remote servers or computers. Since the birth of the modern internet, FTP client software has been used to upload and maintain websites, especially in the days before major social media networks or content management systems like WordPress. An FTP client can also be useful for moving files between computer systems, especially if they happen not to be running the same OS. For any FTP requirements, RISC-OS Direct comes pre-installed with FTPC. FTPC can be found in the network folder on the main SD card directory. As with most other software we've shown you today, FTPC will load into a standby mode when double left clicked. Left clicking once the FTPC icon that's now appeared on the lower right hand side of the icon bar will produce a new connection window, ready for the server information we want to connect to. For this demonstration, our Linux-based Raspberry Pi has been set up with a local host server program called VSFTPD. As with the VNC demonstrations from earlier, all we need is the second Pi's IP address, username and account password. We can, in this case, leave all other settings as is and all other text boxes blank before left clicking once the connect button. You should then see a files window space containing the set FTP directory of the host computer. If we wanted to share a file, like this text document, we can simply left click and drag and drop it into the FTP files window, where a copy will be made and the file transferred to the host computer. If we look at the XFCE Linux desktop of the host computer, we can see the file has indeed arrived and can be opened and, if needs be, edited. As you can see, this FTP process is extremely simple and allows for easy transfer of files and data via a network between RISC-OS and other computer systems or servers. A common feature often requested by new users to RISC-OS is the ability to use SSH, or Secure Shell. This process, which is very common on Linux or Unix-based computer systems, allows one computer to talk to and log into another, displaying its output via a text terminal on the first computer. For this demonstration, we'll again use our RISC-OS Direct Raspberry Pi to talk via a cabled Ethernet network to a second Raspberry Pi running a stock build of Linux-based Raspberry Pi OS.
For an SSH connection to be established, the host computer, in this case the second Raspberry Pi running Linux, needs to have SSH networking enabled. We first need to activate the SSH app, which can be found in the network folder on the main SD card directory. Left double clicking SSH or open SSH will load in the required network module, although you will not see any changes. As with BNC Server, if you acquire SSH from boot up, you can add the app to the boot run items list as shown earlier. With SSH running and the Pi running RiscOS Direct connected to a local network, we can open a new task window which acts as RiscOS's main terminal. From the RiscOS desktop pinboard, middle or scroll wheel click the blue cog on the lower right hand side of the icon bar. From the sub-menu, left-click the Task Window option to open a new Task Window terminal session. Unlike the Unix or Linux terminal, RiscOS uses a command syntax based around what are known as star commands. To SSH into our second Pi, we need to call star SSH space, followed by our host machine name, in this case Pi, followed by the @ symbol, followed by the second Pi's IP address. Once the line has been typed, we can press return or the enter key. If the network link is successful, we'll be prompted if we want to accept the connection. If all is well, this should forward us to the Raspberry Linux boot prompt, from which all following commands will be in Unix or Linux syntax, and affect the second Pi machine only and not the first running RiscOS Direct. For example, we can call up the Python interpreter by entering the word Python, followed by the return or enter key. When we are finished with our session, we can simply close the task window and left-click Discard from the following dialog. However, this process will only close the connection and will not shut down the Linux computer we are logged into.
Well, that brings us to the end of this edition of RiscOS Direct. If you've been inspired to download or try the OS for yourself, you can download it for free from www.riscosdev.com. And if you're watching this video on the youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep channel, then don't forget to like and subscribe. Next time we'll get coding as we look at a number of programming languages and environments available out of the box with RiscOS Direct. We'll be going back to basics with the modern 32-bit version of BBC Basic, as well as its 21st century equivalent in the form of Python 2 and 3. That's coming up next time here on RiscOS Direct. And welcome to the first edition of RiscOS Direct, a brand new informative and instructional video series all about the versatile and user-friendly RiscOS operating system, brought to you by the Wi-Fi Sheep YouTube Tech channel and RiscOS Development Limited. Over the course of this series, we'll show you how to get started with RiscOS, the many fantastic software, applications and games for the platform, and even how to program and create your own software and apps.
For the purposes of this series, we'll assume you're already familiar with using computer operating systems, such as Windows, macOS, or one of the many Linux distributions, and that you're aware or even own a Raspberry Pi single board computer, even if you've never used one. What many people don't realise is where RISC-OS came from and how established it really is. RISC-OS started life as Acorn Computer's first commercial graphical user interface, or GUI. The first versions were built on top of the already established BBC Micro platform and were created for the then new Acorn Risc machine CPU, known today as the ARM processor. From 1987, the first version of RISC-OS, codenamed Arthur, was released as the official operating system for the new Acorn Archimedes range of computers. RISC-OS continued to be Acorn's main operating system until 1998, when the company collapsed. However, RISC-OS lived on and has since been supported and modernised by a number of Acorn clone manufacturers, with products such as the Ionix and later ARM-X6 range from Arcomp. In late 2018, the full rights to RISC-OS were acquired by RISC-OS Developments Limited, whom released the OS as fully open source for the very first time. Today, RISC-OS enjoys support on a wide range of hardware platforms, including the Raspberry Pi. And it's this low-cost ARM-based single-board computer that we'll be using for the majority of this video series. Getting started with RISC-OS couldn't be easier. Before we start, you'll need to choose which Raspberry Pi model to use. Most Pi boards, ranging from the original Model A and B from 2012 through to 2018's Pi 3A Plus or B Plus, will work fine. In fact, you'll notice RISC-OS runs fast and efficiently even on the oldest Raspberry Pi board. The Raspberry Pi stores all its information, including its operating system, on an SD or micro SD card, with most Raspberry Pis only supporting the micro SD format. For this demonstration, we'll use this 16GB micro SD card. First, we need to use a Mac or PC computer connected to the internet. Using a web browser of your choice, visit www.riscosdev.com, and from the Downloads tab, click to download RISC-OS for the Raspberry Pi. The downloaded .img image file needs to be flashed to the SD card. To do this, we strongly recommend using Etcher, which is available for Mac, PC and x86 Linux systems. Download this software from www.balena.io/Etcher. Once installed and running, select the downloaded RISC-OS img file. Next, insert your SD or micro SD card into your computer. If you don't have a SD media drive in your computer, use a USB adapter. These can be purchased online for relatively little expense. In Etcher, select the SD card and finally click Flash. It should be noted that any data on the SD card will be wiped during this process. Once the SD card has been successfully flashed with RISC-OS, it needs to be safely removed from your computer. Let's turn our attention to the Raspberry Pi. First, we'll add the newly flashed RISC-OS SD card to the underside of the Pi. Next, we'll add a standard USB keyboard and mouse. These plug into the Pi's USB sockets. Any USB keyboard will do, however we don't recommend using Apple USB keyboards, as a lot of these have built-in USB hubs that tend to draw too much power, causing system lock-ups and stability issues for the Pi. On the subject of USB mice, RISC-OS is still designed to use the original 3-button mouse as seen with the Archimedes line of computers, the middle button acting as the same as a right click on a modern PC. Today, most USB mice have a center clickable scroll wheel. This wheel can be pressed or clicked and will act as a center mouse button. As with keyboards, we don't recommend using older Apple USB mice, as most of these were one button only, which will work but will cause user operational issues. Most Raspberry Pis have a standard HDMI video out port. A normal HDMI cable can be used to connect the Pi to a modern TV. For older TVs or monitors, most Pis also come with a three-way AV jack, which with an adapter will allow for composite analog video. However, this will only be in standard definition with a maximum resolution of 576i if using PAL video encoding. For users wanting to use older PC VGA monitors, HDMI to VGA adapters can be bought at relatively low cost and most work fine with the Pi. For our setup, we're going to use a flat screen TV with standard HDMI video. Modern Risc OS is capable of going online and networking. However, it will require a hardwired CAT or Ethernet connection, as Risc OS is unable to support Wi-Fi at this current time. A simple and inexpensive patch cable can be used to plug the Pi into a network hub, or, if at home, most broadband routers have spare Ethernet sockets on the rear for use with cable devices. Finally, our setup will require some power. We strongly recommend using a suitable micro USB 5V mains PSU with a minimal output of 2 amps. There is no power on-off switch with a stock Raspberry Pi, so make sure the main socket power is off or leave the PSU unplugged until required. We're now ready to power on for the first time. First, plug in and turn on your TV or monitor, setting it to the appropriate input, such as HDMI. Now we can power up the Raspberry Pi board. If everything has been followed correctly, you should see the Risc OS boot prompt appear on screen. Whilst booting, Risc OS will try to find an internet connection. This may take a few moments. We're now presented with the Risc OS desktop. Risc OS's desktop environment works in a very similar way to that of Windows, Mac OS or even the many Linux GUI front ends. It's mainly divided into 2 areas, the larger desktop space, known as the pinboard, and the smaller icon bar, which stays fixed to the lower half of the screen in much the same way as the taskbar on Windows or the dock on Mac OS, although it functions slightly differently. On the official Raspberry Pi Risc OS build, you will notice a row of icons placed on the pinboard. These are shortcuts or aliases for a number of key apps preloaded for you onto the system. Left double clicking on any of these will open the corresponding app in much the same way as it would on a PC or Mac. The icon bar has a number of icons on it as well. To the left hand side you will see an icon for an SD card. On the Raspberry Pi version, this acts as your main boot drive or hard disk. Left clicking it once will open a window containing all your system's contents, including files, folders and even other apps. To the right side of the icon bar you'll see a Raspberry or cog icon. On older Risc OS systems this was an acorn logo. Middle clicking this icon will bring up a sub-menu with the option to shut down your computer. When you wish to finish your Risc OS session, left click this menu option. Risc OS will then display a dialog telling you it's now safe to power off your system. At this point, you can turn off the power to your Raspberry Pi or, if required, click Restart to reset and boot Risc OS again. In all, we feel you'll find Risc OS Direct fast and intuitive to use. Next time we'll look at setting up your system and some of the core apps included and how to make use of them. In the meantime, feel free to look around your new Risc OS system and don't be scared to go ahead and try out some of the software that's included. For more information about Risc OS, please visit www.riscosdev.com. And if you're watching this presentation on the youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep channel, then please don't forget to like and subscribe. There's much more to come in this series. This is Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube. The following live presentation is presented as is and as arranged. Wi-Fi Sheep in no way endorses the products, companies or services shown during this live presentation. The views and opinions shared are not necessarily those of Wi-Fi Sheep, its partners or sponsors. Language and terminology used during this live presentation is also beyond our control. Viewer discretion is advised. Hello there, a very good morning to you. It's Saturday, October 24th, 2020, and you're watching Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube with coverage of this year's RISC-OS London Computer Show. As with many events across the world in 2020, this year's show has had to go virtual via a group Zoom call, which ROUGOL, that's the RISC-OS User Group of London, have kindly given permission for us here on Wi-Fi Sheep to stream live. We're going to be with you live until 18:30 BST this evening, bringing you all the latest presentation features and new product announcements in the RISC-OS computing world. We've got a full live stream and schedule to bring you, so let's have a quick look at what's coming up today. In just a few moments' time, we will be joining ALSA Limited at 1100 hours GMT, and that starts the morning presentations. The show goes for an interval lunch break at 1300, and we'll be bringing you a retrospective look at the 2019 computer show scene here on Wi-Fi Sheep. We're back live at 13:30 with RISC-OS developments, and that starts your afternoon and evening live presentations right through until close down at around 18:30 BST. As ever, if you want to get in touch with me, you can do so. I'm on Twitter. You can follow us at Wi-Fi Sheep, and I'm also going to be here in the live chat on YouTube. So without further ado, let's cross over to the live call.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
And we should be getting going very shortly.
Morning. Not putting the camera on yet because I'm going to be going backwards and forwards. Rick Murray insists that I need to update the website before or after the talk, so I might actually do some website work this morning in between the talks.
Right, well, good morning everyone. We're just about coming up to 11, and we will be starting any minute. I can see Rob down there as well, that's good.
You can hear me too.
unmute everyone. Yes, good morning everyone to this our first attempt at a virtual show. So this is all a bit of an experiment. I don't know how it's going to go, but hopefully it will run relatively smoothly and we'll get from one talk to the next on time. We will be trying to keep to a schedule, so any speakers who start running over, don't be offended when I cut you off, because it will probably happen at some point. Right, I think we have now hit 11, and yeah, people are in the live stream as well on YouTube, so welcome to them. Right, Rob, if you want to unmute yourself and take over, I will hand over to Rob.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's a blessing that I'm the first person on, or whether it's a curse, because this is where we find out everything that goes wrong. So let's see if I press some buttons and share. Host has disabled sharing. Brian can hand me the con.
Sorry about that, it should be working now.
Okay. That looks more normal. Right.
Okay.
That's all works. Okay, yeah, so welcome to the London show, except I'm sitting in Cambridge, so saved myself a train journey this time. I'm talking on behalf of LSR. Yes, I got the first slot, which I hope for. Hopefully is a blessing rather than a curse. So let's see how this goes and whether I can fit myself into the 30-minute slot. So we've got a few things to talk about, and hopefully I'll talk fast enough. There are some fun things, some serious things, some hobby things, and some titanium things. So I don't think he is at today's show, but Amcog Games has teamed up with LSR, and you can now buy through our store 2 exclusive collections. Those are the Space Collection, which contains Protector, Zeroid, and Starmine, or the Puzzle Collection, which has got Legends of Magic, Mock Tops, and the Escape from the Arcade. Both of those are $19.99. Teams asked me to move the microphone further away from my face. I'll do that. Hopefully that's a bit better. Okay, and then back earlier in the year, so the other half of the Word collection, LSR ran an offer which is perhaps not the smartest business acumen that I came up with, which was to buy both copies and you save £10, and then that £10 is donated to Médecins Sans Frontières to help out people in less fortunate places in the world. So thank you very much to everybody who bought both of them on behalf of me and Tony. Thank you very much. On to some more serious things, I'm afraid. We all have to pay taxes. Nobody likes doing it. And one of the applications that LSR sells is Profit Accounts, which was originally produced by Apricot Studios. And it's kind of a kitchen sink application in that it has everything that you might need to be able to handle stock control, everything that you might need to sell items to customers. It has a customer database, manage your bank account, even deals with foreign exchange rates. And one of the things that it outputs is a reporting feature, and that allows you to deal with VAT in particular, and obviously do your year-end accounts that you submit to your accountant. Along with that, because accountants, as rather a complicated topic. There's a monster 262-page manual. You can probably skip through most of that just to the bit that you're stuck on, but in particular, I'm thinking about VAT at the moment. Now, there's a scheme called Making Tax Digital, which again, you have to be excited by VAT to know what all that means. It's basically an electronic scheme that was introduced just over a year ago, so April 2019, where instead of filling in a paper VAT return like the one shown on the right, or doing it through their website, HMRC now allow you to directly submit your VAT return straight into their computer. So from your computer to their computer with no intervening technology required. And I think probably longer term, the aim for that is to get more up-to-date VAT return. So you still only need to do it quarterly, but I can see a situation in a few years' time where they decide that they want to see data monthly, or be able to see more fine-grained data. But at the moment, it's quarterly as usual, and you still just need to fill in the same 9 boxes that you ever did in the paper form. Now, originally the plan was to extend that to everyone from April 2020 this year, but I guess events took over that this year, and that's now been kicked forward. So I think you've got another year. You've got until April 2021 to deal with that. It allows you to do everything you might expect: submit, look at your previous ones, and complete the future ones. Now, not everyone wants to use Profit, I will fully admit that, to do all of their accounting. It's obviously a big jump if you've only got a small business, and doing things in Excel is fine, or doing them on bits of paper. So one now way to bridge from your paper napkin or Excel method to send that to HMRC. And that's called bridging. So it is an officially supported term. So Making Tax Digital, bridging. There are many bridging solutions, and one of those bridging solutions is Profit. So if you open our accounts for the Macadam Bridge Construction Corporation, all that you need to do is enter some dummy sales in the sales ledger. So if you put in the date, and the date just needs to land somewhere in the period that you're submitting, and then give it a sales, the things that you owe VAT on. The account doesn't really matter, that can just be any old account. So let's pretend we made £6,000 worth of sales, 10% of that. So £1,000 we owe them. Market is paid. So we've now sold £6,000, of which we owe £1,000 in VAT. And then if you had sold something to someone in the EU and they had sent you their VAT number, you still need to declare that data even though you didn't charge them any VAT. I think that just goes into some big statistics pool. So let's say we sold £200, something like that. But we don't owe any VAT, because that's the person at the other end's problem. Made, so it's stuff within the UK that we owe VAT on and stuff that we don't owe VAT on. And then the reverse is also true. So for purchases, bung in an entry for the quarter, things that I made, things that I purchased rather, because I can claim back VAT on that. So £3,000 worth of stuff that I bought, 20% VAT, so say £500. Mark is paid. And then similarly, if I imported something from the EU in that period, that would have come in VAT free. So I need to then pay the VAT on that to VAT man. So £6, we got a tenner, I'll do. Mark that as paid. That's basically all there is to do bridging. So you can work out all those numbers however you want on a piece of paper or in Excel, and then you just need to load up the current VAT period, everything that you so those are just the 9 boxes that you always have to fill in paper, and then you click submit and then send it off to the VAT man. And that's pretty much it. So obviously I'm not going to submit that today because then I would end up with a very strange VAT return this quarter, but those are the basic principles involved. Now, excitingly, in order to be approved as a supplier of making touch digital software, I have to go through an interview process. But now, if you go to the HMRC website, you can do this afternoon, and search for LSR Profit, you'll find that I'm listed in the results. It's very exciting. It's the only Risc application approved by HMRC to do their transactions. I don't know who the other company is, though. Someone else annoyingly got in first with the name Profit. Definitely not me. LSR is the top one. So all of these are available now. So if you're starting from scratch, you'll need a new copy, which is £94.80. If you already used Profit prior to this, and you have a version that was done by Quentin Payne, you can upgrade, and there's a 33% discount off that. And then if you need the Making Tax Digital option, in other words, your turnover is £80,000 currently, then you can buy that on top. That's an optional add-on, you don't have to buy that. I thought, in Risc terms, those are relatively expensive pieces of software, but then I thought, well, I wonder how much, if I was doing this same bridging on Windows, how much would that cost me? And I looked at both Zero Accounts and Sage Accounts, which are online accounts packages for Windows. They're done on like a rental model, so you pay per month, and they're typically in the sort of £25 a month. So you quickly get to £250 a year without too much trouble. So it actually still works out that you can run a small business on Risc and not have to spend too much money, which is good. Okay, that was enough of the serious stuff. I promise I won't mention tax once more. Onto hobby type things. So onto a Raspberry Pi. So you've got to place in the drawer, and you may or may not know that this add-on boards that you can get called hats. And the hats are basically, it's short for hardware attached on top, and they're defining a particular shaped board with screw holes in a particular place that will add various bits of functionality to your Raspberry Pi that's not on the main board. About 2 years or so ago, somebody emailed in to LSR and said, oh, I really need to control my CNC router. I'm trying to route out some bits of metal or plastic. But the software that they had only ran using a parallel port. So I thought, well, okay, we could make a parallel port hat. And as it happens, there's space on the board to stick in a serial port as well. So although the Raspberry Pi already has a serial port, it doesn't come out on a 9-pin D-sub anywhere. So it's in the hat. You basically just squeeze it onto the 40-pin GPIO headers. And then for mechanical stability, you need some mounting, some little pillars, and then the bolt. And there should actually be 4 nuts. Lots of my demo time showing you how to do up a screw, but I'm only bothering with 2 screws. Pretend there are 4. So that's the hardware aspect of the installation. And then back over in Risc, you get a parallel port device driver that you merge into your boot sequence using the normal boot merge tool. And that's the software side of things. So putting my other hat on, one of the other interested in PIC macros. PIC macros are little 8-bit microcontrollers, often that come in nice big DIL packages, easy to solder into your demo projects. And about probably 20 years ago now, I put together something called PIC Suite, which comprises an assembler that takes BBC Basic syntax as its input, obviously with some pick assembler instructions inside the square brackets, and then also a disassembler if you want to go in the opposite direction, a simulator so you can check your algorithms, and then a programming tool, and that's the thing that's shown on the right. And the circle is complete. That has a parallel port on it, so I needed a way of controlling that through my Raspberry Pi. So the project that we're going to look at is a pretty simple. It's a traffic lights project, and it uses a PIC 16F28A. I won't bore you too much with what that is. So it's a flash-based microcontroller from the PIC 16 family. It's got a load of GPIO lines, some timers, serial ports, that sort of thing. All we're going to do with it is control 3 LEDs, red, amber, and green. Very simple, in a loop, and then program that down into the PIC. So we plug the Centronics connector into the PIC programmer, and then the parallel port into the hat, and then stick our PIC 16 into the zip socket. That's the hardware ready. Back over in this step, so we go to PIC suite, which comes with the traffic light example. Now, because it's just basic, you can edit it in your favorite editor. I'm using StrongEd here. A lot of this is just defining port definitions and register numbers and things that are not desperately interesting. Don't worry too much about that. The beef of it starts here with a little bit of initialization. So this is just setting up the ports to be output pins to drive the LEDs and setting up the timers. And the bulk of the program is the main loop, which is just a state machine that cranks through 4 separate states, 0, 1, 2, 3, and then with a timer delay. And the timer delay, I'm afraid, is just done with a few cheesy NOP instructions just to waste a bit of processing time, but nothing advanced here. And then at the bottom, our 4 states are red, red and amber, green, and back round to amber again. Okay, so we run the PIC launcher. That gets me a desktop front end to PIC Basic, which we're running in 14-bit mode. You can get 12 and 16-bit PICs as well. So that's my code image that I'm going to program into the chip. Open up PIC-Prog. This is the programmer. Select the device, which is a PIC 16F628A. And go over to do the programming step. Got my code memory in. Don't need any data memory, that's extra E² memory we don't have. And then the configuration fuse is set up how the processor is going to run. I can never remember what they are. So fortunately, I've left in the so set the oscillator up. Don't need code protection. Out. Watchdog. That then downloads into the PIC, so it's only a 2K PIC. And this is just using the normal parallel SWIs underneath. So if you have a Risc PC or an Ionics or a Titanium with a parallel port add-on card, it will work just the same as you do on Raspberry Pi. Configuration. Found it. On the chip. Into the bit of strip board and my LEDs. Touch the battery. There we go. Red, red and amber, green, amber, red. or just lights and traffic lights. So parallel port and serial port hat is available now. It's £38.40. And there's also a Wi-Fi hat available in the same family, which I'm not going to demonstrate today. I've got time. And the last thing I'm going to cover are some things to do with titanium. Back in June, we updated the version of Debian that's provided with the titanium, and so you can use that through Go Linux. So Go Linux is an application that runs from RISC-OS. Once you double click on it, it loads Linux, usually from the micro SD card socket, because there's nothing normally in that socket. But you could also load it off of a spare SSD, for example. Now, Linux has some advantages in that it's able to use both of the cores in the titanium, so you can get different sort of 3 gigahertz equivalent processor, which is useful if you're running applications for which there is no RISC-OS equivalent. So, for example, if you're doing some audio editing, you can launch into Linux and go and do your editing there. So, LSR provides that on a micro SD card for £8 plus VAT, and that includes the XFCE desktop and the latest version of Firefox pre-installed, and running the long-term stable release of Linux as well. If you don't want to buy an SD card, that's fine too. You can go to github.com and look for the LSR UK username. All the sources are there and instructions on how to burn an SD card as well. So this morning, I noticed 1 minute to 7 this morning I was awake. I took a screen capture of Firefox running in the desktop in Linux. And that are all the things I was going to talk about. And I finished with 9 minutes to spare. Anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Rob. I can see there's one question in the chat which says, what's the performance on the titanium like under Linux?
Okay, so I would say it's the processor is perfectly acceptable speed. So when you launch Firefox, it'll take around 5 seconds for it to load. The bottleneck is probably running from a micro SD card. So if you want particularly to have a more performance experience, then I would definitely use an SSD. So titaniums have 4 SATA sockets anyway. So if you dedicate one of those to a SSD for use with RISC-OS, one for your CD drive, you can still bung in a spare SSD purely for use with Linux. So Linux does thrash the drive quite a lot. So that would be my recommendation.
Right, if anyone else has any quick questions, we've only got a few minutes to spare, but if anyone wants to unmute themselves and ask.
7 minutes or less.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, yeah.
I was hoping you was going to talk about the cloud software, actually, because I was interested in that. Two quick questions, if I may.
And you're watching Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube. Sorry for the sound quality issues with that presentation from Rob Sproson. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be right back, where we'll be joining Stefan Frolling for the Cloverleaf project presentation. Do stay with us. And a very warm welcome back to Wi-Fi Sheep Live. We're covering the RISC-OS London Virtual Computer Show 2020, and they're still just doing the questioning at the moment, so we'll head straight back to the Zoom call.
Right, I think we're probably about there. So thank you, Rob, for... Oh, sorry, there's another question coming in.
Right, just following on, Rob, from the pCloud. Is it possible to access more than one pCloud account? I'm trying to access the second one and I just keep getting not logged on.
Yeah, so if you have two accounts, so for example, if you, like me, you have your own email domain, and so you can change the first part of it, then if you go into OmniClient, and then the username that's you use in OmniClient is the thing that it decides which pCloud account to go to. So I have one as LSR, and then I also have one as myself as SPO, so I can log in as two people that way.
Yeah, I've tried doing that, and I finish up just getting a not logged on error message, I think it is.
Okay.
And the username and password is right, so there's nothing within the program that would need to be changed.
No. When it's deciding which account to log on, it merely takes what you typed into OmniClient and sends it directly to them. There's no intervening magic. There's nothing baked into CloudFS that knows that it's they.
Right.
No.
Right, I'll have another play then.
Yeah, if you're still stuck, send an email to support@lsr.co.uk. I'm sure you can figure out where it's gone wrong.
Yeah, I'll have another play. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, just another question, if I may. Was there any show prices, or is it only what's on the website?
We haven't changed any show prices specifically for today. No. Sorry.
Okay, cool. All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, thank you, Rob.
Okay.
So ready to move over now to the next talk. So thank you for kicking us off in style. Although your internet is definitely struggling this morning, more than the other day.
I have one question.
Oh, hello, Stefan.
Might it be possible to add some other cloud systems like what is it now? Dropbox.
Yeah, so under the bonnet, CloudFS knows it's layered in the way that it knows about protocols. So there's one CloudFS filing system, and then underneath that there are different protocols, and one of those is pCloud. And the intention was and is still to add other protocols, and Dropbox, OneDrive, and Google Drive are all the obvious ones to do. The reason for picking pCloud first was that the API that they present maps really easily or really obviously to RISC-OS filing systems. So, for example, if you want to open a file and write 10 bytes to it, there is an open file API and there is a write some bytes API. When you look at the way that Dropbox and Google and Microsoft present their drives, they're intending you only ever to upload an entire file at a time. So that doesn't map very easily to being able to seek within a file as you would in RISC-OS if you're doing it in BASIC, for example. So the technical barrier there is always how you deal with wanting to look within small parts of a file when the API that the providers give you doesn't allow you. And I think probably the solution to that is to keep a cached local copy so that you're actually dealing with it all locally, and then only when you finally close the file do you bother uploading it to the cloud.
Okay.
Thanks, Stefan. Well, that nicely leads on to your turn, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, thankfully, it sounds like your internet connection's working better than Rob's was. So halfway back is better than just up the road. Right. So, yes, it's now 11:30. So, I'm going to hand over to Stefan to tell us about the Cloverleaf project and crowdfunding and other things. Away you go, Stefan.
Okay. Must I click here something? Or?
should be able to share your screen.
Okay. Yeah, I first share the graphics. Well, I'm Stefan Fröhling and I'm the creator of the Cleverleaf RISC-OS project, which has the aim, four main goals. Number one is to promote RISC-OS worldwide, because it's obviously a very good operating system, and I think more people should know about it. And also more people should have a choice for different operating system, not only 2, 3, or 4. So that's one aim of my project, to make RISC-OS more known around the globe. And that we will do also by our crowdfunding, which will be on Kickstarter. So we get a big audience there automatically. So I hope we can attract more people internationally to RISC-OS and get also some funders for our project. Then the other main task of my project is to upgrade RISC-OS so that it's really usable on daily means, that yeah, you can use a browser and have the drivers for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, USB 3 and NVMe drives. Also some handling stuff about the graphics user interface should be improved. For example, users that come from Windows or Linux, they might have some problems about the handling with RISC-OS, and there could be the option that we adjust the handling, make it configurable so that they can more easily switch between the systems. Then number 3 of the goals is to provide plug-in hardware for new RISC-OS users, which is, I think, very important, because most people, not hackers or programmers, they want to go in the shop or order a system online and then get it and plug it in and use it, and not get a motherboard and a case and a charger and then must program SD card or whatsoever to finally start working with the system. So that's, I think, a very important step to make RISC-OS more usable for new users. And number 4 is to represent RISC-OS with a new brand, so that this brand can more easily promote RISC-OS, as you need a platform to do this. If you want to spend money for advertising, for example, you must have a product behind it to make money. So that we want to do also. I'm working not alone on this project. My partner in UK is Andrew Ronsley. So he is responsible for the hardware adoption for the RK3399 chip boards. And with this chipset, we can provide a wide range of hardware like desktop PC, laptop, and also all-in-one PC. So that should attract also more users to RISC-OS. and give also for current RISC-OS users more choices. And I think this hardware will deliver also state-of-the-art performance. So that hopefully will give a good base for our project. Okay. Let's switch back to this here. Motivation for the project is, I think RISC-OS is a very unique operating system, and more people deserve to know about it so that they will be able to use it. That is also, for example, Raspberry users, they can install it easily on their Raspberry, but most are still not using RISC-OS because at the moment there is some lack of software and drivers. So that we hope to solve with the project also. Then the second point, that I want to offer the people around the world more choices for their operating system, for their computers. Number three is that I want to fight with this project also against monopolists like Google, Windows, Apple, that people have more choices and don't need to rely only on their products and these companies. And number four is that, of course, with the ARM CPUs, we have a system that uses a very small amount of energy, and this will contribute also for the fight against global warming, because we should all reduce our CO2 footstep. So I think that's a very interesting package for anybody who wants or needs to use computers around the world. Well, you all should know about the features of RISC-OS, which is, yes?
We're supposed to be screen sharing because your screen sharing has stopped. So we're not seeing any slides.
You don't see anything?
No.
Okay. Okay, this is not, oh yeah, sorry. I forget to activate it. Well, just can jump back. Okay, this was a motivation that you also didn't see, yeah?
Yep, that's the one we missed.
Okay, yeah. So that we had already, and that is about the unique features about RISC-OS. Well, one is the modular concept of RISC-OS, that you have different modules that allow to do different tasks or implement different features to the operating system that might exist in different operating systems also a similar way. But I think in the original concept, this was quite revolutionary when Acorn did RISC-OS. And another unique feature is a cooperative multitasking, which, as I know, only RISC-OS offers at the moment. All other operating systems are preemptive multitasking. And that is also, I think, one key feature, that RISC-OS has good performance on low power hardware, like the Raspberry, for example. The unique user interface, I mean, there are some concepts that differ from other operating systems and which I like also very much. Then that RISC-OS uses a very low amount of memory, which is based that the original system had just 1 megabyte RAM as basis. So Acorn had to squeeze anything into 1 megabyte and still have some memory free for programs and data. So that's, I think, a very good argument for the operating system also, and the low power consumption of the ARM CPUs. Status, well, you should know all as a RISC-OS user what are the problems with RISC-OS and what is lacking. One thing, I mean, the most important thing is the lack of a browser that supports HTML5 and JavaScript. Luckily, that is covered by RISC-OS developments, and hopefully they will release soon the browser to public, so that this major problem is solved for the RISC-OS world. Then the next is the implementation of Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and NVMe driver, which has to do also with internet, especially Wi-Fi is needed, because it looks a little bit strange when you offer a notebook, but you don't have a Wi-Fi support for it. And we will try also to work on the GPU support, because it's a shame that we have quite powerful ARM CPUs on the boards, but we don't have any access to the GPU. Yeah, this makes totally no sense. And I hope we can get some way the access to that. There might be a possibility by adopting the open source Panfrost driver, which is a Linux project mainly to access the arcade, not which one is it? I forget which Mali version they access. But I think it's working on the RK 33992. So that might be a possibility to adopt or get access to GPU drivers. And NVIDIA has promised to the Panfrost open source project also that they get a better support. So maybe we can benefit from that. And if RISC-OS get more users, then we will have also a bigger voice in the computer world. So maybe ARM or NVIDIA can give us better support also for access to the GPU. Then another part of my project is to fill the gaps of programs in RISC-OS, which we did already with ChatCube Messenger. That is a native RISC-OS instant messenger program, which also will provide other clients, other messenger clients. And we have already included the Telegram client. And we plan to add also the IRC and Twitter. And it's possible to add any instant messengers that have a API, so that we can access their system. The next, we are working on a new photo editing program that has also support for the multi-core module that is Jeffrey Lee is working on. And yeah, due to my project, Jeffrey wants to finish his module now, so we can have access to multi-core on the CPUs. So to achieve all this, we need the funding for this. My company has 2 workers, more or less full-time working on this. But we need, of course, some money to finance this. And we will start active crowdfunding on Kickstarter at the 12th November this year. And that will take 60 days until the 12th January. But there's other ways also to support us, for example, by assisting us with programming. And there are a lot of programmers that are helping also with that already, like Jeffrey Lee or Jason Tribeck is writing a new sound system for Risc OS. And there's many different ways also to support us by writing documentations for Risc OS or promoting our project on your social network, or finding some reporters that want to report about Risc OS and our project and so on. So there's many ways you can support Risc OS and our project, not only with money. So how I get back? How I can show my video signal?
Do you want to unshare?
Unshare, okay, no.
You're back.
Yep. So that's basically what I wanted to say. And if anybody has questions, then we can start with that now.
Right, so if anyone wants to unmute themselves and ask questions, feel free. I posted in the chat the link to download ChatCube. And there is some show chat going on in ChatCube as well at the moment. So if anyone wants to join that. So do you have ChatCube running there, Stefan? Whether you could.
Wait.
I
didn't start
first, Sean or me?
Hi, Timo.
Yeah. But I see also Sean Cartmel waving, and I'm not sure who was first.
Okay, if I may, I have from way back an A9 Home, a Risc PC, one Risc PC, all the rest of mine have gone elsewhere. And I use Riscos on a Mac as a whatever they call it, sorry, brain's gone. I know how to use Riscos, but when I've ever advised, suggested somebody who hasn't used Riscos before to have a try, use a Raspberry Pi to have a go at Riscos, the big problem is that to a very large extent, they've got nowhere unless I set the thing up for them. because the instructions, the background, the access hasn't been straightforward. And what I'm certainly looking for in the project now is something that will make everything straightforward as it was when I got my Risc PC in the first place and plugged it in and switched it on. Is that what we're going for? Are we going for something that will be easy for people who haven't used Risc before to get to using it and to use software, to have software there and to be able to upgrade to new software from that? Is that our aim? Is that our clear aim?
Yes, for sure. But the question is how far we want. Can you hear me or not?
Yep, fine.
How far we will want to go to change RiscOS to be the same as other operating systems. Yeah, I agree that we should make it configurable. For example, about the mouse, which mouse keys are, mouse buttons are used. Yeah, which is a menu button, for example, but that is already implemented in RiscOS Direct. Yeah, that you can choose if the middle mouse button or the right mouse button is the menu key. Yeah, there might be other stuff about the window handling, for example, or about the clipboard, and this that should be also configurable. So it can be switched to a mode that is like Windows or like Linux or Mac OS or whatsoever. Yeah, so when the people switch between different operating systems, they not must switch all the time they're thinking, and of course will be upset.
Can I just point out, John, there is already a RiscOS Direct, which is already aimed at starters, new people being pushed around raspberry jams when COVID cut in and stopped it all. So we have already got if you like, a starter system. Obviously it needs enhancing, and I know Andrew Rauntley's already talking about doing an update to that for the end of the year to try and improve it.
That's Tom, isn't it? Was that Tom?
No, that's Chris Hughes.
Oh, that's Chris. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, which is I thought I said in the past. I mean, things have improved recently, but I'm hoping that the ease of access is something that's obviously developed quite recently. Is something that will be accelerated by the new project. I mean, I know what you've done, what Tom's done, and a whole lot of others has been great, but I want even better. Sorry.
Tom has commented in the chat that as well as the RiscOS Direct distribution to be easy to use, there's also his video series.
Yeah, that's fabulous. That's fabulous.
Sorry, Timo, yours.
Yeah, just actually two questions. You are working together with, for example, ROUGOL or RiscOS development, because else we get a very splintered landscape again, I think. And secondly, we have in May next year, hopefully the next annual Big Ben Club Day. Can I invite you?
Of course, I would like to come there. Well, the plan is for sure to work with all groups together, because our aim is not to make a fork of RiscOS. Yeah, we want to support RiscOS and to improve RiscOS for all RiscOS users. Yeah. So anyhow, we are working together with the people in ROUGOL. Yeah. But that really will start only after we got the funding for the project. and there might be some better coordination because I mean I'm talking with people in ROUGOL. When I have an idea about RISC-OS, I post something in ROUGOL, and then there is a discussion about it, yeah, and then all people say what they have to say, and also I get new information about it, yeah, because I'm not a low-level RISC-OS freak, yeah, so I don't know about many low-level issues of RISC-OS. I'm more a normal user. I just want to use RISC-OS for my daily life, yeah, and I want that it works good, yeah. And that is works for everyone, for mainstream users, and not only for computer hackers and programmers and this kind of people, yeah. So yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm working with Andrew, so he will also make sure, or likely make sure, that there will be no problem with RISC-OS development or ROUGOL. Yeah. So we want to work together with everyone. Yeah, and what the aim of my project is also to get it done faster than in the past, because there was not too much going on in the last 10 years. Yeah, so that is also my aim of my project, to push the people in the RISC-OS world that they implement the stuff faster than they did so far. There was a question on the chat about the chat cube, that it's a Telegram client. You can add different clients. I mean, that is the plan, that you can add different client to ChatCube. So at the moment, there's only one client, and that is for Telegram. Yeah, so you can log in ChatCube to your Telegram account, or you also can create a Telegram account in ChatCube. Yeah, you don't need to go to Telegram and do it there. And the minimum, this I don't know, the minimum OS needed for ChatCube, I'm not sure. But I think it might work also on a 26-bit version, but I'm not sure about it.
So about GPU support, what kind of API do you plan on making available to Risc-OS?
I cannot tell about that yet, because first we must have any way to access a GPU, and then we can think about how we implement it in RISC-OS. But I was told that we should implement some like OpenGL or OpenES or something like that library, so everyone can access it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that will be, well, some end of next year or something, not before for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hi, Stefan. This is Paolo.
Yeah.
A quick thing. Thank you for the presentation. Liked it. One thing that you may want to add, I don't know if this is a value for the general user, but because seems to be a lot of, there seems to be a lot of interest around the desktop. One of the features that, because nowadays this is a feature that Risc-OS has, is that it doesn't spy on the user. You probably want to add that. It doesn't spy on the user. All modern operating system and proprietary, they nowadays they are collecting a lot of information about how the user is using the operating system, when he's doing updates and all this stuff, which RISC-OS at the moment is not, and hopefully will stay so forever.
Yes, that is also one thing that I like about RISC-OS, that it's not constantly communicating with different companies in the world by internet, and like Windows updating all the time and downloading new updates without the knowledge of the people. I mean, you can configure it that it will not do it without your knowledge, but well, 99% of the people will not set it like that. So that I want to keep also, yeah, that the RISC-OS users have total control about their internet connection or activities, so that not various programs start updating or communicating with their home server or whatsoever. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you also for a question. There was somebody asking about the Telegram security. Currently, the messages run over our server because the RISC-OS doesn't support the libraries that will allow a direct access to the Telegram server. And the information about that is on the download page for the chat cube at the bottom of the page. There I've written down how the Telegram stuff is communicating with chat cube. Any more questions?
Just one question. How much do you think it's going to take to achieve the goals that you sort of set out in the presentation?
Oh, that's difficult to estimate. I mean, we have set the target of our Kickstarter to 100,000 euro, but that is really only the total minimum goal, because it will more or less only cover our costs that we had to organize the Kickstarter. And only when we get more than 100,000, then we really get funding for what we want to do. And but the first Kickstarter will be only a first step, because we are planning after that to make on Indiegogo, and then also a second one on Kickstarter again, because we have seen about the Spectrum Next Kickstarter that they had quite a good success on their first Kickstarter, but a tremendous success on the second one. The first one was 150,000 pounds, and the second one, I think, 1.5 million pounds, or maybe even more. I didn't check what was the final result. Yeah, and we hope to achieve something similar like that.
Thanks.
Yeah, welcome. Thanks for the question. Any more questions?
That is a lot, 100,000 euros, because if I look to the bounties from RISC-OS Open, I see that there is £11,000 available for the TCP stack. So how are you going to achieve the 100,000 euro goal?
In the 100,000 is not only included direct fundings of the project, but also hardware. Yeah, so if we get 100,000 only by funding, I mean direct funding, for example, you donate 100 euros, something like that, just for the project, then of course 100,000 is a lot of money. Yeah, but we offer a lot of hardware as options. So I think that most of this 100,000 will go to the hardware. So we have maybe 70,000 only for the hardware cost. And then we make a so-called profit of 30,000 for our project to fund our work and programming for the RISC-OS project.
When you say the money's going to the hardware, is that what are you developing? I mean, I saw the actual the idea of the machines, you know, so that seems like an interesting idea. Is it about, does that money sort of fund bringing all the facilities of those to life? Like, for instance, when you're talking about Wi-Fi, is that sort of native Wi-Fi support for those bits of hardware?
Yes. I mean, with hardware, I mean that we will deliver the desktop PC or the laptop to the funder, not actually the development cost of the drivers for the hardware, yeah, which is Andrew is doing. And we use available hardware for our project, because otherwise we would have a much higher cost for the project. So we just use available hardware. So we are also, it will be possible to deliver more computers if we get orders after it. We don't need to always order 1,000 desktop PCs or 1,000 laptops or whatsoever. So we can, in worst case, we can also still continue deliver for our project the hardware when we get much lower numbers.
Pardon?
Next question.
Have we run out of questions? Is everyone busy?
Maybe there is more question. I must look in the text.
I think people are admiring your T-shirt is one thing.
Yeah. We will also have different designs as the T-shirts for the funding, and there will be 19 euro. I can show you some other designs, but maybe in the meantime somebody can ask a question.
You mentioned Bluetooth. Is there somebody actually working next to me on Bluetooth? Because I'm trying to get it working on the Pi. Are you already working on that, or?
Currently, David Hickton is
Hey, Stefan.
I just want to talk with Timo again. Yeah, this is one thing that we should coordinate better. I mean, that not multiple people are working on the same stuff. Yeah, so that we should really coordinate better in the future, that we know who is working on what. Yeah, so we don't make double work and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sometimes a little bit problematic. Do you know a good place where we can coordinate this action? Because I put some things on the rule farm, also with the status, but that's some time ago. But
I see. Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm not sure. I saw your post. Yeah, I'm not checking now every day also.
no, that's the problem. And sometimes I'm active on the startup forum. So if you know a way where we can coordinate this action, that would be nice.
Yeah, I mean that we need to figure out what is the best way to do it. Yeah, rule is not always the best way to do it. I mean, it's good for get ideas and so on, but we should have a better way that really everyone gets updates about these issues. Who should know about it? Yeah. And I don't know, for example, I don't get any emails if there's updates in the topics. Yeah.
Well, that's
yeah.
But I have the same problem with Stardoll. Sometimes I'm also on the Stardoll forum, which is also very good with technical things. But to get a push update, oh, there is something about your subject. That's sometimes a little bit problematic. And as you know, the development, if I may give an ID for as well for RISC-OS, I think if somebody could work on a good development environment for the RISC-OS, that would be fantastic. Because it's now straightforward, very annoying to say the least to work with, make files and that sort of things.
You mean mainly debugging, or what do you mean about development?
If I want to write software for RISC-OS, I can use GCC, or I can use the Norcroft compiler from RUGOL. But I wouldn't say that environment is very friendly, certainly if you are used to Microsoft Visual Studio.
Yeah.
So
yes,
because you said,
sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's for sure one thing that we should look into. Yeah. There we should, I mean, all developers should have a talk together what they would like to see and what would be the best approach to achieve that. Yeah, and that is not only, I mean, there's the programming editor and the handling of the user interface of RISC-OS. I mean, to implement a program, you need a better support, maybe like Delphi or something like that.
Because you told in your presentation you are more a user than a programmer. But to make good software and also improve the operating system itself, you really need a good environment for developers. And I wouldn't say that it's a good environment right now.
Yes.
I'm not banned from this forum, but it's my
No, that is 100% correct. And I would like to hear some feedback or ideas about it. So we can do something about it to improve the situation, which is for sure not convenient. And in the future, I mean, we should program on RISC-OS and not on Windows or Linux PCs for RISC-OS. Yeah.
Well, you can program for RISC-OS on the RISC-OS. But it's very agaric, and also if you do it on the Linux with a cross compiler, it's not ideal.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, Stefan, I have a quick question. As a software developer, okay, so on RISC-OS, there's always been historically a lack of support for dynamic link libraries. There was an attempt to add this to the AIF file format, And right now we have support for dynamic link library in the ELF or ELF file format. So what's the plan for the future for Risc-OS? Is ELF becoming the main file format and therefore we should focus on it, or is going to still use AIF? And so there are plans to add dynamic link library support to AIF as well. And this question actually connects back to the discussion that you were having about the IDE, because powerful IDE do require shared libraries to be built and to work or work closely to what Visual Studio or Eclipse or other famous IDE are.
About this file format, I know not very much, yeah, as I'm not currently not an active programmer. So that is also your task to join our programmer group. Yeah, so we should all together decide about this, what will be the best approach for it, yeah. And that is, I think, one of the major tasks that we have also to get the better programming environment, yeah, because without programming environment, you cannot make programs effectively, yeah. So this is maybe one of the most important points that should be solved, yeah. So I'm happy to get your input. So what should be done? Yeah, this might be also a problem with many people. There come many opinions, and then at the end we must choose one.
Sure, thank you very much. It's just a curiosity because there is never an opportunity to actually discuss, are we going to stick to AIF and expand it, or we're going to migrate to ELF? What else? It's kind of unknown to me right now.
You're watching Wi-Fi Sheep live from the virtual Risc-OS London Computer Show. I'm really sorry about the loss of picture a little bit earlier on. We've had a few technical streaming problems. Hopefully it'll all be all right now. We'll come back to this as soon as we can. We're just going to go for a short break. Do stay with us. And a very warm welcome back to Wi-Fi Sheep Live. We're still taking questions with Stephen Frolling from the Cloverleaf Risc-OS project. Let's continue listening in.
Any Asian languages like Chinese, Thai, Japanese, Korean, and so on. Yeah, so, and also we should have translation for the user interface to all main languages. Yeah, I mean, there's not only European, but maybe in the future also like Chinese or something like that. Yeah, that might be a big user base also in China. Maybe they might be also interested to get rid of Microsoft and Google and so on. Yeah, so I mean, there's a big market there. That is for sure also one of the first steps that I want to look into, to get a German, Spanish, French translation, Portuguese, and so on. Yeah, that will be the first step, and then later maybe Chinese also. Yeah. Yes, I mean Unicode support. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting towards near the end of the slot. So if anyone has any last questions.
Well, there's one question about Kickstarter. Well, there will be more details in the Kickstarter, but I'm not sure that it's so detailed like you want to have. About 64-bit Risc OS, I think there must be a future with 64-bit Risc OS, but that will be in the range of 2-3 years at least, that we can work on that. Yeah, that will be a very big step in the Risc OS history and a big effort also. So I'm not sure when that can be achieved. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Well, there was a question about GIMP. I mean, we are looking to use GIMP, or at least the software background of GIMP, to port it to Risc OS. I'm not so fond of the user interface of GIMP, so I would like to make a Risc OS version. Yeah. There might be some other. Yes, I'm talking with Simon Birdwhistle about the font manager, and he said he wants to work on it. But well, we will see what will be the result of that. But he is, of course, giving good advice about a font system, as he is an expert about it. And then we will see if he can do it, or we need to do it with his help. And I want to encourage also anybody who is working in Risc OS to, well, release their old programs maybe that they have still somewhere. Make them free if you don't work on it anymore, so that we get a bigger software base for Risc OS. And I'm happy to work with anybody who want to do something to make some ports of open source programs. Yeah, if they feel they cannot do it alone, yeah, then I'm always happy to give support for these people, or find some other people who can work with them so that we can get a result for Risc OS.
Seems like a good place to wrap things up, Stefan. Thank you very much for coming along.
Thanks.
Updating us on the project. We'll look out for the Kickstarter next month.
Yeah.
See how that goes. Thank you very much.
Positive. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so coming up next, we have a new visitor for the show, which is Phil Pemberton. He's going to be talking about the need for software preservation. In some ways, ties back to what Stefan was saying about getting a lot of old programs actually stored so that it can be used in the future. So that's coming up in about 4 minutes time. So for a minute, people can chat as they want, and we'll be back in a second.
And apologies, there was actually no sound there. There we are. So as I was just saying, sorry for the technical problems we've had here on the stream. The first problems with the sound on the first presentation weren't us. The second issues, unfortunately, were us. Hopefully that's fixed now, but there's always some gremlins in the system whenever you're trying to live stream. So we hope that didn't ruin your enjoyment of the two presentations so far. I think we're about to go back very shortly. And I'm just looking to see if they're ready on the stream. Not quite yet, so we've still got a few moments. Thank you for those of you that have actually got in touch with us on the live chat here. Yes, some people just reporting in there was no sound again. Sorry, that was my fault. And thank you obviously for staying with us. You can also contact me on Twitter. That's at Wi-Fi Sheep. On Twitter, that's at Wi-Fi Sheep. On Twitter, and of course you can also subscribe to us here on YouTube. It's youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep for lots of additional pre-recorded content and the like going on there. So let's just have a quick look at our schedule again, and I'll say what's coming up. So as Brian mentioned, Phil Pemberton is up next at 12:30 BST with software preservation. We then go for a interval lunch break where we'll be having a showcase here on Wi-Fi Sheep looking back at some of the computer shows from 2019. We're back live with RISC-OS development from 13:30, and that's followed by RComp Interactive's presentation at 1400. The University of Canterbury will join us at 1500. 15:30, a welcome introduction to Andy Marks and RISC-OS bits. 1600 will be RISC-OS Open Limited. 1700 will be Shine Nomin Software, that's RISC-OS mapping. 1730 will be a presentation by Steve Fryatt. 1800, that's 6 o'clock BST here in the UK, will be SoftRock Software and RISC-OS Osotry. And it's a welcome introduction to Vince Hudd, who will be telling us about that. And if we stay on schedule, we should be about wrapping things up at 18:30 here on Wi-Fi Sheep. So there's lots to look forward to. And I think we're going to cut back to the live Zoom call.
Your hardware, for instance. And then RISC-OS or Open is where you go if you're a coder and, you sort of get harvested for all of your hopeful ability to code stuff for RISC-OS. Is that right? There's a rough kind of broad idea?
Basically, yes. I'm not really sure what is the agenda of RISC-OS development. Yeah, I mean, they supported RISC-OS for all the time. Yeah. But I don't know what is their plan. Yeah, what is their long-term plan? What they want to do with RISC-OS, or more why they are doing it. Yeah. But that you can ask Andrew maybe.
What I don't want to see is the pauses and the blanks that we've just had in response to that question. I want the same response as you get if somebody said, what about these Apple machines? Where do you find out about them? And they said, well, go to the Apple shop. You can find there what's being sold, what hardware. You can find instructions for a whole host of things, and you can get started there. I want the same immediate answer. I want everybody on this forum now to say immediately, yeah, well, you go to the Risc shop. It's one place where you can start, where it's everything that's been told is indicated there, where what it's about is indicated there, where instructions are indicated there, either on that site or linked to. But we need everybody to be able to give an immediate answer that a newbie can go to and say, ah, right, find out about it.
I think that.
Sorry, go on, Paul.
I know. I was just going to say. I mean, in principle, I agree. I think the only challenge is who is actually coming to Riscos as a new user. You know, and I don't specifically mean let's profile one person. What I'm saying there is you might get someone who's been part of a Raspberry Pi jam, who's interested in hacking around with bits of motors and GPIOs. Then you might get someone who's looking to run their accounts on Elsar's bit of kit and software like that. In which case their journey into finding out about the platform is going to be very, very different. They won't want to know about LEDs. So maybe through all these various brands that are popping up, particular signposting away to the right person if they're not the right person or right brand, for instance, and signposting towards themselves, of course, if they are catering for that market, and maybe then a website to join them all together.
Yes, but we need one answer.
Sorry to jump in on this, but
we need one starting point.
Can I say something? I mean, rather than inventing yet another website and another place to go to, isn't ROUGOL the obvious place for this? Now, I mean, ROUGOL is not up to what's being spoken about at the moment. It needs to be improved for people who don't know about Riscos, I think. But that's the obvious place to put all this information and direct people, although, I say it's not doing it very well at the moment.
I find the ROUGOL website very confusing. I'm finding my way around it and what's needed and what bits to download. I find it horrendous.
I think the ROUGOL website is absolutely ideal for the purpose that it sort of exists for, which was don't take my word in terms of what I'm saying here as this is my interpretation, but it's a great place to go if you want to find out about how the code is developing, where resources are being put. There's also a place you can download it, because of course they were, I won't say the first, but maybe they were, certainly a prominent space to kind of get into that if you wanted to put Riscos on a Raspberry Pi. But, it's great doing what it does. But if you're coming into it, let's say I'm a business owner, I want to find a stable machine to run my accounts on, which is really what we're talking about. If we're talking about attracting new users, we're not talking about necessarily attracting excessive enthusiasts to random computers. If I'm a business person, I want a stable machine that isn't running necessarily Sage or those various other things, or I'm looking for options. This is where that communication is very, very different to the sort that should be on ROUGOL. And I don't think ROUGOL should adapt to be that either. I don't think that would serve any purpose.
You see, all that you would need for the ROUGOL website is...
Sorry for that, Dave. Sorry, I'm going to have to mute everyone at this point because we're now running 5 minutes over. So sorry about that, Dave. I was trying to find a good place to break in. So we can carry, we've got lunch coming up at 1 o'clock and we can carry on that conversation then. So for now, I need to hand over to Phil to tell us all about plans for software preservation.
Right, let me just get my screen share going.
Thank you, Phil. That's good.
Excellent. Right. I was going to say good morning, but we're well into the afternoon now. Good afternoon, folks. So after a morning of discussing the future of Riscos, I'm going to drag us into the past a little bit, but also talk about how we preserve that past for the future. So For this, I'll go a bit over a little bit about what ABUG is, how it relates to some of the forums that have been mentioned this morning, Stardot in particular, what we've been up to as a team, what software preservation is, and actually how you can help us out a little bit with this as well. So this is definitely a volunteer participation exercise. I'm sure quite a few of you have got things squirreled in the cupboard, but nobody else has at this point. So anyway, ABUG itself is a little group of, it's one of the user groups. It was founded by members of the Stardot forums, which I'm sure many of you will know about or possibly be regulars on. Had in-person gatherings since 2014 and switched to online due to the situation this year. Recently, we've had an absolute, I'm not sure how to describe it actually, something of a miracle. The BBC Micro Massum assembler, the Acorn assembler source code turned up along with the version 1.2 BBC Micro operating system, several versions of the BBC Basic source code, DNFS, and the 6502 tube ROM. And then the icing on the cake was we've cleaned up and made ready for release the 65 host, 65 tube emulator code and the emulator for the Acorn internal turbo 6502 second processor, which was a unreleased version of the 6502 second processor with extra RAM that was needed to build the MOS and BASIC. So this has been something that was widely thought to be lost, but thanks to several people in the community, it was uncovered on an old hard disk, cleaned up, we figured out how to build it and made it available to people via the forums to look at, explore, enjoy. So my point with this really is we can't do this without you. So work in progress. We've taken this work forward. There are quite a few disparate archives of Riscos and BBC code kicking around the internet. Applications, software, games. Games seems to be the main thing. Educational software. The problem is everyone kind of has their own way of doing it. So we've come up with a way of organizing the files for disk images, the magazine scans, the box scans, even the labels on the floppy disk, how to organize that into a structure that makes it easy to navigate just in a file browser on a PC or a Linux machine or a Riscos machine. And we're sort of starting on the policies for what we define as complete, correct, how we keep track of what we've got. On top of that, we're building a content management system so we can present what we've got online in a clear, accessible way. So you can drill down through, maybe you're interested in fourth dimension games, or you're just interested in E-Type, or you're interested in gods, or maybe you want to look at a software package like Specs, you want to know who made it, you want to download it, use it, how to run it on your emulator, all that information in one place in an easy to access form. So part of that as well has been identifying what archives are out there, what do people have already, what's already been archived, what quality, what sort of condition is it in? Is it a virus infected ADF file that's barely of use? Is it an image that's been taken raw off a floppy disk with a tool like a disk ferret, a cryoflux, or a grease weasel? Is it something that we can look at closer and say maybe there's something else there, it's unmodified, and go on from there? So software preservation in a nutshell is preserving the history of our platform for the future. So it's taking images of these disks, scanning the manuals for them, not just concentrating on games, but also on application software, because a lot of people still have data which is relevant for LSR talked about Profit this morning, which is still under active development. Maybe someone has their old accounts in an old Profit-free database that they need to access to support a customer or to look at what was sold, old records. it still has value today. Maybe someone has an old impression document, same story. This, is they're updating a new book, an old book for a new re-release, for instance. So the software is useful to gain access to that data, and without the software, the data is useless. We also had a lot of innovative software, which in some cases predated what was available on other platforms. The example I keep coming back to is Acorn Replay, which you had full motion video going on a machine with a 30 odd megahertz processor in 1994, which PCs at the time could only really dream of actually having that kind of feature. So what we want to do is image the contents of these disks and CDs that store this software. There are tools out there to do it. I've linked a few of them here. The slides I'm going to leave a link on the last slide, so you can download these and click the links. So there's Grease Weasel, Disk Beast, which are fairly recent. They're the kind of the top two recent additions to the tree, which do raw reading of floppy disks, also known as flux imaging. But also it's important as well to get scans of the manuals, key strips, other paper materials that came with this software, so people know how to use it. For instance, Impression is a wonderfully powerful package, but also quite hard to use some of the more advanced features if you don't have the documentation in front of you. The easy stuff you can breeze through with the tutorials and guesswork, but when you get into actually needing the advanced features, you need the documentation. So it's important to preserve that as well. Once we've got all these scans, there is a layer behind that, which is kind of what ABUG's Acorn preservation team is getting into. So this is sitting down with a copy of Photoshop or GIMP and cleaning up the scanned books, images, cleaning up the paper scans of the manuals, OCRing them so you can search for text that's in there, checking the disk images that we've got for damage, viruses, bad sectors, scratches on the media. I file copy protection as a form of damage out of my own sort of personal opinions. If the install credits are used up on a copy of specs, you can't install it. A lot of the Claire software did similar things. Acorn Advance had a similar copy protection scheme, but locked it to the first machine it was installed on, which Acorn later removed. If we've got disks with damage, if we have multiple reads of the same disk, we can use the multiple reads, merge them together in a similar way to what the Domesday 86 project was doing with laser disks. You take a bad block from one, and the next disk hopefully doesn't have an error in the same place. Merge the two images together, you have a good image that you can use to run the software and to convert that to something you can run under an emulator. With these being disks that people have actually used, there's going to be user information on there. There's going to be things like people's names, addresses. We obviously don't want that to go out in the public domain, so we're taking steps to vet these images before they're released in any way, shape or form to make sure we haven't accidentally, going back to the example of Profit, included someone's company records for an active company that are from a few years ago maybe. It's really not a good thing to have out in the wild. It's private data that should be in the possession of the owner only. But there is also the reason for reading these at a low level is also we found potentially interesting stuff on there. Some of the BBC discs from Acornsoft, if I remember correctly, that were archived actually included pieces of the mastering software on them, not a full runnable copy, but in sort of end sectors of these disks, they'd been reformatted and reused, but hadn't been completely wiped. So there's little bits of things on there that are quite interesting from a preservation standpoint. The other thing that's interesting about them is a lot of BBC software was professionally copied and mastered. So we have mastering data, things like traceback data, which includes the date of duplication. So we know how old these disks are. We have an idea of what the release date might have been. we convert this stuff to open formats after we've dug the details out of it and cleaned these images up, made them ready for release. Stuff that's supported by emulators, so formats that are supported by emulators. So these people can actually download these and use them and make that available to people. So why now all of a sudden? Well, we're on borrowed time, basically. Floppy disks and CDs were the primary source, primary method of distribution for Risc-OS software and BBC software. We're well past the 10-year lifetime that was expected of these disks. Some software was produced on very poor quality media that was barely readable when it was new. Things like mold, weakening magnetic fields on these disks and being exposed to magnets. The old story of the secretary pinning a floppy disk to the office fridge with a fridge magnet and wiping the the company's financial year details. There's a lot of stuff can happen that makes these unreadable, even to issues that are normally seen on tapes. Sticky shed where the magnetic coating physically doesn't stick to the plastic base anymore. It needs special treatment. Cheap CDRs have laser rot, dye degrades over time. Sometimes they were mastered incorrectly to begin with, no lead out. The last couple of sectors are unreadable. Like I said earlier, we've got a lot of games archived thanks to the JASPP project, JASP, which has also led to the development of ADFFS, which can, you can use that to browse ADF images and JPD images on a Risc PC, access the data, image disks. But until now, there's not really been an effort to do the same for software. People have sort of concentrated on the games for various reasons. So, there are easy ways to archive your software. ADFFS I've just mentioned, sorry, archive your data in your software. If you want to get everything off the disk, Greaseweasel or Disk Beast are the best two at the moment. CryoFlux works too. A lot of people have those. If you only have a Risc PC or an Acorn Archimedes or A-series machine, ADFFS, deimager, if all you want is the data and it's not a software disk, chances are that will get all you need from the disk. But you need to be careful. Like I said on the last slide, these disks are sometimes 30 years old. Poor storage, poor quality media can hurt quite badly. Some of them need special treatment to get the data off, to clean physical dirt off the disks. If you have something particularly rare, the best bet is often to just hop on the Stardot Discord or the forum and say, hey, I've got this, how do I archive it? We've got a lot of people who know their stuff and have the equipment to archive this. You don't have to go out and buy hundreds of pounds worth of equipment to do this. There are people who can help you. But also you can help us. There are people out there, I don't doubt, that have got boxes in their lofts, cupboards, sheds, garages of old software that they've bought back in the day in the 90s and maybe in the 80s of Arthur Risc-OS software that may be the only copy known of some of this stuff, or software that was so rarely distributed and there's so few copies that, again, it might be the only one. Maybe someone back in the old days who wrote software that has just shoved everything in a cupboard but still has it. We'd love to talk to these people and get the software. Even just binary releases of software is good because you can run it. But we'd love to get hold of source code, and especially distribution agreements if people still own the copyright, or if the copyright reverted back to them when, for instance, the publisher lost interest after a certain time after release, or the publisher no longer exists. We'd certainly love to get this on a legal positive level that we can release this stuff. But also, if you've got something that isn't quite as rare, duplicates are good too. Like I said earlier, we can put multiple disk images together, reads of different disks, to recover data that at one point might have been lost. We can also use it to spot mistakes or high score changes in disks. It's all really good stuff. and it's preserving the past for the future is a big thing here. There's Doomsday is the big example that I keep coming back to as well, because there is still interest in that. It was produced in 1986 by the BBC. People who contributed to it to this day have not seen what their contribution amounted to. It's just getting that back. Yeah, Dave Ruck has just pointed in the comments. Claire's basic software was protected from modification by naming every variable and function Claire's micro supplies with different case for each letter. Yeah, stuff like that is a nightmare to deal with. But once the software is archived, you've got you're freed from the time constraint. You can then look at this almost at leisure, and it can be multiple people working on this. So that's all I really had to say. It's really just an encouragement to the community to step in and help us out here. Just tell us what you've got. Make yourselves known. If maybe your next door neighbor worked for Claire's back in the day, or Acornsoft, and has some stuff shoved on an old Risc PC, let us know, put them in touch, and we can make the release happen. We can figure out what it is and what state it's in and make it work again, and share it with the community, share the history. So I'm going to open up for questions now in the last, 8 minutes I've got left.
All right, thanks for that, Phil.
Yeah.
I think the first question is probably in the chat, as someone said, is there some sort of index of what you've already got?
We have a spreadsheet of what we've already got, and unfortunately I couldn't find the blasted link. It is on the Stardot forums in the Disk Beast thread, I believe. And that is a list of what's been archived by the Disk Beast team. So that's predominantly BBC software, I believe. My own collection, I am ashamed to say, is in boxes and isn't in any form of order or archive. That's slowly changing. I suspect a lot of people will be in a similar boat, that they have stuff in the closet, they just don't know what they have. And it's just going to amount to, and tell us what you've got. We'll tell you if we've already got it.
Quick question, if I may.
Yep.
I've just joined the Discord, which I think is a really good idea, to have a project like this so we can download old software for old machines.
Yep.
But just looking around, you've only kind of, this might be a really basic question that everybody knows that I should know the answer to, so I'm sorry about this. But just looking around, you've just listed 8-bit and 32-bit, but isn't like Riscos 3.1 up like 26-bit? So why is there not a 26-bit section anywhere?
Because for the purposes of Riscos, it's at least as far as we're doing it, it's largely the same thing. You're right, the 26-bit software is what we're mainly concentrating on, but that's primarily, if it's been converted to 32-bit, it's probably still for sale somewhere. So the 26-bit, 32-bit distinction is important to an extent, but not so much for archiving. We'd rather get everything archived first.
But sorry,
maybe I've missed your point there.
Yeah, sorry. As far as archive is concerned, and if 26-bit is for Riscos 3.1 and up, how would you download and archive that if you've only got two sections of 8-bit? I presume is BBC, and 32-bit is the new stuff. How would you archive Riscos 3.1 stuff and higher anyway if you've only got
as far as the
2-bit?
Stardot forum is concerned, 32-bit applies to the 26-bit machines as well. Just post on the 32-bit forums.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Don't make the distinction. 32-bit is Archimedes, 8-bit is BBC. And
sorry about that. I thought Riscos 3.1 and up was 32-bit, and then all the new stuff was 26-bit, and all the new stuff was 32-bit. Sorry.
26-bit is the weirdness of the program counter register on the earlier ARM chips. because they
okay.
carved off several bits for use for status flags. That's where 26-bit comes from.
Oh, sorry, shouldn't I have asked this question? Was it a stupid question?
No, it's the only stupid question is the one you don't ask. It
Right,
turns
okay,
out to be
great.
important.
Appreciate that. Thank you, mate.
There
Thank
you
you. Cheers.
Legal.
Bill.
Okay.
Bill, you mentioned manual, not manuals, tutorials.
Yep.
I presume you've got or sorted out access for all the archives for the magazines, in which there are plenty of tutorials. And what you will be missing is permission to use them. If for Acorn User, Acorn Publisher, and Quercus, there are permissions for times when I was editing it, then you have permission. That goes to everybody else to use appropriately.
I would appreciate it if you'd be so gracious as to drop that in an email that we can, or on the forums, then.
Yeah, you need it in
so
writing, of course, for copyright. But I haven't got copyright to the whole lot, but any bits I do have copyright for, then anybody who's making proper use of it like this just needs to ask, and they've got access to it.
Thank you very, very much for that, John. I'm sure people will really appreciate that, because there's an absolute mountain of stuff that was published in Quercus and Acorn Publisher.
There was a series in BBC Acorn User or Acorn User about incorporating not machine code, assembler with BBC Basic, and I started to bring that up to date in Quercus. That update certainly anybody's got access to, but if anybody wants to continue that series, it might be a good idea.
Someone was asking for the link for the Discord, so I'm going to just pop that slide. Oh, I've got my screen share turned off. If you bear with me a second, I'll grab that and drop that in the chat. Save you digging the forums for that. Yeah, so thanks a lot for that, John. I'm just going to dip into one of the questions in the chat here. I love the idea of software preservation. My concern is more on the legal reuse with or without modernization and legal distribution of old titles. So this is a perfect follow-on from what you've just said, John. So our plans here are to make contact with the previous developers of these packages, the publishers of these packages, find out what the legal situation is. If they've still got copies of the contracts they've signed, that's ideal. Find out who owns the rights and get permission. We absolutely don't want to step on companies like LSR that are 32-bitting these applications and re-releasing them. For something like, for instance, Font Directory or Profit, we would much rather say, you know, we've archived Profit 2 free. We've got the manuals scanned if anyone, you know, has a faulty disk and can prove that they're the legal owner of that disk. You know, we'll help them out, get access to their stuff. But the easier way is, if you've got a Risc PC, you can buy this here. You know, support the market as we can.
And copyright has to be transferred in writing.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying contracts. If we've got it in writing and we can track the trail, that's the ideal.
Yeah.
Here's a challenge then. If I send you my copy of Sibelius, can you remove the protection?
Don't know. Haven't tried. I understand that CJE have possibly managed it, but it's a rumor.
Oh,
it may not be CJE. It might have been someone else.
Well, I know RComp can do a version of it. But,
sorry, yes, not CJE, RComp.
Yeah. But I mean, that was 700 quid when I bought it.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
it's basically useless now on anything other than a Risc PC.
Mm. The difficulty is that some of the copy protection schemes are downright nasty. And the reason I count them as damage is because often the only reason things won't work on a Risc PC is because of the software, the copy protection schemes. And once you do remove that, I've seen quite a lot of software that I've personally knocked the copy protection off of, and suddenly it works on everything. It's a little bit of a disappointing situation, really. But it's not one that's really changed over the years. I mean, you've got current software. Photoshop CS2 and 3 recently, they turned the activation servers off and you can't run CS2 or 3 anymore. It's a pain. It only hurts legal customers.
Is anybody allowed to chip in now? Because I've just had a thought about that. Probably when copy protection was around, it was during when the acorns were around and people were buying stuff like that. They probably never thought it would last this long, and people like now we want to be using the software. So back then the copy protection.
So I don't know about you, but I found that absolutely fascinating. So a huge thank you to Phil Pemberton for that really interesting presentation. Well, that brings us to the end of the morning presentations here on Wi-Fi Sheep. We'll be back live for the afternoon and evening sessions from 13:30 BST. However, do stay with us, as after the break, we're taking a retrospective look back at the 2019 Cambridge Retro Computing Festival and last year's RISC-OS London show. You're with Wi-Fi Sheep. We're live on YouTube. And you're with Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube. Thanks very much for your company. The following video presentation was pre-recorded during 2019. Hello, good morning and welcome to a very special edition of Wi-Fi Sheep. I'm Tom and today I'm coming to you not from the normal workshop in the heart of Shropshire, but from a motel room on the side of the A14 about 30 minutes north of Cambridge. Why are we here? Well, it's that time of year again and we've been exhibiting at the Cambridge Retro Computing Festival. That's held at the Centre for Computing History in the heart of Cambridge. So we'll start our tour outside. And by the way, I do apologise for my rather broken voice in the pieces to camera. Anyway, on Saturday morning setup, I was greeted by a rather weathered iMac DV, forming part of a flower display, clearly an exhibit that didn't make it inside. Inside, this was the main hall. During setup, my good friend Adrian from Binary Dinosaurs setting up on the front two tables. And here we were in the second room, which was normally used as the 80s classroom. This year's Wi-Fi Sheep display featuring 3 of the latest projects from the channel. For the weekend, I bought the recently finished C64 Maxi, one of my Micro 1.5 card-built Pi-powered kits, and on the end my BBC Master 128, which is the machine featuring a number of upgrades as seen on the channel. As ever, the museum had its own exhibits on display and usable, such as the mostly Sega arcade cabinets in the foyer area. Here we see a line of x86 based home PCs from the past 30 years, with what I think was a Sun Microsystems workstation on the end. A Commodore PET. Well, actually a CBM, as the PET name wasn't used in Europe, although we do still refer to these as PETs. Something a little closer to what I know, here are later Acorn Archimedes, this model being one of the last all-in-one micro designs. Back to the 8-bits and we see a full Apple II setup and some kind of terminal, don't know a lot about that. Staying with the Apple theme, here's an iMac DV that made it inside, next to rare Apple III system, and then the classic Next Cube, the OS of which would morph into macOS 10 years later. This is back in the 80s classroom and a row of classic British school computers, ranging from the RMZ80 and later x86 based systems, such as the RM Nimbus, and its rival in the form of the Acorn Archimedes and later Risc PC, with a BBC Micro Compact and a BBC Master powered Doomsday system complete with Laserdisc player. And on the wall is what happens to Laserdiscs. Disc rot. Affected some CDs as well. I also didn't realise a port of the BBC Micro Classic Granny's Garden was available for the PC based RM Nimbus. So one of the interesting things was the museum had a sort of scrap stand sitting outside in the car park. So a few people sort of pillaging through that, and I actually picked up a Dell PC Tower. I need a new bridge machine for writing floppy disks because my PC is not in good state. I'm hoping above hope, because it's a sort of Windows Vista era, early 2000s PC, it might still have a floppy controller card in it. So that's going to be a future project. I've picked it up, shoved it in the boot of the car, and we'll have a look at that at a later date to see if it is actually any good. Anyway, back in the main hall, and Binary Dinosaurs is fully set up. In fact, the visitors and crowds were building, and I was meeting loads of friends, fellow colleagues, and best of all, the fans and subscribers of Wi-Fi Sheep. One of those fans, a chap called Daryl, actually bought something he wanted to show me, a program on a USB stick for RISC-OS. This is Daryl actually explaining to me what we were looking at. Look at this. This is fantastic.
So, working on a 3D rendering on the Pi. Yeah. Oops, we don't want to do that. We want to run it. So to start off with, different rendering modes. This one is wireframe. I can't remember exactly how many polygons there are. It's in the thousands anyway. So it's using Perlin noise to generate the landscape with an exponential equation in the middle to flatten the centerpiece, but we can freely move around. We can go into the scene. We can show the normals on the surfaces. So these are all light shaded. So the second mode is wireframe, but I've attempted to remove faces that we can't see. Next one is, it's a pretty slow algorithm. So this is flat shaded. And garage shading. So you see a little bit slow there, but this is unoptimized. Do need to do some work on it. And then finally, needs a bit of work again, but this is much faster using flat top, flat bottom triangles, double brazen ham to work out the sides. We can see we can move pretty quickly in there. And this is all done in GCC using the VFP stuff. So I'm hopefully looking at coding some of it in Neon as well, using assembler to get that extra bit of speed, because I've looked at the output from GCC and it could definitely be improved.
So theoretically this would also compile for Linux?
Yes, I did do a cross-compile version,
But with a different, what you need to do is change the graphics. So all the graphics stuff is in one file. So this hits the frame buffer directly, triple buffered. You would just need to replace that with the equivalent on Linux, but it work on either platform. Standard C, C99. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this yet. I'm going to improve it, fix the bugs, because we can see we've got gaps, which is the way the Brazenham works. Yeah, it's approximate. So I'm going to work through the bugs, improve performance. My goal really is to get it so that this is I can run, say, a game from basic using this engine. That's my intention.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's fantastic. Does the camera angle, does it pan at all at the moment? Does it just one direction?
Well, it would, but I just haven't connected the keys. But it's a full, it's full rotation, scaling, etc.
So it would do it.
It would do it easily. Yes. Like say, if we had a page up key, we could go up into space and then back down. Yeah.
That's actually fantastic.
Great fun.
What's the average frames per second?
I think on wireframe, so this is multiplied by 10, so we're getting 12, but on machine at home, it's Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, I was getting around 18, 19.
Yeah.
But there's definitely some optimizations to be done, because at the moment it's drawing each of these lines twice, because for the different triangles, it draws it once for this and once for that.
Yeah.
So you could double the speed of the rendering there, but of course you've still got clearing the screen, etc.
Yeah.
So Daryl, thank you so much for saying hi, coming to the show, and for sharing that with me. That is awesome. I want to encourage you to carry on developing your 3D engine, and I really hope we can feature it more often here on the channel in the near future. So do keep in touch. Right, my kit has sort of been running okay, but big problem with a new rehash of Nanogangs. This is my long-running 8-bit video game I'm developing. Had a new version which I kind of lashed together at the last minute for the show. Meant to run on the Master 128, the BBC Micro that I bought, and it kept hanging after all the menus. This has been extremely frustrating. It's running fine on the emulator on Risc OS, but it's not running natively on the BBC Micro.
So, early Sunday morning, back at the show before it opens, and I'm going to see if I can do some running edits to get this build working. I don't have the source code to hand, and it's not possible to get a new disk image made up, so I'm going to have to make some changes the old-fashioned way. As you can see, if you try and launch into the game past the new menu system, it just locks up. As it's all written in BASIC, I can list and scan for the source code to see if I can see the issue. I was wondering if it might be memory related, although this is a little odd for the Master with its 128k of RAM to be running out. But I thought I might try removing the on-screen copyright notice, as this will save a few bytes, and that might be all that's required. So here, just after finding the line, I'll put its line number back in to clear the code, and we'll just save that back to the disk. Okay, let's try that again. And still locks up. I thought I'd just see if we could load up the level logic file, as the game is split up into multiple basic programs. And boom, I think we found the problem. The required basic file, level setup, is corrupt. Without this file, the game can't work, and there's nothing I can do to fix this on site. Luckily, I have a copy of the disk image loaded onto the Micro 1.5 next to the Master. Under Risc OS, we can emulate a BBC Micro and run the game. So I'll just hold down the Shift and Brake key, and as you can see, it loads in fine. And just check, we can load up a new game. And yep, that's working fine. So it was the disk. Oh well. I'll show the progress of Nanogangs in a future video. Still plenty to see around the show. Here's an Atari ST running Gem Desktop. A Commodore Amiga running Workbench. Not sure if this is an original Altair, but still very cool all the same. And here's a digital something, not sure what, but I like anything with blinky lights. Now this was opposite me, a wood-grained tower PC, running a build of Windows 3.1 from the looks of it. And, a little further down, a Macintosh Performer machine. Looks like it's in an LC case. Nice machine, I must do something with mine at some point. So, there we go. A huge thank you for all of you that came down to the show. And to be honest with you, it's been amazing, the people that I've already met. Thank you so much for those of you that have subscribed as a result of meeting me at the show, and also those of you that came to visit the show to say hello to me. I mean, that is just awesome, and it's fantastic to actually meet with fans and fellow enthusiasts to have a chat. I really genuinely enjoyed saying hello and meeting so many of you during the weekend. Hello there, and welcome back to another Wi-Fi Sheep video with me, Tom. Now, on October the 26th, just gone, Wi-Fi Sheep did its last major public outing of 2019, where we attended the Risc London Computing Show. Starting with a murky Saturday morning over West London, with the many buildings and landmarks of central London just visible on the horizon. The show was held at a local hotel, less than a mile away from Heathrow Airport, hence the constant stream of aircraft overhead. So let's take a look inside the show. This was just before it opened. And here is the Wi-Fi Sheep stand for the day. We have one of our BBC Micro Model Bs showing the latest build of Nanogang's, my 8-bit platform project. In the centre, a twin slice ident CE Pi powered unit. This was showing Wi-Fi Sheep video content from the channel. Here showing the review video I did about the homebrew BBC Micro game White Light, as seen on the channel a few years back. The other side of the stand was the Micro 1.5 card kit machine, running our own Wi-Fi Sheep build of Risc. Here we see a large 8-bit contingent of BBC Micros, courtesy of Richard Broadhurst and his homebrew gaming offerings. Later retro hardware was also present. Here an impressive audio MIDI setup featuring an early Acorn Archimedes machine. This was the setup in the second room with various displays and traders. One thing that caught my eye was an impressive display of ex-BBC TV Acorn graphics computers used to drive live on-screen displays such as the live lotto draw numbers. Now, a regular contributor to Wi-Fi Sheep and that of the wider Risc world is Anthony Bartram of AMCOG Games. Here's Anthony telling me about his latest creation available for the Risc platform.
We've written this is based slightly on Star Maze and BBC Micro. It seemed more logical to me. You had to shoot the jewels out of the asteroids. The program avenue, some of them do, some of them don't. I can't predict it, which makes it more fun for me. So you've got these little characters here, which obviously shoot rather effectively at you. You've got vertical motion as well. Try and avoid being killed. And you have to get the required number of jewels. Got shield energy here, which is quite important. So you've got full rotation. Energy there.
So this is using your 3D engine once again, is it?
So it's based on, I've taken the code for Undead and I've added vertical motion and vertical occlusion detection. I had to extend some of the logic because there's a wider variety of graphics and there's different modes of play, like there's a little alien that launches a homing bomb at you, and also you've got this little spinning thing here, so it's more complicated in terms of gameplay really than Undead.
Just explain just about how these actual model sprites we're seeing are actually created. That's quite interesting.
Well, so very simply, they're stop motion animated, right, against consistent colour and they're lit from a single light source. Then what I've done for some of the objects is I've enhanced it. So the model, which I have here for that, I've added glowing eyes and the flame behind it. That's made of air drying clay. There's different materials.
So there are physically built models that real objects that are
real
photographed.
Which I have a lot of.
So unusual.
Well, I thought it gave a different look to the game. And it's otherwise, if you create something as a digital model, it looks like what it is. It looks like it's been a digital model that's been deformed and created. Now, the only thing that people really thought was had to be a 3D model, which isn't. It's that spinning thing we just saw. There are a few things which are digital. This cube, for example, I can't really build that very easily. If I had neon lights, maybe it's possible. But largely, I took things I found. This is junk. I mean, this is a classic 1970s BBC spaceship made out of, bottles and hinges and various other things that I had to know. It's mixing with this sort of Tron-like world.
Yeah.
Jewel. That Jewel is one of my daughter's toys. I used to light it correctly and it looks sort of nice.
It does look really good, yeah. I mean, I think what you're talking about is aesthetic quality there in the models that you wouldn't get if it was all 3D rendered.
Exactly. I'm trying to evoke something that feels like if we had the processing power, you could have had in the 80s or something like that. Same with the music. The music is actually largely very analog, although there's digital elements to it as well. I get all the jewels. If I can find some asteroids, I seem to be fighting things a lot. But yeah, obviously you can jump forward levels if you know the code. So forward level. It's all very red maze. So much like on the top, you've kind of got an alternative view of the game, which is how it would have looked in the 1980s probably. And it much like thrust or asteroids, you keep going in the direction you point. The difference is you've got height. So yeah, it's quite good fun really. It's quite nice how everything rotates at different angles. You've got a real sense of a three-dimensional space.
So where is this available?
This will be available for the Plink store to buy, and at the Risc shows as well. The price is £12 because it's a little bit harder for me to do 3D. There's some maths and things I don't have to do. Something like Escape from the Arcade, which is the previous release, took about 4 days, and this has taken quite a bit longer to get to work.
So if you want to find out more about Amcog's latest creations, you can follow the link in the description to this video. Talking of games, here's the latest port of Doom for the BBC Micro done by Rob Coleman. It looks to be running really well and looks the part running on the veteran 8-bit machine. Dale Doodley made his first exhibitor appearance showing the development of his amazing 3D engine for RiscOS and BBC Basic. I also like the mock BBC Model B Pi case. This was the talks and presentation theatre, where I, among many others, gave talks during the day. And a quick look at RiscOS trader Arcom and their new Pinebook RiscOS laptops, the first proper manufactured RiscOS portable for a number of years. And it was at the London show that I was really privileged to meet Pablo Fernandez, who is an assistant lecturer at the University of Cantabria in Spain. His delegation had bought some very interesting software which they developed uniquely for RiscOS in order to help teach their students in the ARM instruction set and debugging of programs. Here's Pablo explaining more.
We wanted something that could work with the ARM architecture because nowadays is, I think, the most famous for the students, the most widespread, and it is still a Risc architecture with all its benefits. And RiscOS, it's a great OS, a bit unknown, I must admit, but it's a great OS whatsoever. It was available for the Raspberry Pi, and we could use it with in a standalone modern way without requiring a separate PC attached to it. We were able to use input-output devices with very low interference, so that was great. And it was available with the GCC to change, so it was a major plus because our students already know about it before taking our courses and definitely reuse it afterwards. So that's why we decided to go for it. But the debugging tools that we were aware of did not suit our needs. We wanted something that would be easy to use, user-friendly, and the alternatives were a bit lacking in that way. And we wanted something that was obviously free because our students may want to use it at home, and we wanted to encourage them to perform autonomous work. And the best way to do that was to develop a debugger. So
that's what this is. This is your own software, effectively. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's very simple. As you can see, it starts with 4 windows by default. And if we want, well, I would like to show you a bit how it works. So
absolutely. Yeah.
So basically, to load the program, you just use the LD command. If you have any doubt at any point, you can just type help, and it prints all the commands available with the syntax that they use. So it's a bit easier to know what it's doing. So to load the program, you just type LD and the name of the command, which would be in the current directory. You can also use a full directory if you want to do so.
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, this one. And at this point, you can decide whether you want to run a single instruction, multiple instructions, the whole program. You can place breakpoints if you want to, just by clicking over the instructions to remove them. You also only have to click with the mouse wheel over them.
Okay, yeah.
So if, for example, if I do this and I ask it to execute the code, what it will do is stop when it reaches a breakpoint and tell so that the
And a very warm welcome back. This is Wi-Fi Sheep Live, giving you live and free coverage of the Risc OS London Virtual Computer Show 2020. My name's Tom Williamson. Thank you for joining us. And this is the start of our afternoon and evening presentations as part of the virtual show. And coming up, we have got Andrew Romsley, who will be dual presenting for Risc OS Development and RComp. Now, these are the holding companies that own Risc OS Direct, and if those of you that are regular to us here on Wi-Fi Sheep will know that we do a lot with Risc OS Direct. So trust me when I say these presentations are going to be really interesting, and yes, maybe I do know a little bit about what's coming up. So let's go back to our Zoom call and we'll see where we're at.
Now, John's died since then, but I know his daughter was around.
So the next presentation, which will be Risc OS Developments, will be along very shortly at 13:30.
Still around, and maybe somebody needs to get in touch and say, "Hey, can we have what you have, even if we can't release it? Can we have it for archiving?
Yeah. Well, this is some of the stuff we're doing with the preservation group, with the I remember it, APG. Was it? It's in Discord. APT. Sorry. If we've got something, we have some things archived that we can't legally release. However, we have them spread around several people, and we're happy to make agreements to hold things for people, provided that we know what the situation is, even if it's put these on your hard drive and keep them for indefinite, just so it's not lost. If it's in 10 years you can release this, if it's you need to talk to the family members of this person who's died, and if we it's something to work from. If we can say to the family members, look, we've been given this by a colleague of your uncle, your father, can you what is the family's opinion on this? Can we take this further? Or someone, we have the data, someone knows the family, and sort of can liaise or put us in touch. They're all positions we can work from. And it's now 13:31, and I'm not going to talk over the next talk.
Thanks for noticing without me saying anything.
Well, thanks for that, Phil. You
Pleasure.
more than filled your time, and I think hopefully it gets everyone thinking about what to do with their preservation and get them rummaging in their drawers for what they've got.
Please
do. Beg your pardon.
And on that note, we now have, well, kind of back-to-back presentations, because Andrew Rawnsley is going to be talking about Riscos developments first, and I think that's kind of going to run into RComp, and then there'll be a combined Q&A at the end, I think is the plan. So,
well, I had a bit of a rethink on that, and on the advice of my good lady, we'll try and do Q&A on Riscos developments at probably sort of effectively what would be the beginning of the RComp talk. Rather, it's a long time for people to wait to have to sit through an hour of me monologuing to get to Q&A. I think there will be quite a few Q&A questions at the end of Riscos Direct. So let's get going. Can you do the honors, Brian?
You should be good to go, I think. You should be able to share.
Okay. I'm not seeing myself full screen yet, but
yeah, you are on screen now.
Can people hear me?
Yes.
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 Good. Right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrew Rawnsley, for those who aren't familiar with me. I'm a partner in Riscos Developments, which is the company that was founded initially to develop a brand new web browsing solution for RiscOS, but has subsequently gone on to become the home of the RiscOS IP following the collapse of Castle a few years back. Without further ado, I'm going to concentrate right from the beginning on the new web browser, and we'll then progress through Riscos developments activities and take a Q&A at the end. It's going to be quite packed, so without further ado, I will share my screen and begin demonstrating the new Iris web browser. All being well, you should be seeing my desktop now.
Yep, looks good.
Yes.
Great stuff. So, the primary web browser that we will be releasing is presently known as Iris. We have actually developed two web browser products behind the scenes, one called OWB and one called Iris. But right now, Iris is looking to be the most promising of the projects, and that's the one that we are promoting first and foremost. Iris is based on the WebKit engine, which also powers things like Apple Safari, and was also the basis for Chrome, which even Microsoft have now made their browser engine. Admittedly, Google have sort of split their code off a little bit, so it gets a bit muddy, but WebKit DNA is all over the modern web. By basing the browser on that technology, we ensure a level of compatibility and future-proofing that no standalone web browser would be able to achieve. Without further ado, I will load the latest build of Iris. In fact, that's not actually technically correct. This is actually a slightly updated version of the August build. The October build is somewhat work in progress, as there have been some fairly major changes behind the scenes. And for demonstration purposes, this August build is actually a nicer version. This has been made available to all of the Riscos Developments investors, and it is my hope that before Christmas this will be in the hands of everybody who supported our O-Browser initiative in the last couple of years. I hope it could be even sooner than that. We were just concentrating on making sure everything was as stable as possible. So you can see here it displays the Riscos Open site. Performance will be dictated somewhat by the speed of my broadband connection. So what I will do is just open NetSurf so that you can sort of see the scrolling speeds in comparison, and then you'll be able to judge what's Iris and what's the limit of the broadband Zoom connection. So if we go to the same website in NetSurf, and we scroll up and down in NetSurf, and then we do the same thing in Iris. Go to the forums. We have actually changed the scroll step in Iris in the latest build, because it is actually jumping quite a lot in this build, whereas we've made it slightly smoother in the new one. But hopefully that gives you some idea of the smoothness of the scroll versus the connection. If we look at these pages straight away, even on a simple site like Riscos Open, you can see the quality of rendering in Iris is excellent compared to what we're seeing here on NetSurf. I'm not trying to rubbish NetSurf at all, by the way. NetSurf is a fantastic piece of software that's got us through a lot of very lean years. But also, I think we need to see the advantages that come with something like Iris. You can immediately see that things like image rollovers are working as I highlight things in the page. This is done with JavaScript and style sheets. These things just simply do not happen when I try and do the same thing in NetSurf. Of course, a website like Riscos Open isn't really what you're all interested in seeing. We need bigger, more complicated sites. So without further ado, let us try the good old BBC website. While that works away, I will bring up the same site in NetSurf, which gives you a comparison of why something like this is needed. You can see that NetSurf does, well, not a bad job at all, to be honest with you. It's actually looking a lot better than I remember it doing. But you can also see that it's not right. You compare that to the Iris version. These images fade in with JavaScript as the page scrolls. And you can see that Iris gets it all correct. Beyond that, we can look at online shopping sites like Argos. Again, if we compare it to what went before and what we see in Iris, it's quite a difference. You can see JavaScript features like pull-down menus working perfectly in Iris. And a fully interactive website is achieved. Many people will want to know about banking. We use Lloyds Bank. I'm not about to log into the bank account for obvious reasons. But if we look at Lloyds, you'll see that that comes up and works quite happily, just as you'd expect. The browser has a number of quality of life features present. You saw me using a hot list. We also have a history list. We can clear selections or jump back to pages, and we can open in new tabs. Or close the tabs. It also supports local HTML files, so we can access files on our local drive, and also supports Riscos protocols, like being able to click on links on emails and in other programs. You can also download files. I don't actually have a demonstration of that, but suffice to say that it opens a save box and downloads in exactly the way you would imagine on RiscOS. And a final demo site I will do will be Amazon, because, well, in COVID times, I think we've probably all been here. Again, you see it looking correct. We can access menus and so on. I won't show the compare and contrast on that one because I think you all know what will happen. Suffice to say that Iris is offering a major step forward in RiscOS web browsing, and you can see it running at quite a respectable performance level. It still would be nice to go faster, but I think most people would agree that this is eminently usable. At this point, I will now move on from Iris. Obviously, questions at the end, please, rather than doing extensive demoing, because we only have a short time for the talk. There goes Netsurf. Next up, we have Pinboard 2.0, which is a new project that we've been developing this summer, based on feedback from our RiscOS Direct initiative to encourage new users to use RiscOS. One of the areas that was identified as being perhaps an obstacle for new users was the RiscOS save system, where you have to drag and drop a save file into a filer window. Quite often there isn't a filer window available for people to drag to. And many new users are used to the Pinboard being an interactive space on other platforms where you can save work and use it like a filer. This spurred us on to investigate the Pinboard as an area of Riscos that has been neglected for quite some time. And so this summer we have been testing, both in public and behind the scenes, a new version of the Pinboard known as Pinboard 2.0. It has quite a range of features. At the most basic, yes, we can take an edit file and we can save the text file to the Pinboard. You'll notice that this text file has a regular filer icon, just like a filer icon would in a filer window. Compare that to the icons for the applications, which are in fact shortcuts to those applications, as they always have been in the Pinboard, a somewhat unique feature of Pinboard compared to the rest of Riscos. You'll see that those items now have pins in them, indicating that they are pinned programs rather than actually existing as files on the disk. The location that stores the files is completely configurable via the configure plugin. If we take a quick look at that, the plugin is designed to accommodate both old and new Pinboards, although this build is focusing on the new Pinboard. The idea is that the new Pinboard can be configured to be completely seamlessly equivalent to the old pin board for those of you who don't care for the new features, but you can turn as much or as little of the new functionality on as you wish. It was very important to us that code be built to the same quality as the existing pin board and to meet rules programming requirements for inclusion in the OS. That also meant that we also wanted to conform to the necessary style guide and user interface expectations of users wherever possible. And we know that not every user wants every new feature. So we've tried to accommodate that in the design of the new pin board. You can see here in the setup tool, we can choose the pin board directory. At the moment it's in boot choices, but you can store it elsewhere. The files that are saved to the pin board can in fact be viewed as a regular file window directly from the pin board menu. It is also completely dynamic. If I now delete this file from the pin board, from the filer, it disappears also from the pin board. If it goes into a recycle bin, such as Delegate or the one which I can't remember by Fred Grout, then the file will disappear into the recycle bin and can be recovered from the recycle bin. Similarly, we can place a file in here if we wish, into the filer window. If we take a document such as this disclaimer and place it in, you will note that it's appeared on the pin board. It defaults to the top left because it doesn't have a better place to put it initially, but once we've placed it somewhere and saved, then it will be used in that location in future. If we delete it from the pin board, you will notice that it has full filer menu structure that has been designed to match the filer structure that you would expect to see with an ordinary filer window. Again, if we delete it from there, you can see it's disappeared from the pin board window. There are a range of other features that have been introduced in the new pin board. For example, at the top left here, we have what is known as a watermark. The meaning of the watermark will be made clear in the RComp talk, but for now, suffice to say that that is an introduction of a draw file element into the desktop. This is the first inclusion of vector graphics into the RISC-OS user experience that I'm aware of, and is significant because it is screen mode, by being vector graphics, it is screen mode independent and overlaid upon whatever bitmap background you're already displaying. So in this case, we have the stock RISC-OS Direct wallpaper, and then this Forte logo is in fact a draw file that is being watermarked on the top. With the watermark facility, we can choose where on the screen it appears and any offset from the edge of the screen. Another key feature is that of stickies. You'll see here that I have a list of things to talk about during the talk. It appears on the screen. We can have as many stickies as we like. We can start a new sticky, or we can delete the sticky. For the sticky itself, we can set a title. You can see I've got this set as a reminder. You can also change the font. I have a personal preference for Sassoon, which gives a slightly handwritten look to the sticky. And we can change the colors. To match the desktop, we might choose a more sort of bluish background. The new pin board can be set to save automatically on shutdown, so that you don't have to remember to manually save your changes to the pin board. But we also know that could be controversial, so again, it is configurable. Stickies are also normally saved there, but there is a save option on the menu if you want to be doubly sure that your stickies are indeed saved. Another aspect is the text. You'll notice that there is no background behind the text under the icons. We have used flomp blending for icon text. We've actually introduced several types of blending and background. You can have the standard text appearance, which has a fixed background color behind the text, the flomp blending, which will blend the text into the backdrop of your choice, and finally an outline text option, which you can see being used. Well, actually, I think that's not the final version of it, but it's not looking fantastic, but in the corner of the screen there. The font blending is basically used to allow similar colors to appear on similar colored backgrounds, much like Windows uses edged text for example, white text on a fairly pale or white background on a modern Windows desktop. We also support variable icon sizes. So you can have small icons, normal icons, or large icons. Interestingly, the large icons will make use of the Sprites 11's files that come with the operating system and with many applications to provide higher quality artwork. So when using larger icons, don't be surprised if you actually see better quality icons as well, rather than just blocky scaling of the sizes. Finally, I think I've probably missed a few other features, but hey, we support a wide range of image formats. In fact, anything that ChangeFSI can support is now valid as a desktop background. You'll also see grayed out here a cache option. It's grayed out because I'm using a sprite at the moment, but if I was using another image type, cache would be available as an option. The purpose of this is to cache a converted high-performance image over an attempt to render an image natively. Large JPEGs that come out of modern cameras can be absolutely huge, and if you try and render those as a desktop wallpaper or pinboard backdrop, as we would say, then dragging windows around can be extremely sluggish as it attempts to plot in the background for the large high-resolution JPEG. By using the cache option, it pre-converts it to a suitable sprite that can be used, that will update and redraw instantaneously. This makes moving around the desktop much smoother, and by automating it, it means the user doesn't have to manually convert that file with ChangeFSI before use. It makes life a lot easier when using backdrops from other platforms. There's also a full screen option there, which is worth mentioning. Many pinboard backdrops that you would download off the internet tend to be sized to specific resolutions, such as a full 1920 by 1080. Traditionally, the pinboard wallpaper was, it began at the top of the icon bar. So in order to be accurately sized, you actually need to resize the backdrop down by about 68 pixels. This wasn't a natural fit for the files that you would download off the internet, so often you had to live with either a scaling going on or missing the top off the top of the screen. With the full screen option, the high resolution 1080p backdrop would actually fill the 1080p screen behind the icon bar, so you get a full 1920 by 1080 pixels on a 1920 by 1080 desktop, rather than having it reduced by the height of the icon bar. So it makes it much more compatible with the images that you might download off a Google image search, for example. At that point, I'm going to stop on the pinboard because I'm looking at the time and it's rapidly moving on. Next up, Riscos Direct. There will be a Raspberry Pi 4 update for Riscos Direct delivered, I'd like to say immediately after this talk. I think in practice it's going to be sometime early this coming week. It's primarily just a case of just uploading the zip to the Riscos Direct website and making sure it's all available. This fixes a number of bugs in Riscos Direct and adds full support for Raspberry Pi 4. These are the most common requests from new users wanting to try out RiscOS Direct, and we hope that the new changes will make that product even better. The purpose of Riscos Direct, for those who don't know, is to have a version of RiscOS that is packed with as much content and new user-friendly material as possible, with the idea of using RiscOS Direct for outreach. Indeed, we've actually got a huge stack of SD cards that we intended to give out to PyJams before the dreaded COVID crisis hit. So we were all set to go earlier this year with, I think several hundred discs to hand out to potential new Riscos users, and then of course all the PyJams closed. So once the crisis is over, we intend to get back to this process of being able to hand out discs to potential new users and engage them in RiscOS to bring in a next generation of RISC-OS user. So it's very important that features like the new pin board and things are included to make RISC-OS as enticing as possible in the future. The new pin board is still in alpha beta test, but if anybody wants to get involved, please drop me an email. We're not hiding this in any way, so anybody who wishes to beta test the new pin board can do so. We also hope to make it available to users of RISC-OS 4. Indeed, I'm actually testing it on a virtual Acorn system as well. So you should be able to use the pin board on a broad range of computers. If you have any more questions on RISC-OS Direct, we'll leave that to the Q&A. The next item on the agenda is the new TCP/IP stack, which hopefully comes as a nice surprise to everyone. I can't really demonstrate the new TCP/IP stack because it is very much work in progress. I'm going to drop out of the RISC-OS Direct desktop now and return to talking to camera. The TCP/IP stack is a project that we've undertaken for one of our commercial partners, but will hopefully benefit all RISC-OS users. And indeed, we've had meeting with ROUGOL about just that. The new stack is designed to build a firm foundation for networking on RISC-OS. If you're familiar with the existing networking system, it actually dates back to the 1990s. Although there were some tweaks done around the time of the Ionics to 32-bit it, the raw underlying network stack can be traced back to Acorn's work in the sort of 94 to 97 period. So it's almost 25 years out of date. And that means it precedes many modern networking technologies like Wi-Fi, VLANs, IPv6, and so on. We simply don't have a robust underlying network stack, and it's difficult to deliver network-based projects when you don't have a firm foundation. The new TCP/IP stack takes the secure and mature stack from OpenBSD and brings it over to RISC-OS. We've worked hard to create tools to make that process as automated as possible so that we can in future track the OpenBSD development work. There is still some manual elements to the process, but hopefully it won't be another 25 years before we do this again. At the moment, we have created the stack. We have produced something that works with existing Ether USB and ETH network drivers. That covers things like Raspberry Pi, IMX6, but other network drivers can be added very easily. I think the ETH driver took the programmer about a day to produce once he'd got the IMX6 hardware. The new stack is already capable of running simple tests like ping, both to other platforms and from itself. And indeed, we can actually run the existing RISC-OS ping tool using the new stack, which will demonstrate the fact that we are achieving a level of compatibility with the existing TCP/IP stack. Indeed, the last words I heard from the programmer were, Eureka, I have NetSurf running over the new TCP/IP stack. I thought, well, that'll make a great demo for the show, but of course, trying to run a remote sharing session over VNC over a new TCP/IP stack and NetSurf on top of that, I think that would have been a step too far. So for now, no demonstration of the new stack. But it's certainly making headway. For the time being, features like IPv6 and the Wi-Fi elements are commented out, or rather compiled out. That's not because they won't work, but simply because when you're building something, you start from first principles and work upwards. You don't try and run before you walk. The code's all there. There's no reason to suggest that it won't work. The techniques that we've adapted to allow the new TCP/IP stack to run on RISC-OS will apply equally to the IPv6 work. And we are actually talking to various people about that, including people like Justin Fletcher, who you may remember from the long past, who has actually got an IPv6 system working for his pet project, and therefore we're treading ground that he's touched on in his work, and therefore we should be able to achieve a level of compatibility with what's being done elsewhere. And that will help with the testing of the new TCP/IP stack. The stack will be offered free of charge to ROUGOL for inclusion in the main operating system, and indeed already has been. We aren't trying to take advantage of the ROUGOL bounties because this work is being done with the blessing of a commercial partner. Then this work can be offered back to the Riscos community at no cost. And that is obviously one big advantage of Riscos developments being able to work full-time with commercial companies to promote the development of RiscOS. And of course, it allows RiscOS developments to oversee and manage these projects to ensure that they benefit the whole community and that everything is done in harmony with the rest of the community. The final elements I will quickly run over before we do the Q&A are the open sourcing of Landman 98. We have the full source code to Landman 98 courtesy of Robin at Warm Silence. I will be intending to get that out this coming week for free download, both the application and the source code. So that application will be available for people to work on and evaluate. Perhaps the best bits can be incorporated in with OmniClient and Landman FS in the operating system. Again, that will be made free of charge in the next few days. Riscos Developments has also been supporting the development of the new Python 3 language for RiscOS. Python 3 is a major update over the Python 2 language that was already available on RiscOS. And indeed, it's almost a completely different language in terms of the syntax and the way it's used. RiscOS had dropped off the supported platforms list with Python 2.7. So the move to Python 3 was essentially a whole new project. But it's very important because Python is the de facto standard language for learning modern programming in the way that BASIC was for many of us back in the 1980s. It's very difficult to reach a new user base if you can't support the programming languages that they're learning at school and in universities. So Python is inherently important to RiscOS, and the goal is to make the Python 3 experience as similar and blended with the operating system as BASIC has been traditionally on RiscOS. The Python 3 project is nearing release status. It's already available for public beta. It supports a lot of common libraries like Pygame, which provides graphics, keyboard, sound, type operation, and is popular in type-it-in listings in magazines for Pi systems and the like. With this as part of RiscOS Direct, we feel that it's a much stronger platform for encouraging new users with RiscOS. The system will actually auto-download Python libraries from the main Python repository, and there is also work being done to produce a RiscOS desktop application library for Python as well, and Python 3, so that you can write desktop applications in Python 3. Moving on finally, because I have already overrun the 30-minute time slot that we were supposed to have, I will finally touch on the thorny issue that is 64-bit. And this is the big challenge facing RiscOS in the next 10 years. At the moment, RiscOS is a 32-bit operating system and uses what is known as AArch32. This is the actual language used by the ARM processor itself. Now, modern ARM processors use something called AArch64, which is a 64-bit language, for want of a better term. AArch64, unfortunately, it bears very little resemblance to AArch32. I think because ARMs are so often used in mobile devices, where programs are typically written in Java or similar, there was much less requirement for the generations of processor language to remain the same between 32-bit and 64-bit. In the Intel AMD world, Intel tried to go it alone with a brand new 64-bit language in their Itanium processors, and that fell on very deaf ears. Ultimately, Intel 64-bit processors run an AMD-derived 64-bit language known as AMD 64, and that is much closer to 32-bit Intel code than Intel's offering was. ARM, however, didn't have the requirement for backwards compatibility in the same way, so AArch64 is very different to AArch32, and that makes a huge problem for RISC-OS going forwards. For the time being, there are still 32-bit processors and 64-bit processors with 32-bit modes, but that won't always be the case, and so we need to have an eye towards 64-bit. Since it's a whole new language, a lot of the code that's available from RISC-OS will simply cease to work on 64-bit processors. So we need a plan to accommodate that. There are a number of approaches ranging from completely rewriting RISC-OS from the ground up to hybrid emulation systems to complete emulation systems. And the key is finding the right balance between native code and emulation, because certainly some level of emulation would be required, otherwise pretty much every piece of software would fail. Apple tackled this and perhaps give us a bit of a roadmap in a way with their Rosetta technology when they moved from PowerPC to Intel back in the day. That was a similar move. And that's something that we are taking note of. We have a programmer actively working on possible ways forward, and whilst there are many options, and I'm not going to give Site 1 as being any better than any other, and at this point it is very early days, but we have a programmer who has taken a very tiny low-level microkernel, 64-bit microkernel, that runs on a range of CPU architectures, including 64-bit ARM, but actually also on top of 64-bit Intel. And by using this tiny microkernel layer, he can then run a 32-bit ARM layer on top of that. And he's able to use that to boot into a RISC-OS desktop in approximately 6 seconds. Now that matches the same time to desktop of an ARM X6, which is still a top-tier RISC-OS system. And the overall system performance, he tells me, is very similar to an ARM X6 level of performance using his very early emulation of the ARM32 system. He's looking to expand this by unlocking the restrictions of the emulation to take advantage of the native hardware. So instead of trying to emulate a classic RISC-OS machine, the goal is to allow the native components to be used to create effectively a more modern, I'm loath to use the word, but virtual RISC-OS system that can take advantage of the best of the native hardware capabilities while still maintaining compatibility with the 32-bit system. As I say, it's very early days, but he's shown me working demonstrations of where he's got to it in a relatively short space of time. And we're looking forward to seeing where that goes in future. But I wanted to mention the project simply because I wanted you to understand that we are taking an active interest in where RISC-OS goes in the future, not just where it goes right now. Because as owners of the RISC-OS IP, it's in our interest to make sure that the RISC-OS IP blossoms and gets as much attention and use worldwide on as many hardware projects as possible. And that can only happen if we embrace the future as well as the past. And it's certainly RISC-OS development's goal to act as a place where such projects can thrive and be overseen and work together with partners like ROUGOL and the other hardware and software vendors to create something as a community that is much better than the sum of the individual parts. You'll note that I'm not doing a sort of hat-in-hand begging drive this time. The projects that I've talked about so far are currently fully funded. We will obviously need to come back for more funding in due course, but for now, rest assured that these projects are all in hand, and we are very excited for the future. So if anybody has any questions, I'm now open to questions.
Yeah, I've got 2 questions, if I may. When might we see a version of Iris that people can use that aren't part of the schemes? Because I really want to start using a decent web browser on Riscos, and I would love to start being able to use it. But obviously, I'm not part of the funding schemes or anything like that. And also, I don't know, as you know, Andrew, I use old Riscos operating system. So this might be an old question that is not relevant anymore with new Riscos, but I'll ask it and you can fill me in. With Pinboard 2, is it a Riscos thing now that we can still do multiple users? So is Pinboard 2 across a user base? If you were to log into another user, would their Pinboard be set up with their configuration files, their downloads, and all their setup? Or is Pinboard 2 just for one user? So, or is it multiple users in Riscos available anymore?
Okay, that's quite a lot of questions there. I'll see what I can do to answer them. So you're asking about the browser. The next release stage will be to anybody who has previously purchased the OBrowser CD at the shows and events. I will be making that easier to get hold of through Pling Store, etc. Because I know that that's been a bit of a bugbear in the past. So that's something that will be a priority once the browser is made available that way. That's basically to widen the beta test phase. Obviously, the browser will be available free of charge to everyone, but we're doing a staggered release because, frankly, although it looked pretty good in the demonstration, there are still quite a few rough edges. It was only just a couple of days before the show that I was able to get things to the stability that I wanted in order to be able to show the demonstration. And I did have to turn off a few things behind the scenes. For example, the latest October build wasn't being shown because that I felt was a bit unstable to be used. As a result, we don't want to sort of put it around as the default Riscos web browser when it may crash and leave a horrible experience for people. Additionally, the way it's currently packaged is not what we would like for a final release version. So that's why we're doing a sort of staggered release. Initially, it's been to investors, then to people who've got OBrowser, then to everybody else once we're happy that it's in a condition that everybody else will find acceptable. So as for the OBrowser thing, I genuinely hope that that will definitely be before Christmas. I don't really see a reason why I can't put out the version that I was just demonstrating in the talk really very quickly in the next sort of, first couple of weeks of November. But I'm also extremely busy, so I have to balance my time as to what I can actually realistically do in a day. But that would be the goal, to get it to the OBrowser people in the next few weeks. Could even be days, but I don't want to make a promise to you that I can't keep. As far as users on Pinboard are concerned, RiscOS in its RiscOS 5 incarnation doesn't support users. So that's really a non-question as far as RiscOS 5 is concerned. There is no reason why it couldn't do that, because all it's doing is saving to a folder in boot choices. And as far as I know, on Riscos Adjust, it should also work, because the user system on Riscos Adjust just basically has a series of user-specific choices folders in the boot structure. So, in other words, when you save your results in one user, that would go into that user's choices folder, and then if you saved it in another user, that would go into the other user's choices folder. So it should handle multiple users without any modification. But I will put the caveat on that I personally don't use multiple users on my Risc-OS Adjust system, so I have no first-hand experience of that to say absolutely that that will work, but I see no reason why it wouldn't. Anybody else have any?
Andrew, yes. On Iris, will you be able to print to a normal printer, and is it intelligent? In other words, will it fit the full screen onto a sheet of A4, or does it, fall over the edge, as a lot of browsers do?
That's an excellent question, and that's also why Iris is beta or even alpha rather than being a release version. At the moment, it can save effectively a screenshot of what it's doing. You can save an extended screenshot, which would actually be a shot of the entire page, which can then be printed in a program of your choice. That isn't a proper printing feature, I'm well aware, but it's what we've got right now. There is a print engine, I believe, in WebKit, but obviously it is not very Risc-OS friendly. So in theory, the technology is there, but it will require a level of Risc-OSifying that I don't want to even begin to make promises on at this stage, because I'm not the lead programmer, and I'm sure the lead programmer would not appreciate me making promises on his behalf. But yeah, I am aware of printing. I make use of printing extensively for printing invoices from web browsers on Windows. So it is a feature that is pretty close to my heart in terms of things that I would want from a Risc-OS web browser. So I'm not ignoring that, but equally the focus has been on just trying to deliver something that's usable first. I can't stress, I mean, you can probably imagine how much work has gone into producing what you've seen today. And the very fact that it did, I hope you thought, a pretty darn good job. Sort of hopefully sort of confirms our faith in the project and gives you faith in Risc-OS development's capability to deliver the project.
I guess you could use Snapper or something like that to take a screenshot.
Well, as I say, that is already present. That the save box for the page, it allows you to save a snapshot of the window or of the whole page. So you can already do that built into the browser.
Okay.
I've got another question, if I may, Andrew, just quick. With OBrowser, how much is it to buy, and also is there any show prices at the moment?
I believe the price that we asked for OBrowser was £40. It was a sort of donation system, or more if you wanted to use it on lots of machines. I have to say, I thought you bought it in the past, David, but I may be wrong on that. I'd have to check any records that we have. I'm not sure off the top of my head. My intention is to make it available again on Plingstore, because traditionally OBrowser was something that Richard and I offered at shows, because it was mainly for practical reasons, because Risc-OS Developments doesn't set out to be a vendor in the traditional sense. You'll note that most of the project, or all the projects that I've talked about, are free projects from Risc-OS Developments. Risc-OS Developments works as a sort of not-for-profit type ethos. We develop products, then we give them away. The reason why we charge for OBrowser is simply to help keep coffers full for that purpose. But it's not our intention that that be seen as a barrier. So if somebody says to me, well, look, Andrew, I really can't afford 40 quid, I'm not going to say, oh, no, you cannot have OBrowser. But on the other hand, please don't take advantage of it, because I promise you it takes an awful lot of 40 quid to cover the kind of development costs that real-life programming can accrue.
Sorry, just one more final thing then. So how would I go about getting OBrowser? Because obviously I want to try and test the new browser ASAP. So how would I go about getting OBrowser at the moment?
I think I just said that my intention was to bring it back onto Plingstore in the next few days.
Right, I'm sorry, I see what you mean there. And I can't buy it before. I can't buy it in between, you mean?
Well, as I say, I wouldn't until I've got the. If you're buying it for the purpose of getting Iris, which I'm not entirely happy with that ethos, it doesn't quite.
Oh, sorry.
But I would wait till Iris was available if that's your thought process, because that way you're not, OBrowser was a product of its time. It's useful in its own right, but with Iris being so close, I would wait till you've seen a press announcement about that, and then buy it. It will be available. It will be on Plingstore by the time Iris is there, so that we can sort of sync all of that up.
Okay, I just really can't wait to use the Iris web browser. That's all.
Yeah. Okay, I noticed a comment in chat from Paul Emerton about investing in Riscos developments. Obviously, always appreciated. If you would like to contact either myself or Richard Brown, that's Andrew at Riscos Dev or Richard at Riscos Dev offline about that, then we would be very happy to discuss that with you. People who have invested in the company or made donations to the company of a reasonable size receive our regular newsletter. So all of the information that I spoke about today was already known to all of our investor partners, and they have a much more active role in the running of the company in terms of generating feedback, early access to content, testing, and so on and so forth. So we send out the regular newsletters to them and the early access software, and try and respond as much as possible to those people to give them the best access to the company that we can. Although I should stress that the word invest is with extreme caution. This is primarily a donation rather than an investment at this stage, unless you're making a very large donation, in which case we would have to think about how that was handled.
So Andrew, you mentioned about investments.
I'm sorry, I can hear somebody talking, but I can't hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Andrew. Yeah. You can hopefully hear me. Yeah. So you mentioned about donations.
Mm-hmm.
Were you looking at some sort of scheme that you could make regular donations, or are you just looking at one-offs?
Well, we do have some partners who do actually make regular donations by various means. I think that's something that you would want to talk to Richard about. He deals with a lot of the sort of administrative stuff rather than myself. You're seeing me today because it was more of a technical presentation of the different products, and I knew there'd be quite a lot of technical questions. So that's why I'm up to date. Richard deals with all the sort of company type paperwork and that kind of thing. Anybody else?
Yeah, I have a quick question, Andrew. Hey. For developers like me that have an incredible small amount of time to work on this course, where should we focus on in terms of investing our time? First of all, AIF, ELF. Are we going, if we're going to keep both, are we going to have shared libraries, DLL, call it whatever you want, for AIF as well? There was an initial project on that.
Okay, so some aspects of that I think would probably be better targeted towards the rule talk later, because I think they will be talking about the DDE and the development tools. I think it's important to remember that the future of Riscos is very much a partnership of companies like Riscos Developments, ROUGOL. Assuming the Cloverleaf project is successful, then you know, it will be a way of us all working together. I mean, Riscos Developments, as holder of the IP, has a clearly vested stake in making sure that Riscos' future is as rosy as it can be, and we'll do everything that we can to coordinate and ensure that happens. As far as your specific question, with an eye to 64-bit, I think that lead will have to come from ROUGOL because as producers of the development tools. But I see certainly for sort of ported type programs, the GCC environment being critical going forwards, and that naturally leads into the ELF approach that with the shared libraries. I think we probably need something to make upgrading and maintaining shared libraries a little easier for people, although package management does help a lot with that with Pacman. I think something that allows people, Pacman assumes one level of one method of software distribution. I think we need to have things that can sync that with people buying the sort of traditional software purchase of buying a CD to show or something, or a USB stick with software on. So we need to find the necessary tool chain to make it easy to maintain that. But I think ELF has a big role to play in the future. Yes, certainly. And I think that you know, with many things stemming from the Linux world, that GCC is critical for that. As far as ALF is concerned, I think most traditional RISC-OS programmers will continue to develop with Norcroft tools because that's what they're used to, but that does inherently mean being limited, at least for the time being, to the present ecosystem, which is basically rendered obsolete by AR64. But that's why it's so important to have sort of technology similar to Apple's Rosetta to allow for 32-bit stuff to exist within a 64-bit ecosystem. I know there's been, I haven't been following it, but there's been quite a lot of chat about the pros and cons of different methods. I'm absolutely not suggesting that the method that we're investigating at the moment is necessarily the best one, but it's an approach that can provide, at the very least, a stopgap solution, and also a way of providing a more sort of architecture neutral solution in future. I am cautious because it reminds me of some of Acorn's, or rather Peter Bondar's, Peter Bondar's ill-fated plans with ART back in the Acorn era, which in hindsight were not the best plan in the world. I don't want to make the same mistakes. But on the other hand, I'm also painfully aware that if we don't do anything, then we could hit the skids in a couple of years' time quite nastily. So I think there needs to be probably a selection of projects working, ranging from a sort of new RISC-OS from the ground up project. Personally, I'm not entirely convinced that sort of just going through all the ARM code and trying to convert it over to 64-bit is necessarily the smartest way forward. I think something written in C would be a better approach. I also feel that if you are going to go through effectively rewriting large chunks of the operating system, you might actually be better served by sort of building on some newer programming concepts and newer ways of doing things, but then making sure that you have a compatibility layer on top that allows the existing code to operate. Quite exactly how that would work is something really for bigger brains than myself. But I envisage something along the lines of a sort of core operating system that takes the best ideas from modern operating system design, with a sort of modernized window manager that perhaps preemptively multitasked, but with a process that ran legacy web applications cooperatively within a sort of holder process. But I say that with very little idea of how best to achieve that beyond having seen something vaguely similar done with WIMP2, but perhaps not in quite the same way back in the Acorn era. But I do feel that perhaps building on a firmer foundation of modern OS design could yield benefits in future. Certainly building something written in C, but I am also super aware that RISC-OS without its software is not RISC-OS at all.
Right, Andrew, on that point, I think you've now got half an hour to do the RComp talk, so you probably ought to move on.
Okay, so let's move on to the RComp talk. I will now switch back to screen sharing again, because I will now reveal what the Forte is. So if I click share screen and I switch back to, I hope that one, and I close that and that. The Forte is a brand new computer that we are launching at the show, with units being produced between now and Christmas and shipping out to users. You'll be able to see the first batch here today. I will have example units, and the units will be available for sale pretty much straight away. I will just try and find where I put the, there we are, there are the pictures, that's what we want. So the Forte started out as a prototype CAD design. You can see the front of the computer. It developed into a more complete design once it was produced in the flesh. The purpose of the Forte project is to deliver a very low cost computer in our range. Our machines are known for being higher end systems, starting at around £500. The idea is to lower that barrier of entry to create something that is much more acceptable to the budget end of the market and potentially to newer Risc OS users at around the £250 price point, while still incorporating all the key features that make our more expensive systems as well respected as they are. In particular, that includes features like our recovery systems, our operating system upgrades, the support, the software, and the quality and attention to detail in the machines themselves. All of that carries over to the Forte. As the name implies, it's powered by the Raspberry Pi 4 technology. The Raspberry Pi 4 offers an extremely high performance processor for the price. Indeed, in benchmarks, it can reach or even exceed the Titanium. For example, when Iris loads, which is normally a very lengthy process, on a Titanium system, you will see loading times of about 9 seconds. On a base Forte, you can get that down to about 8 seconds. And we've also developed some technology specifically for the Forte, which is we call accelerator technology. And with accelerator technology, Iris will actually load in just under 4 seconds. So at that point, it is running at an impressive rate of knots and really helps demanding products like Iris. Indeed, it is intended that in due course, the Forte will actually ship with a modern web browser, because it's important that new users to this platform have access to modern web components, and of course existing users too. You'll notice on the front of the Forte box, you can see the Risc OS Direct logo. It's being done in partnership with Tom Williamson of Wi-Fi Sheep and Risc OS Direct fame, with the idea of presenting the computer to new users as a logical step up from bare-board Raspberry Pi type solutions. It also means that they can have a solution that they just plug in, turn on, and gives them a Risc OS desktop in the most elegant way possible, complete with all the necessary expansion, the sockets, and everything that you would want from a full Risc OS computer. For existing users, we think that the head nod to the Risc PC in the design language of the unit will be appreciated. We also think that the fact that you can get sort of Titanium level performance for a third the price will be appreciated, or I should say Titan stroke Time Machine level performance rather than Titanium. That was unfair to the Titanium itself. For a third the price of those machines will be appreciated. The higher end machines, though, do still have the edge in terms of disk access with their native SATA drives. Storage will remain an Achilles heel for Pi-based products for the time being. But thanks to advances in software, things are getting better. For example, the latest Messenger Pro, which will be supplied with the Forte, includes technology to speed up disk I/O on the slower disk access systems. So it should overall make the experience on Forte to be as good as it can possibly be. We've tried to develop a well-rounded solution with Forte that covers not only the hardware but also the software. So from a hardware perspective, you've got the Pi technology with gigabit Ethernet and high performance. We've added additional USB ports. So the so the Forte offers 6 USB ports on the unit. It also has full-size HDMI connection. If I look at the rear CAD, you can see that it has the USB ports Ethernet on the rear, as well as full HDMI, and a pop-out panel for the second HDMI should Risc OS gain that capability. You'll also notice pop-out panels on the side for future expansion as well. And there will be a model available with built-in Wi-Fi. This presentation is actually running on a Forte, so the Iris demonstration you saw earlier was running on that platform. You can see that it is already a mature and stable platform, and it will come with a range of Arcomp software products that will be at least equal to the £250 sticker price should you were you to buy the software separately. Indeed, you could say that you get the computer for free if you buy the software, although perhaps that's not the tagline to go with. I will now switch back from this view to show you the real life product. So if I stop sharing and disconnect the unit, you can see the unit here. It's a touch heavier than you might expect. It's made with tough, sturdy plastic that is biodegradable, although not during the lifetime of the product, I should stress. That makes it environmentally friendly, as well as being an excellent housing for the computer. There's plenty of vent for airflow because the Pi does get toasty. The stickers are optional, but we do intend to include them for those who wish to brand their computers. And the intention is to include everything that you need in the box to get going, so you'll have your power supply and everything else ready to go. The zoom thing is really not doing a particular justice to this, but if I slowly rotate the system, you can see this unit in a full 360 degrees. Of course, some people will say, but Andrew, it's just a Pi in a box. And that is a fair comment. The Forte is ultimately a Pi in a box. But we'd suggest that it is probably one of the better Pi in a boxes. I would say almost on a par with the Pi in a boxes that you would get from Melton Mowbray at Christmas with pot pies inside. The way we want to distinguish the Forte from the crowd, as it were, is through the software, through the thought that's gone into the hardware design with the extra USB ports, off controls, internal expansion, dual disk approach for recovery, expansion via internal hats. There's enough height in there to fit additional modules inside, additional SSD, etc. And on the software front, you've got a large amount of software. You've got a curated approach to the delivery of that software. Anybody who's familiar with our existing machines will understand what I'm talking about. And regular operating system upgrades and firmware upgrades. Indeed, the Risc OS Direct for Raspberry Pi 4 will also include an automatic way of updating the firmware on the Raspberry Pi 4s to ensure that they are up to date and compatible with Risc OS and Risc OS Direct. So all of that will be part and parcel of the product that we're doing, and we will also be using sort of social media with the partners at Wi-Fi Sheep to promote the product to new users as well as existing Risc OS users to try and boost the interest outside of the Risc OS community with this product. I'm now going to move on from this to another new machine that we're announcing today and demonstrating. And if I get rid of my virtual background at this point, turn on the lighting effects that I have here, you will see in the corner a somewhat exposed box, which is the prototype unit of our TIX or TIX system. Also, to follow the musical theme of Forte and Minim, we also call it the Duet, and we're open to suggestions from people as to whether they prefer the TIX name or the Duet name. On the website, we're calling it the TIX Duet until we come up with a final choice of name. The name represents the fact that you actually have two systems here rather than one. You have both an AMD Intel system and a high-performance ARM system based on titanium technology. These run with one power supply in one case, but internally provide separate subsystems that link together to perform something that is better than the sum of the parts, we hope. By using separate subsystems, we ensure that there is no compromise in the performance. So whilst the concept of a PC and a Risc machine in the same box may be reminiscent of Acorn with their Risc PC, that was hamstrung by running over the Risc PC bus, which was like trying to squeeze 3 lanes of motorway into 1 lane of country road. With this, you have 2 systems that are independent yet linked, which ensures that both systems have maximum throughput. And that means that you can have a PC that's as simple as a web browsing word processing system, right up to something that is a full state-of-the-art water-cooled 16-core gaming monster with big graphics card. If you look in the case, you probably can't see too much, but there are actually 2 motherboards, one at the top, one at the bottom. The ARM board at the bottom, the PC board at the top, which is my work machine rehoused. I do have a water cooler to go in there, but I didn't have time to fit it before the show. The purpose of the system is to give people the best of all worlds in one system. And I will give a brief demonstration of that now. So if I start screen sharing the Risc OS desktop on the machine, there we go. You can see the desktop here. We have features like Uniprint, which allow printing from one side to the other. We have shared storage and the file swap, which allows transfer between the 2 platforms. And you can either use things like KVM to have independent graphics outputs, or you can use features like VNC or RDP to combine the graphics outputs together. Some monitors will actually allow you to have the graphics outputs from both computers combined onto the screen side by side. Many of the big super wides, for example, allow 2 full-size desktops side by side, or you can use picture-in-picture type facilities to have maybe a quarter of the screen for one and the rest for the other. For this purposes of this, because we're using a lot of VNC to achieve the shared desktops, I will start by showing you that. The PC board has both LAN and Wi-Fi. I will use Wi-Fi because that's a neat way of doing it, less cables. You can see here that we have the full desktop of my work PC, and we can operate that within the confines of the VNC window. This gives access to a full range of Windows software within our Risc OS desktop. Obviously, the web browser demonstration will be less relevant once Iris hits the streets, but I can't type, so that's not going to take me to where I wanted to go. Sorry, slow response with everything going over the network. But you can see how we can use that to achieve both systems within the one desktop. And similarly, if we were looking at the PC side as our main side, we can see the Risc OS desktop in exactly the same way. The 2 can also be linked together. So again, using the Uniprint technology that's supplied with the system, we can bring up Unicontrol. I can demonstrate how we can do things like the URL launching. So you can see one side of the machine can pass things through to the other side of the machine. For those unfamiliar with this technology, if you look at something like Messenger Pro, that has baked in use of Uniprint URL launching, so you can actually right-click on a link in Messenger Pro and pass it straight through to the other platform. So you can do your email on Riscos, and then just right-click a link and go open on the other machine, and it will pop up just like the Archont website has popped up there on the system. Similarly, I can pass files to and fro. If I just get rid of that for 1 second and put a file into the file swap, if we go into show demo, we can go to examples and put this graphics file across. And then if I look at the file swap on the other machine, you can see there's the graphic file from the Riscos desktop. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, well, I can do all of that with 2 computers anyway. And that's absolutely true. There's very little here that you can't do with the necessary tools and parts using 2 separate computers. The key here is that this is 1 computer box with 1 power supply. I'm using 1 keyboard and mouse. I'm using 1 monitor. And I'm integrating all of that into 1 system to create something that, for me at least, is better than the sum of its parts. And indeed, this very machine will be my work machine going forwards, because it will allow me to have a full Riscos 5 system, a full Windows system, and even a virtual Acorn system, all in the confines of 1 box. My virtual Acorn desktop is extremely large because it's usually connected to a super wide monitor, but you get the idea. I will now close that out, and I will continue to use the TI portion for the rest of the talk. You'll see in the top corner there, I've got a watermark, Pling Store 20% discount code, London 2020. If you buy any Archont or Archont Interactive software this weekend or until the end of the month on Pling Store, you can put that into the special instructions box, and we will discount the software by 20% when it goes off your card. The Pling Store will still think you've paid full price, but we can promise you that if you've used that code, you will get the 20% discount when it comes off your card. As I say, valid until the end of the month on Archont and Archont Interactive software. With about 15 minutes left, I have an awful lot still to cover, so I will go very quickly through as much as the stuff you've seen before as possible. ARM book, I've talked about it at previous shows, you've seen it. They're getting quite scarce because of production, but we have found 1 or 2 down the back of the sofa, so we do still have a small number still available of the ARM book computers. If you're not familiar, then I suggest you watch some of my previous talks. It's complete RISC-OS portable system, with up to 14 hours of battery life, and it's great. It's difficult to sort of sum it up in much more than that. Several people who bought them have commented that it's completely renewed their interest in RISC-OS because they're able to program and do RISC-OS things from wherever they are in the house. Just power it up and you actually see a RISC-OS desktop. Obviously, the ARM book has been a key product for us this year and has been very well received, both in the UK and abroad. It offers the high resolution screen and also easier to see probably on camera is big mode, which makes everything larger and clearer to see. My camera's probably not doing justice to this. Anyway, so that's ARM book. There will be operating system upgrades coming out very shortly, and to accommodate 5.28. And that applies to all of our computers where possible. We will be bringing out 5.28 releases as soon as Riscos Open give us the head nod to do so. Another new computer that we're launching at the show is a new generation of RISC-Cube Mini. For those who aren't familiar with our RISC-Cubes, they basically have Intel processors in them. In theory, it could be AMD, but for the most part, it's Intel, and run Windows and virtual RISC OS. Although that's not, for many people, it's a lot less exciting than the pure ARM systems. The reality is that these type of systems still accounts for probably a good 50 to 60% of the systems that we sell. So it's still very relevant to what people are actually using in the real world. The RISC-Cube Mini is an exciting new model. You can see it's very small, but it can still pack in up to an 8-core processor, would you believe. If we look at the rear, you'll see that it's got a lot of expansion there. You've got multiple USB ports, including the latest USB 3.1, 10 gigabit variety, HDMI display port, multiple gigabit Ethernet ports. There are Wi-Fi expansions available. On the front, you've got the various USB ports again with more high-speed USB 3.1 Gen 2 ports, and a card reader. So really, you can pack an awful lot of good stuff into the machine. You can have a solid-state disk and a backup hard drive in there as well. And it supports both SATA and NVMe next-gen SSD storage for the highest possible performance. So RISC-Cube Mini packs an awful lot of punch into a very small space. We've also just taken delivery of a new range of RISC books, which can come without operating system. So if you don't want to pay the Microsoft tax, we can offer Linux laptops without Microsoft tax associated with them. Although in all honesty, given the high price of laptops, that isn't actually a large saving, because Microsoft tend to peddle their operating so cheaply to the large vendors. But nevertheless, for moral reasons, some people liked the idea of a laptop that has no Microsoft anywhere near it. Switching back to the shared desktop, the ARMX6 is available in a new case design that's sort of like a small tower. We've knocked £100 off the price. ARMX6 at this point is a stalwart Riscos machine, but remains many people's sort of first choice for a sort of mid-range, more affordable RISC OS machine that still has solid-state disk via SATA, gigabit Ethernet, and the likes. It's also the sort of target baseline performance for Iris, so it remains an excellent choice, even though other machines are now available. When it was designed, the ARMX6 was designed as a machine with no obvious Achilles heels, and that remains the case, although the raw CPU performance is naturally surpassed by the likes of the Titanium and indeed the new Forte. Software-wise, our big new release is version 2.3 of Fireworks Professional, and I will give a very brief demonstration of that. We go to show demo. The headline feature is the ability to create documents that are embeddable in other applications. So if we go to RComp and load, Fireworks is already loaded, so I'm going to load an example table. Because we can embed these documents into other applications, the idea of a table editor type role for Fireworks has come to the fore, and we've created some templates with that in mind in a new version. You can see here we've made a little table of some temperatures in the house, and this will allow us to demonstrate some of the new functionality. At the most simple, if we were to also load TechWriter, or this also works with Impression and should do with Ovation Pro, although I'm just talking to David Pilling to add the file type to his understood list of file types. We load TechWriter, and we save this document into TechWriter, you can see that that table is now part of our TechWriter document. Now, you could already do that as a draw file, but the key point about this is that whilst the file is now in the TechWriter document, we can edit that from within the TechWriter document and it remains fully editable. So we could change that Thursday's temperature actually dropped down to 12 degrees. And then when we save that and finish working, you can see that that has now dropped to 12 degrees in the TechWriter document. And we can take this further by creating a chart from that. We highlight some data and we create a simple chart from that, put that on the page, and this then gives us a dynamic chart that we can incorporate into another document. So if we were to save this now, you can see that the chart has now appeared. I'll take this one stage forward in due course once I've just demonstrated a couple of other features to show how you can have charts in other programs that are then data backed and dynamic. If I move this to the side, you can see that we've got an average column at the bottom here. If I highlight this block and click the sum button, which would traditionally have just added them all up, we now get a menu of mathematical functions that are useful in this context. I'm going to pick average, and you can see that I now have an average temperature of 17.5 degrees Celsius. We've also improved the adding and removing of rows, so we can now go to edit and rows.
And you're watching Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube. Andrew's presentation running over a little bit there, which means we do need to take a break. We'll come right back as soon as we can.
And carried forward the table.
And a very warm welcome back to Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube, and we're returning to the presentation with Andrew Romsley from RComp.
Holland wanted to create, which was a invoice in Impression, and he said, well, he wants his invoice to include a spreadsheet of the work he's done as a table that he can edit and change, and by keeping the data for the spreadsheet invoice dynamic like this, we can allow him to produce invoices in Fireworks that he then puts out with his own letterheads and stylistic elements in Impression.
I'm sorry, Andrew, I'm afraid your time has come to an end. What would be the best way for people to contact you to discuss things with you?
Via email, and I think if I make myself available at 6:30 after the talks, then if anybody has any questions, they can ask questions about RComp products in the chat.
That is very sensible.
Right. Oh, thank you for cutting me off because I did need that. And
yes,
please enjoy whatever follows.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Okay. Well,
right. Okay, so coming up next in 30 seconds, we have David from the University of Cantabria. I hope he's there.
Hello.
Hello there, David.
Hi, thanks.
Right, are you all set for your
Yes.
talk? Right, so those of you who were at the show last year may remember that the University of Cantabria visited to talk about their UC debug. So there's been some updates since then. So David's going to give us some news on what's happened since. Away you go, David.
Thank you. So we're saying the presentation right now?
Yeah, that looks fine.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. My name is David Herreros, a computer science student at the University of Cantabria in the north of Spain. During the last year, I've been working in this project for my degree thesis, a debugger for Riscos with educational purposes. This project was exhibited last year by my colleague Paulo Fuentes, who is today here. So in this talk, I want to refresh some of the information he talked last year, and I will enter in some more detail and show the new functionalities I have done. This presentation is divided in 3 parts: an introduction of the context of this project, analysis of the functionality of the debugger, and a close to the presentation with a performance evaluation and a short conclusion. Now let's start with the motivation. In the University of Cantabria, there are technological degrees as computer science or electronic engineering. These degrees have computer structure and organization courses, where it is explained how a computer works at a low level. These courses have a reference hardware architecture, which is currently ARM. The laboratory environment of these courses is component by a Raspberry Pi Model 1B Plus running Risc. Here you can see the model. This environment lets the student works with ARM assembly code directly and allows to manage peripheral devices at the low level. This environment has other benefits, as it's low cost and it gives the possibility of work and assignments from the laboratory that nowadays with the status we have is much more important. And finally, for this environment, we need a ARM assembly debugging tool which have a set of requirements. It must have a graphical interface, a good usability, low cost, and should be able to debug the codes used during the laboratories. For this, the debug was created. This is an ARM assembly debugger oriented to educational purposes. This tool can debug drivers that use peripheral devices, has an easy to learn curve, and has a graphical interface pretty much similar to what we would expect from a code debugger, as you can see in the image on the right. This is an open source project and it's available for free in a GitHub repository we have here. But now I'm going to talk a little about the graphic interface we have there. Is composed of a set of windows. The first one is a command window. We can use commands like to start the program, load it, stop it, and it also gives us information about the status of the execution. Then we have a code window that shows us the instructions of the code, its codification, and its address. We see that there is one ref instruction and one that is in green. The red one is a user breakpoint that is set through the graphical interface. That is the only mode that we encourage to use. And the green one is the next instruction that is going to be executed. This is the one pointed by the program counter. This is the code, the data window. Here we can see the state of the data, its address, and how we will code in ASCII. This is the register. There's the window. We can see the register status of the current mode, and also some of the flags here. We have the frame pointer unit window. We can see the double or single or simple point registers. This is not shown by default. You have to open it by using the icon of the bottom right. And for last, the input-output window, where you do all the input-output operations through the user code. Now I'm going to explain about the UCDebug implementation. Currently, it has 5 execution modes. The Go mode that executes the user code until it ends. The trace mode that executes one user instruction at a time. The Go direct mode that works like the Go mode, but it doesn't stop on the user breakpoints. The mode Go to that executes the user code until it ends, or if it reaches an address that is passed as a parameter. And the Go fast mode that I will explain later because part of my development. The formats that I've explained have something in common. They must return to the debugger's core after each instruction. To do this, a breakpoint instruction is inserted after each user instruction, as you can see here, cautionary statement. For this, the debugger has a set of handlers that replace the one from the system during the user code. This enables the debugger to avoid certain problems, and it let us, for example, when an exception is generated by the breakpoint instructions, to not show to the user and continue with execution. It also does handle some of the errors, because if an error was or a setting was happens in the user code, what will happen normally is that it shows this error window and it will close the debugger. But we want to avoid that. We want only to stop the user's code execution. As we can see, the error message that we get by default, it gives us a lot of information, but for a student point of view, it isn't clear what it is saying to us, and you don't have an easy way to tell what is the error that has happened. For this, these handlers also let us to create custom messages, as we see in the image. We can see it says it's pretty much short, and it says all information a student needs. What is the setting that happened, and in which address it occurred. For the last, some of the suites that were implemented in the system can be executed as we will do normally in the debugger. So the debugger must capture all these suites, analyzing the code, and use its own implementation. Some suites like that are the input-output suites that, as we see earlier, they have its own window. So when we use one of the suites, it has to manage it. Or, for example, the ExitOS suite that normally will close not only the debugger code, the user code, but also the debugger. But we only want to stop the user's code executing. Now, starting with the part I developed, we have a little motivation. As a form of case in the STEM motivation during the laboratories, it was to introduce the use of peripheral devices in the laboratories of the assignments. Those peripherals were the vertical plate, that is, which has 6 LEDs, 2 buttons, and a buzzer, which can reproduce some melodies, an ultrasonic proximity sensor, an LCD display of 16 characters per row, and an humidity and temperature sensor. We think in total will give us the opportunity of do a lot of assignments for laboratories that are very different one of others. Some of these devices didn't work in the debugger current state due to the strict time constraints, as is the case of, with the humidity and temperature sensor we see here. This happens because all modes that were implemented in the debugger were robust and secure, but they also were very slow. For this, a new execution mode was created, the Go Fast mode, which aims was to be able to execute codes that use these kinds of peripherals. This new mode, main strategy was to be able to execute multiple user instructions without having to return to the board score, as we have done in the other modes. For this, a new handler for the software interrupt was implemented, minimizing the number of times the board must return to the core, which minimizes also the overhead introduced, because we also remove the characteristic of introducing a breakpoint instruction after each user instruction, making that we don't have that overhead after executing one single instruction of the user. Furthermore, a new periodic interrupt system was added to improve the usability of this new mode. Now starting with the software interrupt handler. This handler is called only when a swing instruction is executed in the user code. This handler must identify the swing that provokes the instruction and determine if it's one that must be captured or not. If it's a capture swing, we must execute it inside the swing handler. The main change is that now all the logic about detecting which instruction is a swing and if it's captured or not is removed from the debugger score and is moved here, removing all this overhead that we have in each single instruction. And now, which is the most significant change, that when a swing is not captured by the debugger, so we must execute with the system implementation. So when we do, we return to the debugger score, where the execution is mostly similar to what we have in the native execution of ARM code, and execute it there. Now, when we were developing this mode, we detected a problem, that is that when we are executing here the user code, the user cannot interact with the debugger. This isn't really a problem in most cases, because you just have to wait until the program stops or it requires an input-output operation. But if there is a case that there is an error that causes the program to loop indefinitely, which will probably happen if it's in an student code, because this is we have to remember that this is for think having a student that is starting to learn assembly language, so it will probably happen there. And so the only solution that he will have will be to restart the system using all the information about the execution. To solve this problem, a periodic interrupt system was implemented that forces the debugger to return to the interface periodically, allowing the user to execute commands while executing this mode. The system uses one of the interruption sources of the system timer and has a period of 65 milliseconds. This period may seem to be, but was selected trying to find a balance between usability and functionality. We want the user to be able to stop the execution, but it's only for stopping, so it has to be that fluent that it affects the functionality of the new mode. And we have to remember we want to be able to execute these peripherals with strict time constraints. Now for us, we're going to see some of the performance evaluation we have done. For this, I use a test code that executes a big number of simple instructions to be able to measure properly the execution time. In the first row, we can see the native times. That is 1.62 nanoseconds. This is our aim to achieve with the new execution mode. And as we can see in the next row, the Go mode is far from these times. It's around 20,000 times bigger than the native average time, which explains why we couldn't execute codes that use this kind of devices. But now, as we can see, the Go fast Go mode has a time of 1.49 nanoseconds. That it's much near with the native time, and it's even a little better. This is due because the debugger has a greater isolation for the system, are some operations that he doesn't check or interrupt sources. Now, seeing that the times of time are good enough, even better than expected, and that we can use and that the periodic system doesn't affect the performance in a meaningful way, we only need to check that the system can use this kind of peripherals. The first one we're going to try, well, the first we tried was the humidity and temperature sensor we talked earlier. I have a video showing this execution. Here we can see a program using this in native. It's in Spanish, but it's pretty simple to translate it. The first thing is the humidity, that is 76%, and the next one is the temperature, that is 26 degrees, which is what we will expect to have in summer when this was recorded. And now we're going to try how to use this same program in the debugger. Here we are trying to debugger. Here we go. We are loading here the program, and now we are executing in the Go mode, one of the old 4 modes. As we can see, it says that it's running, and it will never end the execution because when the program is trying to communicate with the device, it is giving him a timeout, so it will never receive the answer it's looking for. So we have no other option that use the command stop to stop the execution. Now we're going to load the same program again, but now executed in the Go fast mode. As we can see, we receive results of 77% humidity, 26 degrees, which is more or less than the native. So we can see that this that this mode is able to execute this kind of programs without any problem. Finally, as conclusions, this new execution mode was implemented in a debugger to debug codes that use this kind of peripherals with strict time constraints. This new mode has some mechanisms like the software interrupt handler and the periodic interrupt system. We saw in the performance evaluation that the times of time were the one we wanted to be able to execute this kind of peripherals. So we are so the peripherals devices that we can use with the debugger has been increased. Finally, I want to remember that this is an open source project, so anyone can use it or even help in its development. As we can see here, there is a test suite that I also implemented during this year to check that the functionality of the debugger after doing any changes is what we would expect. So it should be easier to try to develop it or modify anything so that you do any kind of test. For that, I want to say that this code is in GitHub, and it's also the contact information for the main developers. And I want to say that feel free to contact us if you're interested in the project. We will try to help you in any way, in any matter we can, solve any doubts, or even talk about future developments, because this is not the final state of the tool. It's continuously in development, and we seek to influence, try to have this impact in other universities or anyone that can have some kind of use for this tool. Thank you so much for your time, and if there is any question, I will be glad to answer them. And here you have also my mail, so if anyone wants to contact me, there you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, David. That's really impressive. I wish everyone could speed software up 20,000 times.
Thank you.
That'd be very helpful. So yeah, if any of the particularly the more technical programmers got any questions, want to throw in now? do you want to stop your screen sharing? Or?
So, David, is there a mode where if the first processor or the one that you're running the debugger on, sorry, the other way around, if the program crashes, is it possible to run the debugger on a second Pi so that you could still keep debugging it?
If the program, sorry, I didn't hear you pretty well.
So if you're if the program that you're debugging crashes, does your system keep running, or could you have a second Raspberry Pi that you use as your debugger?
I'm not sure. Maybe the main development that is here can answer this question better, because it's I'm just like a kind of safe developer, and I don't know all the tricks of the system.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing, because you're debugging on the same system that you are running the program on. What happens, well, when I do it like that, if the program crashes, it also takes the debugger with it, and so you lose your state. So when I'm debugging things, I usually end up using two systems.
So that was David Harissos, and I apologise I'm not pronouncing that right, from University of Canterbury. And again, I'm not pronouncing Canterbury right either, so my apologies for that. But yeah, very interesting little presentation there. So thanks very much for that. Just want to, if I may, just take an opportunity just to go back to the Forte unit, which was explained in Andrew Ramsley's presentation as part of ARCOM. Unfortunately, he overran hugely by about half an hour, so didn't get around to the Q&A. I actually have one of the other units here. Now, I am the designer of the actual hardware itself, not selling them. Andrew's responsible for selling them, doing the software side. But this has been kind of a collaboration project to bring this new unit to market. So this is prototype 2. The one you saw in Andrew's presentation was actually prototype 3. Price point is going to be around £150. And I think from what Andrew said, it comes with about, £250, beg your pardon, £250. And it comes with anything from £250 to £300 of commercial software, as well as the Risc OS Direct operating system. It's worth pointing out that the updates announced for Risc OS Direct will also include those for the free version as well. So we're talking about the brand new web browser, eventually the Iris HTML5 compatible web browser. We were shown a new demonstration of the advanced pinboard, or pinboard 2, allowing you to use it as a user directory like you would on Windows or Mac. So I thought that was quite great. Surprise announcement about the potential for 64-bit architecture running. This is something I've been sort of banging the drum about for some time. So it's nice to see that sort of being taken seriously for once. Yeah, so obviously we'll be covering the Forte and the updates for Risc OS Direct in more depth right here on Wi-Fi Sheep. So do make sure that you have subscribed to us. If you haven't done so already, it's youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep. And we'll return to the Zoom call.
ELF executables without a graphical interface inside the debugger.
That's fine. I can entirely understand the approach that you've taken, given what you're trying to use it for. I pushed you to see whether you had any further plans in other directions. Thanks.
Thank you for the question.
I noticed Bernard in the chat mentioned that he did a write-up about UC debug in the last archive, which even for those who aren't subscribers, that's the issue that you can download for free off the website. So if you want to read some more details, go and look at that. Do we have any more questions? We've got 5 minutes before the next talk.
Just a simple question. I understand that debugger right now is more targeted to single task code and specifically ARM code, but there are plans in the future to start implementing source code debugger for languages like C that could be useful for controlling this kind of stuff.
We have, in the first moment, we don't have this in the plans. We want to do is a tool for debugging ARM code. I'm not sure completely of this, but for what I have heard, the main reason of this is to use this tool in universities for this kind of educational use. So for instance, like for C or other kind of languages in university, what we use mostly are Windows or Linux systems that they have already their own tools. So I don't think it's going to be one of the development courses it will take for the tool. But I think it was a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Right, in that case, no more questions. Well, thank you again, David, and Pablo for dropping in as well.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. It's excellent. Right, we've got a few minutes until Riscos bits come along. Just wanted to mention, I don't know if people who didn't see earlier, I'll just paste it in the chat. CJE Micros have put up a blog post. It's kind of related to the show and their news. And Chris Evans has said he'll be around at the end of the near the end of the show, around 6:30, if people have got questions about CGE stuff. Anyone wants to drop in then? Okay, Matthew in the chat, which link do you want? Oh.
So we're just waiting for Andy Marks, owner of RiscOS Bits. Will be with us in about 4 minutes' time to discuss his products and developments for his company, RiscOS Bits. It's actually great to have Andy. I've worked with Andy before, so it's great to have him actually doing a presentation because he doesn't normally do show talks. And I flagged this up with him in the past and said, well, why not? And oh, there he is. He's actually joined us. So I think we'll go back to the call because I think he's about to go live.
So yeah, a couple of minutes time we got. So if people want to grab drinks or visit the loo before we start, now is the time. Well, we've got a brief pause.
Yeah, it's not like a normal show, is it, Brian?
Not for me, because normally I'm wandering about. And this time I'm kind of stuck here. I'm the one person who can't move.
Yes.
I think I will take this brief moment to wander away. So I'll be back in a second. Chat amongst yourselves.
I'm not missing the travelling to London, I'll tell you that.
It's probably bringing people more to it because they don't live in different parts of the country.
And while we wait, just a quick reminder of our Patreon. If you'd like to support us and what we do here on Wi-Fi Sheep on YouTube, it's patreon.com/Wi-Fi Sheep, and you can join from just $1. Also for news and updates, it's at Wi-Fi Sheep on Twitter. That's at Wi-Fi Sheep on Twitter. And I think we're again, probably just about a minute away now, so let's go back to the Zoom call. And Andy Marks of RiscOS Bits.
Virtual show. But it's nice to get in and talk and socialise, which is probably a thing that a lot of us haven't been able to do recently. But I think, like anything else, the team are doing a fantastic job, and all the presenters have as well. And I was really taken, David on the last call that was fantastic.
I can see Andy is he is ready. I can see him just off screen on my other monitor. So the time's just gone 15:30. You're with Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube, and hopefully in a minute we're going to hear from. In a moment we're going to hear from Andy Marks at RiscOS Bits.
Okay, right, Andy. I'm back, and it's now 3:30. So, are you ready to go?
And I am ready to go.
Right. In that case, I'll hand over to Andy from RiscOS Bits to tell us about what new exciting named products he's come up with this time.
Sadly, Brian, they're not as excitingly named as they would normally be, and definitely not as innuendo laden. So I'm going to share a few slides with you and talk you through them as we're going, without it being some sort of death from by PowerPoint. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Good, that's great. So what I'm going to do is a bit of a whistle-stop tour of some of the things that we've been up to since February. We've got a few completely new things. We've taken some old things and messed about with those and made them a bit better, and generally brought them a bit more up to date. And then we've got some right at the end, so you'll have to stick with it for the full duration. Some special offers for people who are attending the show and those who subscribe to Archive magazine. So the newish things we've got a Delta Pi, which is a nice compact case for your Raspberry Pi that comes with special adapters to bring all the ports to the front. You'll know if you've spoken to me before that I hate having ports coming out in different directions. So a lot of the things that I do are about bringing everything out in one direction, not the band. I've also got some cheap and cheerful things we'll talk about with the Thorin family. For those of you that follow the J.R.R. Tolkien stuff, you might be able to work out where that's going. A Slim Jim case and some disc and ghostly cases. And then we've got some old things that we've re-looked at, which is the Pi Hard 4, pronounce this as you want, Pi Lock Ace, the Pi Pod, which we've upgraded to take a Pi 4 and some starter kits. And then when we get to the end, we'll talk about the special offers. But I'm not going to tell you that much about that now, because I do kind of want you to stick around right till the end if that's possible. Okay, so the first thing we've got is the Delta Pi, which is about 12 centimeters by 10 centimeters. It can fit any model of the Raspberry Pi from the B Plus right up to the Pi 4, and it has a couple of custom adapters to bring the HDMI and the power points to the front. It's kind of a soft D shape, and the acrylic that you can see there is a kind of glass effect with two gloss black effect end panels held together with decorative bolts. And the layers are quite useful in terms of cooling the Pi inside because there's plenty of airflow through there. It does work out a little bit more expensive for the Pi 4 because the adapter obviously has 2 HDMI ports, so it costs a little bit more to do that. But they're around the £19 range for the bare case, and then the adapters come in at around £15 or thereabouts each. But it's a real, I would say this, but it's a really nice case that doesn't look out of place on your desk. A bit of passive cooling in there, and you can kind of thrash your Pi quite a bit without really suffering any issues with that. The next one is the Thorin, which is an Oaken Shield for the Raspberry Pi. And again, there are 3 versions. There's a nut logo, a berry logo, and a cog logo. And the cutouts are positioned as best they could be over the warmest parts of the Pi. And there are 2 different versions. There's one for the Pi 4 where the USB ports and the network ports have swapped over, and there's one for the B plus through to the 3B plus. And they are made from oak veneered MDF. Even the spacers between the 2 layers are made from oak veneer MDF. And it's quite an easy and cheap case, and we will be selling those for roughly around a £5 plus postage. So if you've got a bit of spare change down the back of your settee and you're looking for something a bit more interesting, then you could do a lot worse than that. A fairly simple design, works fairly well. I've been using one with a Pi 4 for quite a while. Doesn't particularly get very warm. Again, there's enough airflow through there. A couple of passive heat sinks, and it's all pretty good, really. We've also developed some add-on bits for that. So there's an SSD sort of tray that fits underneath. You remove the bottom of the original Thorin and screw it down onto a tray that contains a hard drive, usually an SSD. Again, fairly easy to fit, fairly simple to put together. Makes things a bit tidier. I have sort of weakened my stance on all ports coming out on the same side there because, well, I don't know, what do you want for a £5? But it just protects it when it's on your desk. It keeps it nice and safe, and it's quite cool. The one at the top that you can see on there is a Max kit, which is a separate kit altogether, which has 2 full-size HDMI ports built in, audio out, and a USB-C port all brought to the front, and a spare USB port at the back with the hard drive sitting underneath the Pi and the custom adapter board. So again, that's around 30 quid for that, with the adapter thrown in. You provide the Pi, you provide everything else. It's a really cheap way to make your Pi considerably more functional, and that is only available for the Pi 4. There is no adapter board for that, for the Pi B plus through to the 3B, because in my head there seemed to be no point. And that one's also available in a nice glass effect acrylic as well. If you want to see the bits underneath, then you can do. That'll be fairly straightforward to do that. The Slim Jim was named in honour of Jim Nagel. I had a couple of other ideas for names, but a few people in the community said, why don't you call it this? So, okay, I will call it that. And it's more of a wireless media center type case for the Pi, either the earlier versions or the Pi 4. And you can get an SSD in there, a 4-port hub, and an LSR Wi-Fi hat if you want. As you can obviously see there, there's a model for the iJet version 5 as well, and you can get that without the extra 4-port hub for the rear. There's perhaps enough ports on the iJet 5 to make that fairly straightforward. It mainly comes in clear, but there are options to get that in various different colours, really, depending on what you want. But the ones that we run off as a matter of routine generally come in clear. We are going to redevelop this a little bit for the Pi 4 so that we can use the adapter that I showed you on the previous page and get all that inside by side and still fit in an SSD, but then there'd be no need for the hub at the rear. So I'm kind of going back to the all ports coming out on one side option. But yeah, other colours are available as you want. Okay, and I was kind of a little bit bored earlier on during the early days of the lockdown. So I came up with something, I don't know, silly, which were these, but they've really taken off to some degree in other places. So they've got cutouts for all Pi models. And the intention was to kind of move away from the square box type approach to everything. And the ghostly ones that you can see there do come in, well, those colours are pretty luminous, for want of a better word. It doesn't really show up on the picture, but if you see them in real life, the edges really glow on those. It's quite sort of sick-inducing, really. But again, those can be made in different colours or whatever you want. Part of the thing with this again was to move some of the stuff that I do not necessarily away from the Riscos market, but to other markets. So we opened up a little Etsy shop, and things like this and the things I'll show you on the next slide have gone really well on there. Whereas we kind of struggled a bit with the other colour for this one, because normally, if you remember the game from the early 1980s, there would have been 4 of these. But getting luminous pink acrylic seems to be really tricky. Getting very bright pink acrylic isn't too difficult, but getting luminous pink acrylic is a bit tricky, so I didn't want to pollute it. And then the disc models were just simple round Raspberry Pi cases. Again, they're layered for ventilation. They'll fit anything from the B plus right up to the 4B. Where these seem to have taken off is people have said, I really like that, but could you do it in this colour? Could you do this engraving? Could you turn, in one case, the raspberry round so that it's the other way? So I don't know whether it's a Riscos type thing, that we're a little bit conservative about what we do, but people outside of the usual Riscos market seem to be quite liking these and quite liking that option to customise it and do something that's not quite as traditional as we normally expect, really. So the ghost ones are currently available at about 22 quid, whereas the disc ones are around £19. That includes all the bits that you need. You just put it together, really, and it's, again, not particularly difficult as long as you peel the plastic off first. Some people have struggled with that, ended up sticking things together and wondering why they can't get the white sheet off. Okay, so the next one is if you've seen the Twitter stuff, it's the Beast on a Budget, which is a Raspberry Pi 4 inside a custom version of the Delta case that I showed you earlier. So it's just grown up a little bit. Again, it uses that custom adapter to bring all the ports to the front. And it has got the twin full-size HDMI ports rather than relying on people trying to go off and source micro HDMI leads or adapters. It has an integrated 2.5-inch SSD, so that's built in. And obviously, the Pi 4 hasn't got yet any kind of native drive support other than the SD card, so it is powered over a USB. But the adapter gives quite good benchmarks on that. It's not ever going to be sort of native SATA speeds, but it's not either native SATA prices. And that will be available in the 2, 4 or 8 gigabyte models. As you can see there, it's based around the glass look acrylic slices again, and it's got a nice wooden edge plate that all fits in with that, based on sort of walnut veneer really. There's room inside for hats, such as the Wi-Fi hats. There's room inside for another Pi, which creates some issues in powering it, but it is possible to get 2 Pis within the same case. And there's a separate shelf in there as well for the SSD to be mounted on. And in Risc PC tradition, you can kind of mount that either horizontally on your desk and lay it down, or you can stand it up. It's kind of up to you. We are going to do other cases from our range to fit that in some way, such as I mentioned, the Slim Jim, but the older Juice cases and things like that. And we're going to build a plate so that it can be fitted into a standard ITX case, so that if you want that traditional conservative desktop look for your Raspberry Pi, then that's also okay. So there are a few benchmarks there. You can see that it's kind of doing quite well in terms of the processor and the memory speed. We're around sort of the upper mark for what we expect from Riscos machines, and that's currently when it's just running at 1.5 gig. It's relatively easy with a bit of cooling to up that to 2.1, and then things really do seem to fly at that point. Obviously, with the disk speed, that's going to be slower because it's over USB. And the closest thing I could think to comparing it to that was available widely was the Pi Desktop from one of the bigger electronics companies. And as you can see from the benchmarks that I took there, it's significantly better than what they can achieve with theirs. So it does feel like a very fast machine. But there are some issues with disk access, but unless you're doing something particularly disk intensive, you kind of don't really notice that. It seems to do much better than the disk benchmarks let you believe. Now the crunch for this, the reason we've called it the beast on a budget, is because it's 199 quid, or it starts from 199 quid. And for that, you get the Pi 4, the case, 120 gig SSD, everything you need to get going really. If you want to up the SSD to 240 gig, that's okay. If you want a bigger micro SD card, you could if you wanted, that's okay. If you want Wi-Fi built in, there'll be a charge, but that's okay. All those things to make it your standard budget conscious desktop machine is all available on the website form, so that you can work out what it is, what you want, and we'll give you a quote for that machine. If you don't do that now, though, it might be useful because there's a bit of an offer at the end on this. It might make it a bit easier for you. Okay, so the next one is one of the first things we did was the, however you pronounce it, the Pilock Ace, which we've kind of redesigned for the Pi 3 and Pi 4. We've put in some extra ventilation in there to keep it cool. And as we know, the Pi 4 runs a bit hot, but again, passive heat sinks and the way the case has been designed with honeycomb ventilation seems to keep the temperature down quite a bit. If you want an active fan, then we can do that. We've got lids with the middle of the cog is a hole, and we can mount a fan in there, or we can put fans inside that you can't necessarily see that still keep the Pi cool. Generally, it comes in black. If you want different colors, well, we're happy to do that. And again, we're using the custom adapters that you could see on the Delta case to bring all the ports to one side. So it's fairly straightforward in terms of how we do that with the Pi 3. With the Pi 4, we're using a custom PCB to do that. And you might be able to see from that picture there that there's the 2 micro HDMI ports and the USB-C port. We couldn't up those to HDMI, full HDMI, couldn't kind of fit it in the case as it stood. And then the first thing we ever did, the Pi Pod, which originally came out with, I believe, a Pi 2, We've now adjusted that to the Pi 4, and you can see the adapter board there a little bit better with the 2 micro HDMIs and the USB-C. It'll fit into any module slot on your Risc PC or an Archimedes. Somebody did put it inside an A3000, but I think they struggled a bit with that. Later machines, perhaps not the A3010s or A3020s, it's relatively straightforward. You just need the screws out of the blanking plate and you're away. With the Pi 4, you can obviously have the 2 GB, 4 GB or 8 GB options, and it can be powered internally from the GPIO or externally using the USB-C port, but do not do both at the same time. That won't end well for anybody. It does, though, that give you the option to either run it concurrently with your Risc PC or run it separately without it, using your Risc PC as a huge oversized Raspberry Pi 4 case. But if that's what people want to do, that's okay. And for those people who are perhaps using Risc PCs and aren't really sure about dabbling with RISC-OS 5 or something newer, it's an easy way of integrating both. And the software that we supply allows you to see either the Risc PC in a window on the Raspberry Pi, which makes more sense, or see the Raspberry Pi in a window on the Risc PC, a bit like Andrew's dual motherboard machine from earlier. Kind of using the same software, doing it that way, and being able to share resources between the two in a very similar way. And the last one is we do the custom cheap starter kits for people who want to get into Risc OS, and we've moved those along to the Pi 4 and decided to use the thorium cases for those. And we can do those just as a core model, which is just a Raspberry Pi, a case, a micro SD, or we can do it as a plus model where you supply your own SSD and we'll supply the adapter and the case to fit, or we do a max model where you get the bigger thorium case with the adapter where the SSD slots underneath. We also do those with a wireless keyboard and mouse, a power supply, and the necessary cables to make your own RISC-OS starter kit, where if you're not really sure, you haven't tried it before, put it all together and away you go. So it's an all-in-one solution, if you like, but now it's moved on to the Pi 4 and we won't be doing Pi 3 versions of those anymore. Okay, so our special offers then. We've got a couple of lightly used Pine books with RISC-OS software, and we do carbon fiber effect protective skins for the Pine book, and we're bundling those together for the price that we would normally charge for the Pine book itself. We've got a couple of Quadro, which are one-board quads inside an oak Deuce case, a couple of Pi Top 2s running RISC-OS, and we've got 3 of the Delta cased Pi Hards that I showed you earlier. There's a special offer in Archive this month when it comes out. If you quote me that code, you'll get a little bit of a discount on those. And then we've got 3 Pyro starter kits with a 10% discount. So if you're interested in any of those, we're going to deal with those on a first come first served basis, and get in touch via the website and we'll see what we can do. Okay. Anybody got any questions? Brilliant, then I've done my job and I'll see you later.
Andy,
yes.
You had on sale once Wi-Fi with the built-in Wi-Fi.
Yep.
So are you moving away from that sort of Wi-Fi to a more HAT type Wi-Fi?
Not particularly. For those people that have got Raspberry Pis, then the HAT is sometimes the tidier option, I guess, especially if it's boxed inside a case. We've still got the Wispy Vs, as we did have before, for those people that with ARM books, for example, or things where there is no option to put it inside a case in an easy way. So we're not moving away from those, we're just giving people the option, really. So again, I guess I'm back to I really like it tidy. So for those people that want things that are tidy, and the hat is obviously an option there.
Do you kind of make all these cases yourself? Do you have a cutting machine out the back or something? Are you?
I have a cutting machine down the road that's operated by two very nice people for me. And they're very good at being very responsive when I turn up with a load of sheets for acrylic and go, "Can you do me 15 of these?" So yeah. But yeah, I am making all those cases myself. Yeah.
I wonder how much acrylic you can end up using every time you kind of come up with a new idea with 15 different prototypes before it actually works. Yeah.
I do worry that I've killed several dolphins at this point, if I'm honest.
Andy, is that one of your new ghost machines behind your shoulder? I can see.
It is, yeah. In fact, I've got one here that'll show you just how garish it really is. It actually does glow, and that's the sort of the lightest one of the two. If I'm honest, that's the one that's the least luminous.
Yeah. On that, Andy, it'd be a good idea to have a little LED light shining out to give it an even better effect, wouldn't it?
Well, one of the things we thought about was using one of the the LED fans that people are using, but it kind of overwhelms it a bit, and the brightness of the fan. But yeah, LEDs in there would be, what's that word I'm looking for? Absolutely hideous, I think. But if people wanted to do that, who am I to stop them? And for those of you that are interested in the Beast on a Budget, the Pi Hard, I've got one here, which is pre-built, so you can kind of see the size, the D shape, the adapters inside there. Kind of makes it fairly straightforward what you get, and how, even if I do say so myself, how good it looks and how sophisticated it looks as some sort of 1920s Art Deco piece stood on the side of your desk.
Those curved sides are very Art Deco, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Right. If no one's got any more questions, thank you very much, Andy, and maybe post a link to your website in the chat or something so that
I shall do that. Yep.
Jump there and go and have a look at what's on offer.
Okay. I've just updated it so people can do that whenever they're ready.
Excellent. And look out for the special offers in archive, of course.
Yep, that's the one.
Excellent. Right, now we've got a couple of minutes, or only a couple of minutes until Risc's open. Now, where is it? Mark wanted to mention something about the icon bar. Where are you, Mark?
I'm here. So thanks for a great show, Brian, by the way. I think you deserve a lot of credit for it.
Just about working, isn't it? It's hanging together.
So my name's Mark Stevens, and I'm the guy who writes articles on Icon Bar. And something we've been doing in the last lockdown, whatever you call it, and we'd like to do in the next one, is we've been posting articles, pictures of people's setups on computers. So we've had Justin Fletcher, we've had Sproul, we've had Andy posting up how they use their computer, what software they use, and a picture of what they've been doing. I'm posting that into the chat window now. So if you're interested in sending me a picture, sending me a write-up, I'd love to run your article on Icon Bar. Share what you've been up to with the rest of the community, and it'd be really interesting to see. So thanks for my plug, Brian, and don't let Vince get in with anything.
I was just about to try sharing my desktop, but yet again, Zoom is refusing to share my VNC connection to my desktop, so I can't. So I won't do that. Right, Steve Revel, are you there?
I am indeed. Hello.
Hey. Oh, we've got half a banner in the background.
Yep.
Your banner
I've the banners have been geographically distributed.
Right, I've got just a couple of minutes to go. We'll wait till. Let's try and stay on time. It's a novel thing to do.
Steve.
There we go. There's the other half.
Are we sitting wrong around? You need to sit on the other side.
That's true. I should do that, shouldn't I? No, I've put it there strategically to block the lights, otherwise they dazzle the camera.
Good move.
And you're watching Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube, and we're just waiting now for the next presentation at 1600 hours BST, and this will be RiscOS Open Limited, which should be literally a minute away. Do stay with us.
Right, there we are. We're bang on time. It's just ticked over to 4 o'clock. So I'll now hand over to Steve Revel to tell us what RiscOS Open have been up to. Take it away,
Hello.
Steve.
Hi. So pleased to be here. What a crazy year it's been. I want to say a huge thank you first to the London show organisers for making this all possible. And thanks to everyone who's watching for your interest. I'm Steve Revel from RiscOS Open. We're also known as ROUGOL to the community. I'm virtually joined by Rob Sproson, wearing his ROUGOL hat this afternoon. You'll have seen him earlier today as LSR. And for those of you who are new to the scene, RiscOS Open's mission is to be the hub of the RiscOS community and to guide the evolution of the platform, both to embrace change and to preserve the things that we believe make RiscOS special. And today, I want to give you a flavour of what's been achieved this year, despite circumstances. Okay, so I'll share a screen first and we can go into PowerPoint, which everyone loves. So I want to talk first about bounties, what the bounty scheme is and how things are looking there. Then I'll talk a little bit about RiscOS 5.2.8, which is the new stable release of the operating system. And then I'll talk a little bit about the development environment and look to the future. What do we see coming? What are we working on behind the scenes? And then open the floor if you have any questions. So bounties are RiscOS Open's way. We're a not-for-profit organisation, and they're our way of helping to fund developments that otherwise we feel would be difficult to see progress in. And since we started doing bounties in 2011, the community has very generously donated over £68,000. And this money basically stays in pots until the development that we see or the events that we would like to sponsor have the opportunity to happen, and then we can give that money to the people who make it happen. So ROUGOL doesn't keep that money, we just look after it until it's given to a proper home. And we try and make sure that everyone is clear about what the bounties are for, what we believe good looks like, and roughly what we think it would take in terms of donations into a pot to make a particular bounty happen. And to date, we've seen 7 major bounties completed. There are currently 3 still in flight, and there are 6 that are collecting money. And hopefully when they reach a tipping point where someone feels like they're ready to claim it, those will also move into the in-progress state. And a lot of what's happened this year, the quality of life improvements that we see in the operating system, are directly a result of the bounty work that we've been sponsoring. And for example, we've got improvements in paint still undergoing progress, although I'll show you some of the things that have already hit RiscOS. And we've got improvements in its underlying filing system and the support for image formats that are common in the real world and have yet to really have native support within the operating system widespread. So ping images, we're looking to move those into the Paint application and the Change FSI applications. So you can see here, one of the key things that we would like to see happen in Paint in the near future is an undo redo feature, which I think we've been waiting for probably well over 25 years. It will be fantastic to see that finally happen. An improved brush and text tool features, which anyone who's used the brush tool will know it's a little bit limited in its current implementation. So this is adding a lot of polish to that. The filing system is kind of a low level thing, but it's fundamental to interacting with an operating system. Is where do you put your files? What formats can it support? How big can your storage be? How big can the files be? This stuff increases every year, so RiscOS needs to change to keep up with the state of play. And there's a series of improvements that we have underway and planned for the filing system. And it's great to see that actually making progress. We are collecting for these. I'm not going to go into great detail. If you're interested in understanding what these are all about, they are documented on our website at riscosopen.org. So by all means, go and have a look at these things. Some of it is foundational. Some of it is about evolving the operating system to support newer standards. And some of it is about helping the people who are developing RiscOS, so the people who are adding the new features, giving them some of the features that they need to continue doing what they do. I note there are some things in the chat. I'm afraid I'm not able to read it right now, but I will circle back in the questions. Here's where things look in terms of totals. So these are the ones that are still collecting, and we make a guess. We call it a target. This is our guess about how big does a bounty need to get in terms of how much money has been donated into it before we feel that it's reached a level where the amount of work that it would take to deliver that bounty could be achieved at somewhere around minimum wages. So there's no guarantee that when we hit the target, the bounty will be claimed. It's just an indication of where we think a reasonable level of compensation for someone's work sits. So these bounties here, we can see that we're making progress towards them. And if you come and look at our bounty site, you will be able to donate towards these bounties whenever you see the opportunity. And you don't have to, but whenever you do, that is very much appreciated. And I would like to say another thank you to everyone who has supported us in running this scheme since 2011. I think it has been a great success. RiscOS 5.2.8, this is the new release, a stable release of the operating system. So we run a cycle where the odd numbered releases are in a constant state of development and evolution. And when it hits an even number, we basically freeze the developments there and create a release of the operating system that has been tested on a wide range of platforms and is, we believe, is of the right quality level to be described as a stable release. And this version was slightly delayed from where we were hoping to achieve it. We wanted to get this out sometime earlier this year, but many events have come along to make life a bit more challenging. One of the main things was me, of course. I said to the team that what I would like to do is hold off making this release until we know it's stable on the Raspberry Pi 4. And there was quite a lot of work required because it's quite a significantly different platform to the earlier Raspberry Pis. So that was one of the main reasons that took us a little bit longer to get this into where we believe is a stable state than would normally be. So typically they are about 18 months apart, these stable releases. And we did allow extra time to all of the various different ports of RiscOS, all of the different platforms, because we don't maintain them all. We ask their maintainers to help round off any rough edges for their particular port. We allowed a bit of extra time for that to happen. And we've got most of the well-known ports are now in the stable release category. There are a few that didn't quite make the cut, and they don't join the 5.2.8 release. So overall, there are well over 300 improvements. There's a whole load of bugs that we fixed, and we've got 6 of the 8 main platforms have achieved what we set as the stable release criteria. And it takes almost 100 hours behind the scenes at Riscos Open to pull this all together. And the people who, from the community, who are doing the bulk of the work of adding these features, fixing the bugs, testing it all for us, even helping with some of the documentation. There's many, many hundreds of hours of voluntary work happening there, in addition to the bounties that we sponsored. All of that is pulled together into what forms this stable release. And the main bounties that contributed here were the work on paint, bringing the network security into this century, clipboard support, and compiler work for developers. And of course, there is the Raspberry Pi 4 support. So most of you will know about the Pi 4 Model B, and it is, as I said, quite different to preceding Raspberry Pis. It's certainly their most powerful computer, and it has a gigabit Ethernet chip, which required the writing of a new Ethernet driver, and all of the way that the USB system works was entirely different, so that needed significant rewriting as well. So I'll just switch over to a demo. Hopefully you guys will be able to see this. Before I start the demo, what I would like to say is this was captured, so the plumbing between my Raspberry Pi and you guys is such that if you see any Terry movement graphics updates when I'm moving windows, if you see any juddery scrolling, that is entirely plumbing. Everyone who's used to RISC-OS will know, hopefully, that it's normally lightning fast screen updates. So don't take that as what RISC-OS looks like, please. What I'd like to start here with is showing you that, well, this is our website, but I'd like to show you the task manager window first of all. So what I want to show you is on the Raspberry Pi 4, we have oodles of memory by RISC-OS standards. Don't know what you'd do with all of that for RISC-OS. It's typically very lean with its memory usage, as you can see from those applications. And the window here, you can scroll up and down with a mouse wheel, which is one of those quality of life improvements that we take for granted on other operating systems. We also added a new Ethernet driver to RISC-OS 528 for the Raspberry Pi 4. And there's not much to show you here other than here it is running. It's an Ethernet driver. It connects you to the internet, but it's a gigabit Ethernet, so it's much higher performance than previous RISC-OS versions. Paint has had a number of improvements here. So what we can do here is we can create a new sprite in Paint, and I'm going to use the new copy and paste facility, the clipboard in writable icons. And we're going to create a very simple graphic. Please excuse my artistic or lack of artistic skills. I just want to show you a few of the new features in Paint here. If you look in the bottom left of this window, we've got some little indicators of what the current foreground and background colors are. And as I draw this really terrible rendition of a house, you'll be able to see those colors changing to reflect what I am drawing into the sprite. I can shift click into the sprite like this, which effectively acts a bit like a pipette tool, which you'll be familiar with from other graphics packages. And it allows me to pick foreground and background colors out of the image just by shift left or shift right clicking in the image. There is also a new feature for the move tool, which allows you to wrap the image. So here I can move the image around and you'll see it wraps at the edges, which saves it all just cropping and introducing empty space into where it's moved. Now, Draw has also been improved. And one of the things I'd like to show you here is how we can copy and paste between applications. So part of the clipboard improvements are that we can just move graphics and documents and text between different programs natively in the operating system. We've had this feature in edit for quite some time now, and we've shown the love to the other applications and built-in features of the operating system to support this as well. So I'm using a lot of copy and paste here. And if I open an edit window, hang on a minute, let me just show you this choices. I do want to show you choices. None of these built-in applications used to have a mechanism for saving their setup, whereas now we've added choices to both paint and draw and edit. So you can see here, set it up the way you want it, and every time you run, it'll be set up that way. Now, copy and paste still extends to edit, but I can also do it from writable icons. So here I'll just take the name of this sprite, drag it, drop it into edit, and you can see I've just moved it into the document. I can do the same thing here. I can Control-C, I can copy, Control-V, paste it, and there it is in draw. And as I said, with the other applications, we've got the ability to save choices. So every setting that you set up in edit, you can save those choices. And one of the other applications that has seen a little bit of love is Maestro. And this is our tool for creating and playing back musical compositions. Hang on a sec, let's just get rid of this. Here we go. And this has been brought streaming into the late 90s, early noughties with a style guide compliant user interface. If you'll allow me, I'll say the old interface used to look pretty ugly, and now it's been completely updated so that it looks in keeping with the rest of the operating system. Okay, so that is what RISC-OS looks like nowadays, RISC-OS 5.2.8. I'll move on by talking about the user guide. So we have a range of published materials, and the user guide was created as a community effort where many people from across the community contributed into writing this in the first place and updating it. And every stable release, we release a new edit of the user guide. And this is no different. I have it on my bookshelf behind me. It's a large volume. It's printed using, oh, hang on. Just getting an interruption there. Yeah, it's printed at cost price effectively, and we sell it through our website or through Amazon. So feel free to pick up a copy of this if you don't already have it. The DDE is our development environment. So everyone who writes code for RISC-OS and who wants to contribute into the source code of RISC-OS, build their own distributions, they require the DDE. And it is sold on our website for a significantly reduced price from its historical price. For licensing reasons, we can't give this away for free, but we do maintain it, and we do actively work on this and add new features. So the DDE has a new version of the basic compiler, which has been brought up to date with the latest basic language features, and the manual has been brought up to date as well. And we've included this in the cut down basic DDE. So this is sponsored by Riscos.fr, France. So thank you very much to those guys. The C compiler has also been significantly updated. There's too many changes for me to list here, but they are fully documented in the manual that you can get for this. And this is important to us. It's very important to us because we believe part of the future of RISC-OS is to move it away from being written purely in machine code assembly language and modernizing the OS and bringing it to new platforms and new hardware. Increasingly, it becomes important to write the key features in C, and because C is far more portable. So adding new language features to C helps developers to do the work that they need to do when they're writing new code, or whether they're updating our existing assembly language code to be re-implemented in C. And we want to make things run faster. So by using the features of the chips that come in modern processors, like the Raspberry Pi 4, by allowing our compiler to output those new features, those new instruction sets, we can allow the code to make the best use of the system that it's running on. So this is one of the side effects of the work that we've been doing, is potentially on different platforms, it will allow your programs to run faster. So what are we thinking about next? Well, we're looking at multi-core support. Most modern processors have more than one core, and Risc OS, broadly speaking, is a single core operating system. On the Raspberry Pi 4, the cores that are not being used are just sat there largely asleep for the whole time that you're using the system. So you can see that if we could find a way to make Risc OS run across multiple cores, it would provide significant performance improvements. And it's wide-ranging changes, it's hard work, there's significant plumbing effort to allow that to happen, but that's definitely something we're focusing on. Multiple monitor support is something else that we would like to see supported natively in the operating system. There are already several hardware platforms that have multiple video outputs, but Risc OS at the moment cannot natively drive those. It only supports one at the moment. So that is another significant improvement we would like to see happen. BASIC, the language that has been with Risc OS since the start, built into the operating system, is probably due a bit more love from us. And we've been thinking quite hard with a couple of other people about how we can bring that language forward. What can we do to modernize it and to improve it? And one of the things we're particularly focused on is to add structured types and to add support for dynamic memory allocation and deallocation. And we're aware of different dialects of BASIC and the way they implement some of these features. And we're looking to do something which is in keeping with the ethos of what we believe BBC BASIC is all about. So we're working on a roadmap of language improvements there. And we're also, as I said earlier, we're looking at the problem of architectural processor architecture is changing over time. So we're looking at how, if with Raspberry Pi 4, Raspberry Pi 5 down the road, Raspberry Pi 6, there's bound to be more. There'll be other platforms that we look at, the OMAP platforms. We're interested in seeing the direction of travel for the ARM architecture is typically starting to move away from being 32 bits, which is what Risc OS assumes. So all of that code sat under the hood in Risc OS that's written in assembly language is very much written targeting 32-bit processors. So as we move increasingly to a world of 64-bit processors, we'll find that there will start to be processors that we cannot possibly run Risc OS on without doing significant amounts of work. So what we're always interested in is how do we stay ahead of the curve there? What things can we do to lay the foundations of allowing Risc OS to migrate to a 64-bit future? We want to make that as seamless as we can, and it will be big and difficult challenge, but that's something we're very much focused on. Okay, that's it from me. Any questions?
Quick one. When DD30 is going to be available to purchase? Hi, Steve.
Within the next couple of days on our website, hopefully.
Thanks.
I've got a question.
Hi, yes.
Yeah, I've got a question. On the website, under latest news, you've got the item charting our way, 24th of May. Now, that won't look good for people, outsiders coming to the ROUGOL platform if it's, 5 months ago. I mean, why isn't that being updated? I mean, there must be news since then. The coronavirus hasn't knocked out all our news.
Yeah, it's worth noting we're not a news site. We're a community hub. Most of the life in Risc OS Open is on the forums, which I think you'll find get updated all the time. Every hour of every day, there are new things happening there. The Risc OS Open news site is basically what we within the ROUGOL team are wanting to let you know is significant about what we have achieved at Risc OS Open with the help of the community. So for example, key releases like new DDE releases, new operating system releases, anything like that, new products and new books. So really, that's very much about what RiscOS Open is doing, not what RiscOS is doing. Now, I agree that there is a lot that's happening in the community in the RiscOS scene, and there are news sites, and we do link to them on the front page, that are better served with giving you regular updates of what's happening in the RiscOS scene.
So when 4.28 comes out, will you put that in latest news?
528 is in the latest
5.28.
news right now. If you refresh your page, it's right there.
Oh, is it?
Fantastic.
On latest news?
Yes.
Ah.
We're fractionally ahead of the curve there. But yeah, I mean, if anyone feels like they have ideas of things that they know that we've been involved in or that are happening that are significant and worth us mentioning, please do get in touch with us, and we'll certainly consider whether we should put that in our newsfeed as well. Because you're right, you don't want it to look stale, but again, we're not trying to be the Riscos news site.
I have a question about the multi-core support. Are you talking there about the module that Jeffrey Lee is working on, or you are working on your own?
No, I'm the former. I am talking about Jeffrey Lee's module.
Okay.
So yes, we're watching that with great interest, and wherever possible, we do collaborate, and we do try to provide our advice or be there if any questions need to be asked. We're trying to mostly steer the development of Riscos. Most of the people involved in Riscos Open do not have the time to be the ones that actually make the changes to RiscOS. That's why we're so dependent on this community and so keen to do what we can to support it. And Jeffrey Lee, as you know, has been transformational for the operating system. We certainly encourage and support that.
Quick question about the future, Steve. So,
yes.
And I asked it also to Riscos development, etc. For developer like me that don't have a lot of time to code on Riscos because we have a job, where do you suggest us to focus the most for the future? ELF format, AIF, and if AIF, are we going to have DLL and shared library for AIF as well? And will they be supported natively? So where should we put our energies to have max profit, for the community and for ourselves?
Yeah. So is your question specifically about, is it ELF versus AIF?
Right.
Okay, good question. I suggest you get in touch with us, and we could probably have that conversation and say what we think is best, from a perspective of not only of where RiscOS come from, but in the perspective of where does it need to go in the future and why. And I'm sure you've got some kind of strong feelings, or you may have some beliefs about one it has more benefits over the other. And we would be very open to discussing those and understanding your views. But I mean, adding these features to the DDE is probably a logical thing as well, making sure we fully support them. And as the main maintainers of the DDE, I think we would want to be and need to be involved in that decision and that conversation. And we would certainly be very interested in talking to you about it.
Thank you very much. Last questions about...
Steve.
Oh, sorry, Paolo, one more question before we swap over.
Oh, yeah. I've got a question.
I'll come to you, David. I'll just let Paolo finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
As you probably noticed, I'm heavily involved in AI, and I'm porting a lot of libraries now to Riscos because I strongly believe that the cooperative multitasking offers better latency for some of these applications. Not all we will test with Jeffrey library will be available and will support plotting point. And this is the specific of this question, and I apologize. It's very specific. It's very software development oriented. But when are we going to have support for C? At least C programming language for the VFP, and how good this is going to be, because I really depend on that.
Yeah. Rob, do we still have Rob Sproson here?
Yeah, I think I heard VFP, did I?
Yes, when's the C compiler going to support VFP?
So I did talk to Ben about that probably a couple of years ago, and in principle there's nothing stopping the compiler being modified because it was always intended to be agnostic of which processor it targets. And that was the guys at Norcroft designed it that way. But when you dig into it a bit further, it's all the supporting framework around that. It's nothing particularly related to the compiler. So without going and finding the notes, the two that I can remember are that there's one of the VFPs require you to have all of your instructions on, sorry, all of your data on 8-byte boundaries, which isn't currently enforced by any of the other parts of RISC-OS. So if you were halfway through a module, suddenly you needed to do a floating point operation, you would find that your stack pointer was not a multiple of 8 and it would all fall over. So there are some changes in that regard to RISC-OS in order to support it natively. And also a lot of the FPA stuff at the moment relies on the transcendental functions. I'm trying to remember what the word was. So like sine and cosine and tan, they're all transcendental functions. And there isn't a direct equivalent of those in BFP. So you would need to have a software floating point library that re-implemented those. So those are the two things that spring to my mind off the top of my head. I don't think the compiler spitting out the opcodes isn't the hard part of the equation. It's a part of the equation, but it's not the biggest part.
I personally, I think that this is another really good conversation that we could have. So yeah, I would again encourage you to get in touch and we can talk you through what we understand of this, and we could see if there's a path that we can map.
Or at the very least, dig out Ben's notes and send them back.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, guys.
And so Paolo, if you're looking for the thing to focus on, it might be that we find something there that is the thing to focus on first. So let's have a chat.
Thank you.
David.
Yes. NVIDIA are proposing to take over ARM by lock, stock and barrel. Herman Hauser is running a campaign to frustrate that and hopes to get support of the government. If NVIDIA succeed in taking over ARM, will that have any bad effects for RISC-OS, or having to run always on an ARM processor?
This is where my crystal ball gets rather cloudy. I would imagine that NVIDIA wouldn't do anything too radical too quickly, because there are billions of ARM cores across the world used by some rather large name customers and a lot of very small niche people such as ourselves. And I think NVIDIA would need to tread quite carefully not to turn the world on its head. So I would hope that we would see them plotting a fairly transparent future for the ARM architecture that people can still continue to take advantage of, even if you might see them also adding architectural features that are quite specific and bespoke to them and perhaps proprietary, and maybe we wouldn't be able to leverage those quite so well. But the core architecture, I would hope, for many years yet, whether or not it goes to NVIDIA, would still be something that we will find in other processors, non-NVIDIA processors. I would imagine that they will still be able to license the architecture from NVIDIA. So I personally, if I had to pick a camp, I would say it would be great to keep that as a piece of British engineering, British intellectual property. But we're into global geopolitics, and I'm afraid I'm unlikely to influence the outcome, but I remain optimistic that RISC-OS has many years ahead, whichever way it goes.
If I can add a little, this actually just out of the ARM DU Summit, and NVIDIA officially confirmed that they are not going to do anything to the ARM architecture publicly to all of us. So it's official. They're going to leave it as it is. There's going to be some changes, but they're going to be mostly on the GPU side. And those, frankly, are welcome, because obviously NVIDIA has very powerful GPU unit and will benefit a lot, because if we will manage maybe work there, in terms of gaming, in terms of graphic applications and all this stuff, video playing. So right now, except from the 64-bit issue, the future looks very bright.
There have been a lot of questions in the chat. I'm afraid I haven't had time to skim through and see what people have said. Has anyone got any highlights from there that you'd really like me to chip in on?
Trivial one, Steve. I've been trying to type in replies as they go, so if there are any that I can, there might have been some I missed because I'm not that fast at reading. So if there are some missed, ask Steve now.
Thank you, Rob. Any other questions from the floor?
Yes.
Hi, Chris.
Steve, your toolbox software. Your toolbox software has event handlers for the GUI and for the keyboard, but it has no event handlers for GPIO or any of the other ports on a Pi, for example. Would it be possible to add event handlers for all the other things on a Pi that people might want to write software for?
I don't see any reason why not, aside from finding some developer to work on it. But yes, that sounds perfectly reasonable suggestion.
I mean, it would be helpful for people to who want to build small things to actually have an easy way of integrating the GPIO into their software.
Yes.
And at the moment, I think people who've tried to use GPIO have found it very awkward, very difficult to use.
Yes,
I
think
documentation being part of it.
There are third-party modules that help a little bit with some abstraction, but yes, there's no reason at all why it couldn't be operated in a toolbox veneer over the top of those types of interfaces. Yes, good suggestion. I would say post something on the forum if you've not already, and try and drum up some support. If it gets enough interest from people, then you may find we've opened a bounty for it.
Steve, I've got a general question about security. If we are, as Cloverleaf are suggesting, trying to become more mainstream, are we going to be looking at developing better OS security, since we are only secure by obscurity?
So some work has already happened in security with the recent changes in the SSL TLS support. In the core operating system, security is a wide topic. Whether it's
some aspects, Steve, I thought you were about to say the same thing I was going to say.
Yep.
Some aspects, for example, like changing the way that the memory map is arranged, so that all of the memory, all of the kernel's vulnerable workspace down at the low address is now moved up to the top address. So there's definitely work ongoing to laying the foundations for a more secure operating system. I can't think of another operating system that I use on a daily basis where I can arbitrarily overwrite the kernel's workspace from BASIC, for example.
Indeed. Or you can very easily look into some of the processes memory and copy it for yourself. A lot of this is almost, we've taken it for granted that this is what Risc OS is. It doesn't put high barriers to anything. And that's part of its attraction, in that it's a very thin veneer on top of the hardware that's quite elegant, but it comes at a price, and security is one of those prices. And yes, it may well be that with the direction of travel that Cloverleaf want to take things for their fork or for their purposes, they might want to start adding the features such as memory protection and randomization, memory map randomization, all of the other good things that you see in modern operating systems, where you have a more secure environment, which is secure from the perspective of user data security, information security. We don't have any of that on our roadmap because it's not really core to the Risc OS experience when you think of what happens most of the time on Risc OS machines. As they get more mature web browsers and more feature-rich web browsers, then people like Riscos Developments and Cloverleaf might start to feel that it's not adequate, and they do want to start adding features in. You know, if people are going to be doing their home banking through their RiscOS browser, they may become less trusting. If RiscOS had multi-user capability and you could log in as you, I could log in as me onto the same machine, you want to start making sure there's some protection and I cannot access your stuff and vice versa. None of that is core on our roadmap at the moment, but I think it's probably featuring somewhere on Cloverleaf and Riscos Development's roadmaps. And because it's an open source operating system, then there's no reason why we can't fold in that good work when it happens.
Fair enough. As a side question, as you know, Riscos Direct is being pushed towards or trying to help get new users to join the market, if you like, for want of a better term. Is there any possibility we could have a separate forum in the forum for direct questions so that people can funnel in ideas for development for helping? Because obviously rules involved with the basic OS that used as part of Direct, it would be useful if there was a sort of like a central place for people to raise issues or suggestions for improvement for helping get new users to the market.
Yeah, I think maybe a section about various different Riscos platform specific conversations. That's certainly not a bad idea. We've got something approaching that with porting, but that's not really the same. I think you're right. We've talked about the different platforms that RiscOS runs on nowadays, and for a stable release, we've got, what was it, 6 out of 9. It would be good possibly to have an area of the forum to discuss platform-specific conversations. I would say that the guys from Riscos Direct, the guys from RComp, from Cloverleaf, I'm sure they are active participants in our forum anyway. So should conversations be happening there that are to do with their particular fork of the operating system, they will no doubt be contributing to those conversations already. But maybe, yes, maybe we could create a section for the kind of platform-specific conversations. I'm not sure I'd want to create sections in the forum bespoke to a given platform. We'll end up with quite a cluttered forum then.
On a related note, I think it was on there's a chat going on, the show chat going on in ChatCube. I think it was in there that someone said there ought to be a kind of a newbies section specifically for people come to ask the so-called silly questions, the things that we all know, but of course we only all know because we've been doing it for 30 years.
Yeah, with a pinned post showing that with the frequently asked questions, and we can keep, evolving that. Yes, that's not a bad idea at all. I'm making notes.
Because the forum is a lot of it is quite techy and quite, and it's obviously mostly frequented by people who know Riscos very well. But anyone who comes along new and newly downloads it, sticks it on their Pi, is then going to be.
Yeah, indeed. Yes.
What they ask and where.
That's a very good idea.
Almost starting with it. What is RiscOS? What can I do with it?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we do have some of that stuff in our wiki, but it would be good in the forum to point people there, to build upon that and to allow the conversations to happen between people who are just entering the community and those who have a lot more experience who can help.
Steve, coming back to security, the Riscos limited version of Riscos had a simple firewall application and configuration tool. Would that be introduced perhaps into the rule version?
I don't see why we couldn't have something like that in the rule version. Again, it's another thing that should a developer feel so inclined, they could very much add that feature. We've got bounties underway to do with improving the network stack, and you would imagine that that would only make things easier for that sort of feature to be added onto RiscOS in future. Supporting modern network stack and modern standards, putting a firewall application on top of it would be fairly straightforward, I would have thought.
It sounds a sensible thing to do, doesn't it, at the time? Yeah.
Yes, some users again find that stuff confusing and unnecessary, but increasingly as RiscOS reaches a wider audience and the use cases grow, and it's not just people tinkering with GPIO lines in BBC Basic, it's more people actually wanting to use RiscOS for more complicated and specific purposes, then these things all gain importance. But again, there are people like Cloverleaf and Riscos Developments who are very much focused on those more real world use cases that are outside of our traditional RiscOS experience. And they're trying to attract the funding to allow them to do some fairly fundamental work. And so it may be that you see them adding a firewall before it becomes a central Riscos open thing. Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got one more.
Sure.
So, yeah, sorry, I've mentioned this before, but it's about donations being done by bank transfer. Now, I know one can have the bank details and one can do a transfer, but one doesn't hear whether the money's got there unless somebody at ROUGOL gets around to sending an email, which doesn't always happen. I mean, can it be done through the website? Can you incorporate that option and other that aside from PayPal, so that it goes into the account on the website and we can see that it's got there, the donation?
I can. I think you asked me this question at the show last year, David, if I remember rightly. I think my answer was then, or I'm trying to remember what my answer was then, is that the donations that come in through the bank account are totalized at the end of the quarter when the accounts are added up. So there's definitely so if you do it by PayPal, it's instantaneous or the next day. If you do it via the bank account, you need to wait till the end of the quarter and then the numbers will jump.
Yeah, but how do I know that my donation has actually got there? I might see the total go up at the end of the quarter, but I don't know that it's gone up because of my donation.
Yeah, good. So good question. The easiest way if you did it via a bank transfer, the easiest way is to just simply ping us an email and ask us, have we received it? Can you confirm when it's arrived? And we have that with some people that historically were using BACS transfers and similar. If you use PayPal, it's really easy because you'll see in your PayPal balance when a transaction has gone through.
Steve, there's a lot going on, but it's all a bit fragmented. Is there a case for further consolidation? Should Riscos Developments and ROUGOL merge and try and employ some full-time staff with some crowdfunding?
Well, there is a lot going on, and I think this is a natural consequence of a true open source initiative. It was always likely that when RiscOS went open source, it felt like we've removed a huge barrier that had been there since we went to the shared source model when was that? 2006. We agreed that with Castle, and it was never true open source, and it always felt to me like we hadn't quite made it. Now we've gone to this Apache license for the source tree. It's permissive enough to allow people to do what they see fit. So on the one hand, yes, potentially that opens the door to fragmentation. On the other hand, these people might be able to attract funding for a specific purpose. And of course, there's every chance that what they achieve will be able to be fed back into the core. And one of our responsibilities and their responsibilities, I think, if we want to keep things coherent, is to keep talking. And we spoke to the guys from Riscos Developments about a week ago, and we've set up a schedule to speak with them on a monthly basis. We're very much interested in having these conversations and ensuring that there is coordination, because thanks, Andrew. Yes, so it was Andrew we spoke to, and we would like to make sure that we are collaborating and we're not working against each other, but we're not also going to try and tread on each other's toes. We want to make sure that when someone has something that they want to achieve, we will try and support and encourage that and make sure from our position philosophically as RISC-OS Open, we want to try and make sure that there is a goal to eventually see that come back to the core of RISC-OS so that the whole community can benefit, and that it's still somehow in keeping with the ethos of what is RISC-OS. We don't want to just turn RISC-OS into a clone of Linux, because then why would you bother? You might as well just use Linux. So it needs to be what is good of RISC-OS, but it cannot be anchored to the past. So one of the big things for me about RISC-OS is backwards and forwards compatibility. So if you're going to make changes, to the best possible way, you'll try and avoid breaking the stuff that was written in the past, but you'll try to not paint yourself into a corner for the things that might happen in the future. And other operating systems don't take quite the same level of rigor over that, and certain, you know, language frameworks and all of that, they typically like to just throw the baby out with the bathwater every few years and cause everyone to have to rewrite everything. And they don't care because they're driving forwards. And we don't think that's what RISC-OS is. And it's got its heart around ARM. That is what RISC-OS is as well. We're so close to the ARM architecture that it allows us to be very fast and very efficient and very lightweight. And these are assets, and we should preserve those assets. So we want, I'm kind of going on a rant almost, but I believe that a lot of initiatives are happening. There are new entrants in the scene who have great ambition, and we will work with them and support them to see that it all comes back together in a way that still is RISC-OS. Hopefully that answers the question.
Maybe. It was a devil's advocate, maybe. But I mean, it's good to see hardware, it's development, it's good to see the basic operating system development. But what the platform really lacks now is application software, and that's still lagging behind. Is there a case for a sort of developers forum which meets twice a year and tries to encourage people to develop more application software?
Possibly. It depends if we've got enough developers to justify it at the moment. I think the application software is something that Cloverleaf and RISC-OS developments are very much interested in and focusing on, amongst others. You know, I believe application development is it's seeing a new wave of investment and time and energy. It's got developers working on it quite hard. You know, some of the key things like web browsers, proper, you know, standards compliant web browsers. We got that happening now. So I don't have quite such a negative view about application software, but I agree. We want to see new user-facing stuff arriving, new applications, and we don't want to see all of the work just being on the core operating system, because it's harder to see how that's a tangible benefit to all of the users in the community.
And you know, attaching to this, I think we always talk about, you know, the user having easier tools for the user to learn how to use it. And I strongly think we should work also to have new developers. In other words, teaching people how to code on RISC-OS. I'm trying to do this in my very little time I have. Started from the debugging also, because as a developer, we all know that testing software is the most important part of developing software, right? Starting from there and moving on. But I think there should be a much more cooperative approach to that. And obviously, as I always say, I welcome everybody to correct the stuff that I'm publishing to make sure that it's as correct as possible and useful as much as possible. And if it is still too complicated, please let me know, and we'll add more details about the theories and all the things. Being a software engineer for more than 30 years, it's not a big deal. But we definitely have to do something to create new developers. That's what I think we should focus on.
Yeah, I agree. And I've said in previous years, it's a virtuous circle. You get good developers in, they create good software, it makes it a better place for the users. The users typically puts more money into the community, which then funds more developers. And if you can encourage and foster that virtuous circle, it's a good thing. So I'll take that point on board, that finding a way to help and unite the developers across the community is probably a topic well worth considering within Riscos Open, given our position in the community. Before I get a hook from off stage, I just wanted to ask another questions. Any more questions?
Hi, I have a question.
Oh, John. Was it John?
Just a thought on that, that's just been saying, we really need to take advantage of what's been happening during lockdown. In the past, I do a lot of presentation of various things at U3A, that's pensioners keeping their minds going. And I've been put off doing presentations, hands-on presentations, when we've been meeting face-to-face, because it's difficult to get all the machines there that you need. I've been pushing ARM and Riscos like mad over the years, one way or another, and tend to turn up to the computer groups always with a Raspberry Pi in my top pocket, sort of thing. But it's been impossible. But now that we're getting used to working online, a whole lot that was impossible starts becoming possible, because people can be using their own monitors and mice and whatever at home, and you can work with that. So we need to make use of the extra possibilities that we're getting now, we're learning about now with online, with teaching people and showing them.
It's a very good point. And I think one of the barriers to having a Riscos developer meet in the past was it always felt like it would be hard to make it worthwhile in terms of the time and the expense of organizing it, of booking venues, of getting everyone to come along and bring all the stuff and have the conversations. Now we're in a different world, and you can see from this very forum now that we're starting to all get familiar with this way of interacting, and we're seeing, it has its limitations, but it also opens great new possibilities. So it lowers the barrier to entry for creating a meet for bespoke purposes, like getting all the developers together in RiscOS. So I'm particularly interested in this as an idea of a kind of a Zoom Riscos developer meet. I think that could work quite well, actually.
That would be pretty cool, yeah.
I think there was one other question that I heard someone asking just before I switched to John.
Dave, just meant to ask you a quick question. Have you considered, one of the things that other platforms has is certain standard applications, if you like, or standard little features, add-on, a part of the OS. Now, yes, one traditional Riscos has had lots of little apps to do as you want, but obviously, again, toward new users, some of them would expect some of these things to be there as standard, like things equivalent like dish night or something to check your dish or something like that, or a better syslog to check for errors and what have you. Have you considered that perhaps we should be looking at adding some of these into the basic OS to enhance it?
Yeah, we've been thinking that since the very beginning of what stuff that exists that's written by third parties can we kind of hoover up into a central distro. And the hard disk 4 image has grown a few bits and pieces. If you get the RiscOS Pi distribution, it's got a few more bits and pieces in it. The the Riscos Epic collection has loads of third-party software on it. It was actually really hard work and time-consuming to just pull that one together, because the conversations you have to have with the various different software authors take time, and these are commercial applications quite often, and it's hard to come up with agreement where you can distribute them. So you end up having to sell the distribution, which of course makes it less available to people. So the more we can find open source applications of the sort that you're describing, like if DiskNight, I don't know if DiskNight is commercial still or if it's free. If we can come up with agreements with the authors of these to include them in our default disk image, then that's fantastic. But it would, even that kind of conversation takes time and energy. So the more that authors can help us by just bringing their software to us, integrating it themselves into the build environment, saying, here, we've done something, it looks like this, what do you think? Would you like to make that part of your distro? That we're always happy to hear when people have those sorts of offerings. Rob?
There are some trivial examples. So Connector by Andreas, I've forgotten his surname, I'm afraid. So Connector, the serial terminal. SparkFS, David Billings given a read-only version. Hopper, my personal champion, has high score of 9,000 to beat. So yeah, that's definitely possible.
Right, on that note, I think we're going to have to come to an end.
Yep, thank you, Brian. Just before I go, could I make one plug? I heard Paolo mention about the interest in bringing AI to RiscOS. I'm very interested in that myself. I just want to plug, if you've not seen it, there's a YouTube channel called 4-Minute Papers, and that is well worth watching. If you want to see the state of the art of what computers can do today, you can't go further wrong than watching that. It's mind-bending. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Brian, and thanks to the show organisers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, we're just hit 5. So I did see Matthew Phillips was on here somewhere. Want to unmute yourself, Matthew?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. I'm just sitting in front of my stand at the
show. Yeah.
At the show. I don't know where the rest of you are, but there we go. Right.
Yeah, I think we're all ready to go. So
great.
Matthew,
Let's get the
silly nominee you've been up to.
Let's get the slides up, and off we go. I hope you'll be able to see that. So yes, nominated software. We write some of the interesting application software you can run on your machines. And we've got a number of different things which I won't be demonstrating today. Can't really cover them all. Impact and IMP mail, which are our database and mail merging tools, including the ability to integrate with databases and spreadsheets for producing mass email. We've got a number of diversions, mathematical puzzles with SuperDoku and Wrangler, and card games. Just a few examples of the sorts of puzzles you can solve. These applications will generate puzzles for you. They'll help you solve puzzles. They'll give you hints, and you can type in puzzles from the newspaper and get it to solve the bits that you've got stuck on if you want. It can do frightfully big puzzles like that. This is Wrangler, a whole variety of different puzzle types. I think 8 different puzzle types in Wrangler. And then we've got House of Cards for all sorts of patience games. Anyway, the main application that we're known for really is RiscOSM, which is an OpenStreetMap renderer for RiscOS. And OpenStreetMap is pretty much the Wikipedia of maps. It's contributed to by volunteers worldwide, but it also has quite a commercial following. A lot of companies are making a living by supporting geospatial data using OpenStreetMap and producing maps and all sorts of other interesting products. So without further ado, we will move on to the demo. If I can get PowerPoint out of the way. Right, here we go. Share the screen again. Right, I hope you'll be able to see this okay. And like Steve, I'll have to apologize if there are any weird issues because this isn't directly connected to the laptop. The demo will be coming across a VNC connection from a Raspberry Pi 3 and then across ADSL to you. So just wanted to show a few new developments already released in RISC-OSM or about to be released. We'll just go for, bring up a little map. Hope you can see this okay. So we've had for quite a long time now a nice tracing tool which allows you to click on the map and then draw lines which follow along roads, and there are different modes for this, cyclist, motorist, etc. Recent enhancement has been as it now pays attention to one-way streets. So you'll see there's a little bit of a one-way bit here, the left filter. I can now no longer push my way across that and go round the corner in the wrong direction. It will let me go that way, and then I can double back like that, which I think you'd be very hard pushed to do in the space available. You can override any of these settings by holding the Shift key down, and then it will let you go around corners that you shouldn't do and along streets in the wrong direction. So let's just do another example. We've also got improvements to how pedestrians are allowed to walk across pedestrian areas. So I'm just following along here, and there's a big open pedestrian area here, which in the university in Durham, and it used to have real trouble. Well, it sort of really hugged the edge of the space, but now it goes much more naturally across a fairly straight route, which is much more sensible. So moving on, we'll just go to a new location. Having the internet connection working, I can demonstrate some of the online services that we integrate into RISC-OSM. So as well as the big gazetteer of all of the places in the British Isles, you can also use Nominatim, which is an online lookup, and you can type in the address like that. So this is a pub well known in Oxford as being one which was frequented by J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis. So we'll move in here. There is the Eagle and Child on St. Giles in Oxford. And I just wanted to show you some new features regarding fetching photographs. So we'll just fetch the photographs from the internet. This is something that the system has done for quite a while. You'll see now that a very recent feature, if you have a lot of pins all in one location, it will spread them out in a fan now so that you can read the numbers on them. So that's one improvement. And there is also, within the pins and tracks window, a facility for filtering or searching the find via F4. So I'm just going to look for Eagle, because what that image search just returned to me was any photos nearby from the geograph service. And that's going to now limit it down to ones which mention the word Eagle. And from that selection, I can then actually say that I want to hide any other photos. I could hide the selection, but there's now also in the next release going to be an option to hide the other picture. So that means we're now left just with the photographs of the eagle and child, which you'll see down here, and you get the information about each one that's been entered on that website. Right, now, one of the things, another nice little feature is that Recce, which is the helper application for pulling images and other data from the internet, is automatically loaded by RiscOSM when you are opening that pins and tracks window. I'm going to zoom out a couple of times and show you a couple of other data sources which we've added since Recce was first released back in 2019. So we now have, oh, I'm using the wrong version. Never mind. This is the very latest version, which hasn't been released yet. But we've got the Cycle Streets photo map. This will return you photographs from a number of from the Cycle Streets system, which is one used by was created by cycle campaigners in Cambridge. So this is just to illustrate that there are other sources that we can integrate into Recce, and if anyone has other sources of photographs or geodata which have an open API available over the internet, we'd be very interested to hear from you if there are other sources that you'd like to integrate. So that's just one example there. We're going to move on now to a different location, I think. Yes, we'll have a look at the St Giles Hotel in Felton. Down there, why not? Taking a little while to load the data. Often the London data has a lot more in it, which makes it a bit slower to render. But it'll be coming along soon, I think. Oh dear. I think there may be something else going on in the background actually on this machine.
I think it may still be fetching the photo thumbnails that you asked.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll just pick that. I did fetch an awful lot of pictures by mistake there. Right. Let's have another go. I'm going to actually show you a different search example. We can actually say hotels in Felton. Or near and things like that, and you'll see here we've got the St Giles Hotel. It brings up a number of results. So here comes the map. Yes, that's a lot faster. Now on this map, I'm just going to show you the collisions data. So this is a data set available which the police compile called Stats19. And this will show you where all of the road collisions which have been reported to the police have taken place in the vicinity of St Giles Hotel. So study this map carefully and you'll be able to avoid any dodgy points when we go back there, hopefully next year. They're color coded according to what types of vehicles are involved and how severe the accidents were, and the numbers indicate the number of parties involved. Actually, I think the number of victims probably. You can control click to open the information about the accident. Casualties, the number of casualties. That's right. So a two-vehicle collision, etc. All sorts of interesting stuff out there. So as I say, if people have other data sets which they'd like to see integrated, let us know and we'll see whether that's possible. Next one is, oh yes, I was going to demonstrate with that. If we go to the pins and tracks window, we can select the whole of this folder full of data and export it as CSV. This actually allows us to pull information out and put it into another system. Just find suitable. So I'm going to save this CSV file out. I'm actually going to drop it onto RiscOSM itself because RiscOSM has a very nice importer tool for CSV files, and that's quite a quick way of showing you the kind of information you get. So you'd be able to put this into a spreadsheet or a database and do some analysis as to what's been going on in an area, narrow it down to see what collisions have happened recently and what time of day it might be that it's most dangerous. So RiscOSM can provide all sorts of interesting data for you to analyze in other situations. Then we've got, I think we're going to skip back to Durham next. Zoom in a bit. So another data source which we integrated a few months ago is called Planet. Wrong window. Where are we? Yeah. Okay. So Planet allows you to find information about planning applications. If you're interested in what's going on in your area, you can see planning applications over the last few years. Now, we're wanting to improve this a bit so you can place some filters on it, because at the moment, you probably would be more interested in seeing what's coming up for planning applications lately. But you can, again, control click on any of these to see what's happening. This one's a felling of a purple plum tree. And it looks like I've missed the final consultation date for objecting to that one. But never mind. I'm sure they've got good reasons. So those are things which have already been released in Recce, but we're also developing a couple of new integrations, which I just want to show you. One of these is weather. So you'll see we've got two different sources of weather forecast, Met Office and Open Weather Map. I'll just ask the Met Office what the weather is like at the moment. So this is displayed in a little window. We've got 48-hour forecast and 7-day forecast. I'll just turn the 48-hour off because it does make the window very wide because it gives you hourly information. And we can skip down to the coming days and see whether we're going to have a nice half-term holiday or whether it's going to be a bit wet and cold. And you can export this as a CSV file or a draw file. So again, the CSV just to show you what the kind of thing you get. So I'll just try those again. I think the dragging didn't work. So you can see you get the time and the temperature, wind speed, bearing and so on, and probability of rain, all sorts of detail. And also onto the map, I should have said, you get a little graphic to show you what the forecast is. I think we will probably get more than one of these once we've got it working properly, so you can see the weather across the district. But no promises there because I can't remember how easy that was going to be. Finally, I'm just going to demonstrate one more new feature. We'll just hide these ones, get them out of the way. So just make that one disappear, and we'll zoom in again. We've had support for Google Street View for some since Recce was first released in January 2019, but we're now looking also at supporting another new source of data, which is Mapillary. Mapillary was recently bought up by Facebook, so I don't know how long the images will remain free, but at the moment they're a fairly liberal license, so you can do a lot more with them than the Street View pictures. So I'm just going to take the picture from Mapillary. Again, it's street level pictures from around the country, and you can move forwards and backwards along the route. You often get much more closely spaced pictures than with Street View. Sometimes the quality is a bit poor, but these ones that I've hit on seem to be okay. And at the moment, in the debugging mode that we've got, it's showing you, we get a lot more information back from Mapillary than you do from Google Street View. So these red lines on the map are an indication of all of the areas that intersect with the rectangle around where I was searching. And there's a whole range of photos along all these routes. And because a lot of these are taken by volunteers with quite straightforward equipment, you get pictures that go along footpaths and so on like this, which are not normally open to car travel. So the coverage can be quite good and more full than Street View in some cases. As well as the straightforward flat pictures like that, there are also panoramic pictures. So we're working on getting those converted. I'll just show you a panoramic picture before it's been processed. So this is a sort of 360-degree view. And if you look at those flowers at the left-hand side, as I scroll over to the right, you'll find that they reappear. A whole thing wraps around. So we've done a little bit of work in converting these mathematically, and I'm just going to drop this animation onto NetSurf so that you can see what's possible. It's a bit grainy at the moment because the downsampling, it's been downsampled to a GIF, to make an animated GIF to make it more interesting. And you can see we're going past the edge of the picture there and circling around over the join where that hanging basket was. So I think that's all I wanted to show you. The Mapillary and the weather stuff is not yet released, but we've been working on it slowly during lockdown. And now it's time for questions.
Hi, I have a quick question. It's not a question, it's advice for you. Anybody interested, and it seems like a must buy to me. If you go to the website, your download, demo, or register come to a 404 error.
Oh,
so
well, we'll get that sorted out.
Check it.
I think our ISP periodically deletes large files.
That we'll have to look into that. There are sometimes problems with that. Yeah,
trouble is, if no one ever tells us, we don't know.
We ought to have something in there that checks, really. Yeah, we'll get that sorted out. Thank you.
Would it be possible to create your own map, for example, if you wanted to, say, have a CSV list of customers and their postcodes, and then show that as pins on a map?
Yes. So when I was dragging the CSV files onto RiscOSM's icon just to show you the contents of them, yes, you can take a CSV file that you've produced elsewhere. For the UK, it can be based on postcodes, if you wish, as it can in Canada and the Netherlands. And for the UK and Ireland, it will support grid references. Otherwise, you'll need latitude and longitude. So as long as you've got any of those location fields in columns, then you can drop the CSV file onto RiscOSM. It will try to identify which of those columns might be things like grid references and so on. And you can then load the data in. You can choose which field might be used for the label, for the pin on the map, and what might get loaded into the title or the description for the pins.
I should point out, if anybody's worried, that Northern Ireland postcodes are not included in our data because the Royal Mail don't include them.
Well, it's more that our postcode data comes from the Ordnance Survey, which is the Ordnance Survey of Great Britain.
That's what it is.
Royal Mail do not let anyone have their postcode data free of charge, but the Ordnance Survey has a downgraded version which just gives you a point on the map rather than a sort of outlined area for each postcode. So that's what we offer.
Yeah, that seems very useful anyway, to be able to put pins on.
Matthew, you've mentioned a number of updates there. So would that be a chargeable update?
I don't think any of these, well, we haven't decided yet with Recce, but the improvements to RiscOSM lately, we don't regard them as being sufficiently dramatic to be a chargeable update. So those will be going up free of charge soon. We've not really thought about Recce yet. It's not at a point that's nearing release very soon, but yeah, we'll have a think about that. It's not going to be very much. I should say, actually, all the proceeds from Recce have been going towards the Riscos Open TCP/IP stack bounty, because we benefited hugely from their introduction of the support for secure socket layer. So we've been feeding some more money into that.
Great, happy to hear it.
And maybe that is a nice place to end on a nice, generous note.
Good.
Thank you very much, Matthew, and Hilary for chiming in as well.
Right.
Our first double act of the day. Right, I've got just 2 minutes until Steve Fryatt takes over as our next one.
You're watching Wi-Fi Sheep, Live on YouTube, we're giving you extensive coverage of the RISC-OS London Virtual Computer Show. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back. Do stay with us. Welcome back to Wi-Fi Sheep here live on YouTube and the beginning of Steve Wright's presentation, which we're going to join now live.
Launcher, which was slated for release at Wakefield in April and hasn't really been spoken about at the show since then. I might talk a bit about clipboards. I may have a look at some tools for developers, possibly talk about software distribution, and maybe finish off with source code, which hopefully will all remain interesting for everybody and not just developers. Or it could probably be subtitled to what I did during lockdown, which might be a slightly fairer description of the following sort of jumbled sort of bits and pieces. So Launcher, for those who haven't come across it, is yet another desktop application launcher. I think everybody who's anybody has pretty much written their own over the years. I wrote Launcher back in about 2002 because none of the ones that were available at the time did what I wanted. It even predates Cashbook in terms of my history of writing C software for RISC-OS. It was pretty terrible, but it did what I wanted and carried on doing it for about sort of 16 or 17 years until a concerted campaign by a couple of individuals who used to come and talk to me at shows, where it was always visible on the side of my desktop and never actually something I was talking about, persuaded me that perhaps there might be a bit more public interest in it. So Launcher 0.5 was released at Wakefield 2019, which was a year and a half ago. It was still very much designed to suit my preferences, so there was a lot of things it didn't do. Unless you wanted it to do what I wanted it to do, it wouldn't probably suit your way of working. And immediately I got people saying, well, nice if it would do this, or could it do that, or we'd like to do something different. And so about a year later, down at the Southwest show in February, I was actually demoing a new release of Launcher, which I was confidently stating was going to be released at Wakefield 2020 back in April, and it wasn't. I'd like to stick to the story that was because Wakefield 2020 didn't happen. It was also because it would have missed the deadline anyway because it wasn't ready, but there we go. So what is Launcher for those who haven't come across it? It's an application launcher, and the 10 a penny on RISC-OS launcher is a little bit different perhaps, or in some ways it suited what I wanted. Bar down the left hand side of the screen, if you click on it, it pops out. You can click on applications to load them. If you want to load two applications in the same go, you can just click and it does what you'd expect. And that's pretty much it, or that was what was released last year. And the first question I got was, well, we don't like it on the left-hand side of the screen. Could we have it on the right? And the answer was no, because I didn't want it on the right-hand side of the screen. So the new version
if anybody wants it on the right-hand side of the screen, it'll move across, and all the buttons just mirror across, so that the ones that were closest to the inside of the desktop before are still closest to the inside of the desktop now, just to make things a little bit symmetrical and easy to work with. A few people said, well, we don't like it on the left or right. How about having it at the top of the screen? Well, yeah, we can do that as well. And now everything flips around a bit more, and again, the icons are still in the same positions relative to the desktop. In the case there's anybody who really wants it at the bottom of the screen, just because it wasn't a lot of extra code to add in, you can have it down at the bottom by the icon bar, but I could see that getting really annoying down there, so I don't expect many people will want to do that. I'm going to put that back on the left-hand side before I get really confused as to what's going on. The next request was, well, one bar's not enough, could we have two? So yes, we can now. We can add a new panel in, and we need to give panels names just so that Launcher can keep track of which ones they are. And if we stick it on the right-hand side of the screen, we can gain another bar that operates independently. If I want to add a button to that, an application, I've not got any text editors there, so let's add Stronged to that. And just for balance, I'm going to add Zap as well. I'm going to move the window out of the way because Zoom's dropped a thumbnail directly across where that where that's trying to display. So I'll put my other icons down here just so I can see them underneath. We could add NetSurf as well. It gives you various options when you're adding applications to the panels. Obviously, you can give the buttons a name, put their positions. You can set a sprite, which by default is the application sprite, but you can change that if you wish to do so. And you can set up what it does at startup. So does it boot the applications, which is the same as look at if you go into configure, or you can have it just pick up the application sprites but not boot the application, which may be useful if, for example, Stronged was your favorite text editor Zap you wanted to have available. You could have Zap set to sprites only so that it wasn't booted at startup, or you can do nothing at all, and it's up to you to sort out how to make sure the application works when the machine starts. So we can add things to it, and that bar operates in exactly the same way the other one does, just independently. But you can also have more than one bar now on the side of the screen as well if we want to add another panel. So I can add another one, stick that on the right as well. Hang on, that's editing panels, isn't it? I want to do a new panel. And I'll put that on the right-hand side as well. And we've now got a second panel. The two of them just split the space on the screen equally between themselves. If I didn't want that, I could edit the top one, say, to give it a weight of 200, and then they split themselves roughly 1/3 to 2/3 of the screen up and down. So that was Launcher. Well, that was what was due for release at Wakefield. It came out in around about May, I think, in the end, when I finally got it finished. And true to form, I immediately got another query coming from somebody that said, well, that's all very nice, but it'd be nice if it did what macOS does when you have an application launcher, and if you just kind of wave the mouse over it, it'll open up rather than having to actually click on it. I thought that sounds like a terrible idea, but I'll have a look anyway and see if I can do it. So I probably didn't want to do that. If I go to choices, open on mouse over, and you can set a time delay of half a second, 50 centiseconds. So if I now wave the mouse in that general direction, without clicking anything, which is very hard to see in this, it'll just open up and then it'll close. It'll close when the mouse moves away. And having decided it was a really terrible idea and I would just put it in because I've been asked for it, it's now my default setting in Launcher because it is actually a lot nicer than clicking on the panels. So thank you to, I can't remember who it was who suggested it, but thank you very much for that idea because it was definitely worth adding in. And that became Launcher 1.1, which came out, I think, in June. So that was what should have been released earlier in the year and wasn't. So what else have I been up to? Well, as a sort of side effect of the work done on Launcher, I found myself actually having to make updates to all the other applications that are built around the same set of libraries as Launcher uses, which is Cachebook, Locate, Print, PDF, PS2 Paper. So there you go. I have actually fulfilled my contractual obligation to mention them in this talk. They also got rebuilt, and I decided just to release new updates to all of them. There's nothing particularly exciting in those from an end user's point of view, apart from the fact that they all finally, after 20 years maybe in some cases, properly do internationalization. So if anybody wanted to translate them to other languages, they actually follow what seems to be the de facto standard on RISC-OS, and they use ResConf style language selection rather than doing it the broken way that Acorn recommended in the PRMs. So there's new versions out for all those applications that were released sometime in June, I think, possibly July, which adds that feature in. Moving on to look at the clipboard very quickly. Many years ago, when around about 2003-04, I think it must have been, I sort of inherited the Icon Clipboard module, which Thomas Leonard wrote back in the 90s sometime to implement the global clipboard in all writable icons on the desktop. So what that means is it provides the Control-C, Control-X, and Control-V for copy, cut, and paste in all icons. It obviously became a little bit irrelevant when RISC-OS Limited introduced all that in Select. Then the Ionics came out. RISC-OS 5 didn't have the support, and I 32-bitted it, which is, and asked Thomas if I could release it publicly, which he said, yep, no problem, and released it into the public domain. And so that's how I ended up sort of maintaining it for the past 15 years or so. And with all the improvements that Steve Revel was demonstrating earlier on today in the rule talk, surely it's no longer relevant on RISC-OS 5. So presumably I'd just be removing it from my website or marking it down as a legacy bit of software, except it didn't quite go like that. There was quite a lot of discussion on the rule forums, and I think also on RComp's mailing list as the clipboard support started coming out, from people saying, well, I've lost access to the various bits and pieces that Icon Clipboard did. How can I carry on using those alongside the new support in the that come natively with the operating system? And for those who perhaps aren't familiar with Icon Clipboard, it offers a few other key presses as well as just cut, copy, and paste. There's the slightly dubious Control-Z, which deletes and pastes, and I think in fact internally it is basically a Control-U key press to clear the icon, and then just Control-V to paste. It's got a couple of key presses, Control-D and Control-E, I think, that didn't have space for on the slide, that can mess about with DOS file name extensions in save dialog boxes. Then there's Control-S, which can swap the case of characters within your writable icons, and Control-T, which can insert today's date, which is where the T comes from. So maybe if we could actually just sort of reassign these keys to move them around so they didn't clash with things like Control-Z, which is now clear selection in icons, that would be quite useful. And the answer was, well, yes, it could, because people have been asking me for that for years, and it always looked surprisingly difficult to actually implement. And in fact, when I took Icon Clipboard over, one of the first things I did was make all the key presses configurable so you could turn off Control-S and Control-T for swap case and insert date, because it clashed with something in Profit, I think. And I had a few people say, well, if we have Icon Clipboard running, Profit can't use its keyboard shortcuts. And so once it became the case that all the other shortcuts, all the kind of core ones in Icon Clipboard, and it might need to be reconfigured as well, I decided to go back and have a look at this and see if it was as difficult as I first thought, which resulted in a new version of Icon Clipboard coming out again, I think in July sometime. It might have been August. And this has the ability now, so hopefully that text isn't too small for people to read on screen, to actually tell it what keys to use for all its functions, rather than just having them all hardwired so that Control-C is always copy, Control-Z is always overwrite from clipboard. You can actually tell it, use this control key shortcut for this action, or turn this one off, turn this one on. Rather than sitting and typing it all in by hand. It's all documented in the manual. If there's anybody who's difficulties, drop me an email. But set up a very simple example here that will do roughly what was talked about, I think, on the RComp mailing list. So we can turn off cut, copy, and paste, because RISC-OS 5 now supports those. we can move the Control Z function, that is clear the icon and paste the text in, paste the clipboard contents in onto Control Y. It's a keyboard shortcut that's not used, and for some reason in my head it always still works because Zap uses it for something rather similar. And let's re-enable Control S, Control T as well. So if I run those and then look at what Icon Clipboard thinks it's doing, you can see you should be able to see it's taken those changes on board. It's very hard to demonstrate clipboard shortcuts on the keyboard over Zoom, but I will just quickly show you Control S and Control T because they're the ones that a lot of people don't actually seem to know about, partly because they're actually disabled by default. So if I do Control T for insert today's date, it's actually inserted the date there in that writable icon for me. The format's configurable. Again, it's documented in the manual. You can have anything that RISC-OS can generate as a date. And if I take the caret back to the beginning and press Control S a few times, you can see it's swapping the case of the alphabetic characters in there, which is the same as things like impression and easy writer and evasion and so on do with similar key presses in their own applications. So that was Icon Clipboard, and looking at Icon Clipboard kind of led me on down another rabbit hole towards its sister application, or its sort of sibling, which I acquired with Icon Clipboard as part of the code that I got off Thomas. And it was called Clipboard, and it gave easy access to the global clipboard contents via a little window on the desktop. And so it was known as Clipboard. I decided as part of this work that it might be a good idea to find out if Thomas had ever actually allocated the names Icon Clipboard and Clipboard with ROUGOL, especially since RISC-OS 5 now uses the name Clipboard for something internally as part of its clipboard support, and it turned out he hadn't. Fortunately, I got Icon Clipboard, that was no problem, but Clipboard itself, the application, became Clipper, which is actually probably a neater and more distinctive name. So what does it do? Let's have a quick look. It basically opens up a little window onto the clipboard, which is all it does. And I have a strong suspicion, or all it initially did, and I have a strong suspicion that Thomas actually wrote it as a means of testing Icon Clipboard to provide a kind of fully functional set of clipboard implementation. But it can do a few useful little things, which can be quite handy if you're actually working with the clipboard a lot. So if I type some text into strong-ed and select that, and then do block clipboard, copy to clipboard, it's using Shift-Control-C, so that will take it onto the global clipboard. Clipper's picked that up, and it now recognizes strong-ed owns the clipboard, which is, I guess, useful in and of itself. But we can actually save that out to disk. So if I wanted a copy of the clipboard contents, I can actually save it out as a file. If I load that up, we'll see it's what I copied to the clipboard. And it will work the other way as well. So I've got another file here which contains some different text. And if I drop that onto Clipper's icon window, Clipper will pick it up, take ownership of the clipboard. And then if I come back into strong-ed and do block clipboard, paste to text, which is Shift-Control-V, it'll paste it in. So you can actually save the clipboard contents out and also drop files onto the clipboard, which will then be pastable into applications. And this works for text. You can, if you're using RISC-OS 5, where Paint and Draw both talk to the clipboard, you could drop draw files on, you can save draw files out, you can drop sprites on, save sprites out, that sort of thing, and it should all work as expected. The other thing that came out, which is going to be incredibly difficult to demonstrate here, there was shortly after I did all this work and had released this update to Clipper, Chris Evans asked on the news groups about whether there was an application that would allow you to type the clipboard contents at the caret, which is most useful for things. I think he was talking about the old Firefox web browser, which, if it wasn't, it was one of the other old web browsers that had implemented its own user interface and didn't recognize the clipboard or anything else very much regarding the kind of RISC-OS interface. And you could type into the fields, but you couldn't do anything else. And it'd be quite handy if there was a way of typing the clipboard contents in, so you could effectively paste in web addresses and that kind of thing. It seemed like the kind of obvious thing that Clipper could do. So with the release of version 0.3, I think we're on now, we are, yes. And a just click on Clipper's icon will type the text at the caret. As I say, you have to take my word for it, that did that rather than just pasting it in, but that did actually type it. So that's the latest addition to Clipper. So that got us up to about August, and I was still, obviously we were all still locked down. I was sat at home being paid by the Chancellor to do not very much for several months, and it seemed like a reasonably useful time to actually start picking up some of the projects on my RISC-OS to-do list, which had probably been best described as things that I really wanted to do but couldn't be bothered to do because they seemed quite boring, and there were other more interesting things to do if I only had half an hour here or there to actually look into them. And so a couple of things for developers fell out of this. The first one was a few updates to MessageMon, which is really not very useful to anyone unless you actually need it, in which case it becomes incredibly handy, which works with Reporter, which is the debugging tool from Chris Morrison and Martin Avison, and it will let you snoop on user messages that are passing around on the system. So all the stuff we were doing with the clipboard just then, and I was showing you pasting text out of StrongEd and into Clipper and across to elsewhere. All the while that was going on, all the applications were talking to each other behind the scenes, and MessageMon will let you snoop on those messages and see what they're actually saying to each other and see what the packets are and debug it. And I think I originally wrote it when I was actually implementing the global clipboard and cachebook many years ago to actually work out what on earth was going on. So that's all a few little updates this summer, mainly because I had a couple of bugs reported to me which were fixed. And the other thing that I picked up, which had been on my to-do list for a long time, was to have a look at WinEd. So WinEd's a template editor, which is, for those who don't know, allows developers to edit window templates. So I've got some templates here. These are actually alarms window definitions, and it's very much a kind of, everybody has their own favorite template editor. There's about 3 or 4 out there. WinEd was mine, and turns out to be quite a few other people's favorites. And it's been becoming increasingly unstable as systems updated. And it turns out it was doing some very dubious stuff in zero page, which it shouldn't have been doing. And modern versions of RISC-OS 5 were catching that and going, "Well, no, you don't want to do that," and it was causing it to crash. So back over the summer, I finally decided that now was as good a time as any to actually try and download the source code and get to build. And with a lot of help from very useful and knowledgeable folk on CSA Programmer and the GCC SDK mailing list, I finally got it building, tracked down a load of problems, and massive thank you to all the people on the ROUGOL forum who spent, by the look of it, a significant amount of time trying to break WinEd for me after I'd released bug fixes. We've probably got one of the most stable versions out there. It's been out there for about 15 years now, I suspect, because it's fixed a few other interesting things. And version 3.26 is now available to download. And also say thank you to Adam Richardson, who was very helpful and answered a number of stupid questions I sent him in emails about the event, where stuff was and where source code might have been and how things all worked. So that's potentially of interest to anyone who writes software for the platform. I'm conscious that time is running on, so we'll move on to kind of wrap up the last few things, really. Something else that fits into the category of stuff that I kind of really thought I ought to look at but had never really found the time to do was actually how my software is distributed. It's always been available via my website, and for a number of years you can get a lot of my titles off Klingstore because that was fairly easy to sort out. About 8 years ago, I had a look at trying to package stuff up and distribute it through Pacman, and failed miserably because I couldn't automate it enough at my end to make it actually something that I could be bothered to do every time I release new updates. And so, while I was still sat at home twiddling my thumbs and being paid by the Chancellor, I finally got that sorted. So now quite a lot of my software is available via the ROUGOL repository on Pacman if you wish to download it via that route. And there's something else that had been bothering me for a while, or it had been something that had been sort of niggling a little bit, and it's a subject that's actually come up a few times today in the talks that I've been dipping in and out of them, about software continuity and continuity of support and source code going missing and applications no longer being supported but not being maintainable or available. All of my stuff's been open source since 2012 or thereabouts, and prior to that the source code was available, but I think it's always been quite difficult to actually take the source code from my website and actually build it and turn it into applications. I say I think it has. I know it has, because when I looked at actually setting up a build environment myself this summer from what I publicly released, I found I couldn't actually do it. It wasn't actually possible, which was slightly embarrassing. So I've now been through everything and I'm starting to release all of my source code for all my build tools and all the software and so on GitHub. So it's actually available somewhere away from my website. So there's no single source of failure. If my website ever disappears, it hasn't all gone for good. I think about 3/4 of the stuff is there. You can build all the applications, the modules, the little things like icon clipboard, PC keys, that kind of thing, are still to sort out. There's a few little issues to tie up with those. But everything that is up there, you can download it, you can build it. If you've got access to a Linux machine, you can build it all yourself. And as far as I can see, it works fine. And if anybody would like to play with that and let me know the outcome, I'd be really interested. And I've also updated my website to make it a bit clearer now where you can actually download stuff from and where it's available. And the final thing, I think, which kind of ties in again, as part of that, I've actually updated the information on my website with much clearer guidance on how to use the source code and how to use the information that's out there. Because I was kind of conscious that even I found the build tools page on our website quite confusing. So, I pity anybody who came to it without any background knowledge of what it was all about. I also managed to spend some of the lockdown updating the programming tutorial that's on my site. And for those who've not seen it, if NetSurf will let me do it. Yep, okay. There's actually a C section here, which takes you through to a currently 28 chapter tutorial on writing C using the desktop development environment. Those are the rule packet. That's the rule package natively on Risc OS. There's none of the Linux stuff that I evangelize about at other times. It's all native stuff, and guiding, sort of maybe bringing you from a sort of basic hello world written in BASIC all the way through to doing the same thing in C and starting to add in other features. And hopefully I've managed to make that a little bit clearer on the website, where it is, how it's available, and also perhaps plug some of the other Risc OS native development tools that I've made available over the years and separate them out from all the Linuxy stuff to make it a bit more approachable for people. So that is basically what I've been doing in lockdown. Hopefully it's of interest to somebody. If anybody's got any questions, let us know. You can contact me via the website after this, drop me an email via the contact details in any of my software, and I'll happily try and answer questions. So thank you for listening, and yeah, are there any questions, I guess?
I'd like to thank Steve for the C tutorials. I was actually going to ask for more of those, and then I saw that you've already done more, so that's fantastic.
Thank the Chancellor for those.
I often, if there's a bit of nitty gritty that I forget, sometimes the rule PRM things are a little bit too dry, and your tutorials can be incredibly helpful in crystallizing exactly how things go together. So big thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. It's probably worth actually mentioning, just in light of that, that when I wrote them, I did actually make a lot of effort to go through the old PRMs, the new PRMs from, well, the Risc-OS, the Risc-OS limited PRMs from 2000 and Mumble, whenever they came out, all the rule documentation as well, and try and bring everything together. So it may well be one of the sort of more up-to-date versions of information for anyone who's working in BASIC as well, because there's a lot of background documentation there which you may not find elsewhere.
Well, all I can say is it's been very helpful, and it just brings things together in a way that PRMs don't necessarily do so on their own.
Well, thanks. Yeah.
Are you in lockdown much longer, Steve?
Sadly not. I went back to work in August, so yeah, it's been.
I was just going to say that the new DD, the new C compiler, has C18, so there'll be even more tutorials needed.
Oh dear.
Fantastic.
If there's any info around about stuff, I'm happy to try and update what I've done, but it's taken about 5 years to get to that stage, so I can't promise. But again, if anybody else would like to contribute to them, I'm happy to try and get the source for those out in GitHub as well, so other people can make changes to them. If that's of any use for anybody, drop us an email and let us know.
That's great.
I was going to echo what Andrew just said a moment ago, that tutorial series, I feel like that's a rare moment where someone has had a clarity of thought and done things in the order that you actually do them. I was going to applaud that as well. Andrew's beating me too.
Great minds think alike.
It's so easy to write something that if you already knew how to do it, that the instructions make sense to that person, but writing something if you knew nothing is a lot harder.
The interesting thing about doing it actually is that I know it's a bit of a cliche, but writing stuff down actually helps you understand problems. The amount of bugs I fixed in my own libraries having written that and realized that I'd done stuff wrong and then gone back and sorted it. So it's an interesting process.
There's one question in the chat, which David Fugay asking whether the launcher could be made just a pixel wide, so it's just a pixel at the edge of the screen.
Possibly yes, actually. I'll have a look at that because it can't be to answer the question that wasn't asked. It can't be made invisible because that's a massive change in the way RiscOS works. To actually spot the mouse going to the edge of the screen with no window is incredibly difficult, or not incredibly difficult, but it's a totally different way of working. But 1 pixel wide may be doable, so I will have a look at that and see what I can do.
You might have one extra happier user. Well, thank you very much for that, Steve. We've perfectly timed that as well. Just before 6. So now I can see Vince lurking up there in the corner of my screen. Are you ready, Vince? You're on mute still, Vince.
Yeah, no, I was trying to use the touchpad on the computer and forgetting I got connected up to keyboard and mouse. Okay, I'm going to turn my video off and switch to the other screen. So,
right, okay.
So if I share my screen first.
While Vince sorts that out, I think after this we will have
this isn't working.
A surprise visit from Chris Evans of CJE, I think. So it's a little extra special guest at the end.
Share screen.
That's it. I can see that.
Okay, let's get out of the way. And I'm going to turn my video off as well if I can. The interface is gone.
Yeah, for some reason we've got your slide window and half another window or something.
It worked perfectly the other night when we tried this.
Yeah.
Just bear with me 1 second.
That's it. That'll do.
Okay, that'll have to. Oh, poo. Come back. Well, I've got some notes on this screen as well to remind me of things. I had them on there previously, but right, okay. I can't turn my video off either then, apparently.
Okay. Never
Right.
mind.
So I'm going to be switching. Okay, if you want to introduce me, carry on.
Okay. Well, here is Vince Hudd to tell us all about SoftRock software and maybe Riscosity. Who knows? Away you go, Vince.
Right. Okay. So I've not got anything to push or sell at the moment. So what I'm going to do instead is just give you a brief history of SoftRock software, and then I'll just open up to the questions so you can ask me, steer the conversation anyway. Ask me about anything like products, new or old, my websites, or anything. So here we go. And that didn't work. Right, okay, so I've been trading as SoftRock software since 1989 with the original aim to write and sell budget games for 8-bit computers. When I started the business, I'd already written a couple of text adventures. The first was actually written at school on the BBC Micro in BBC Basic. But when I got my first computer, an Acorn Electron, I wrote it again using Adventure Creator. And as soon as I'd done that, I wrote another one, a slightly more ambitious one. Before that, I'd also written a Pac-Man style game. And when I say written, I mean literally written. It was written on a stack of A4 paper in 6502 assembly language. But that got put to one side when I got the Electron, and I worked on those adventure games. When I got a BBC, I bought a graphic adventure creator and added graphics to those games. And I started working on a arcade adventure game called Paris Run. Didn't get that finished, but we reached 1989. And later in 1989, I bought an A3000 before I had anything good enough to release. My first commercial release was about a year later. Now, bearing in mind, I set up the business to sell budget games, and I'd written a couple of adventure games for the BBC. There was that handwritten, incomplete Pac-Man style game, and I was working on that Paris Run game. Obviously, the first thing I released was a cashbook program. It was actually a program I'd written for my own use on the BBC, which I ported over to the A3000 and improved a bit. Ultimately, though, it was just a BBC program made bigger. There were a couple of other programs in the set, a stock control program and a nominal ledger program, which also got the same treatment. But the nominal ledger in particular was really, really weak. And in the end, I just gave up, and I think I released them to the PD libraries with the option to register, so i.e. like shareware. But a couple of months after releasing that, I did actually release my first game, and that was Escape from Xeria. Now, the main programming on this was done before I ported the cashbook. The whole program was pretty much written over a weekend. It was the level designs that held it up. They took a bit longer. Now, although it was written in BBC Basic, the game is actually based on that handwritten 6502 game. It was a result of a conversation I had with someone who told me that BBC Basic wasn't suitable for writing a game, and I took that as a challenge. And what I did was I took that 6502 game, that handwritten one, went through it, looked at my comments and how the code worked, and recreated it in BBC Basic on the A3000. And the storyline that you're escaping from the prison mines of Xeria actually came from that work in progress, Paris Run. When I finished it, I found there was plenty of space on the disk. So I proceeded to make an attempt at writing something along the lines of Paris Run in BBC Basic for Risc OS. And I think I transferred some of the level designs across from the BBC as well. That became Return to Xeria, which I included on the disk with Escape from Xeria. And if you get to play it, you'll see that it was very rushed. It's very, very, very poor. There was still space on the disk, so I included those two BBC adventure games for use under 6.5 host. Now, after Escape from Xeria, oh no, yeah, I was going to go on to the other games, but I see the slide is actually about the BBC version. So I went back to that 6502 code and decided to actually type it into the BBC and get it working. In its written form, it wasn't finished, so there was a little bit more work to do. And obviously, bug fixes and tweaks were needed to what I'd written, as well as some basic glue, the menu screen, I think, title screen, and the loader. But in 91, I started selling it, or at least trying to. I don't think it ever reached double figures. It probably didn't even reach the fingers of both hands. An interesting factoid, though, is that the 6502 version initially was too slow and needed to be made faster. The BBC Basic version on the A3000 was actually too fast and had to be slowed down. And also, there was enough space on the disk for the BBC version to include those two adventures on that as well. And I don't know if those were the versions with graphics or not, unfortunately, because I no longer have copies of it. So after Escape from Xeria, there were 4 more budget games. Guardians of the Labyrinth, which also has some elements of Paris Run in it. Drop Rock, which is a Repton style game. Switch, which is a puzzle game played against the clock on a grid that looks a bit like a Connect 4 type grid. And lastly, Floopy, which was my first program in C beyond anything other like Hello World. And this is also another much better attempt at creating that Paris Run idea. Now, I'm not sure when this was actually released. I'm going to say 1993, but it might have been slightly earlier. That's when I released Trellis, a fairly simple program for writing your own text adventures. It borrows some aspects from Adventure Creator, which used you defined the rooms, your words file, the commands that you could typed in, and the objects, and you had different sets of conditions that would be executed at different points. So I kept the idea of the rooms, words, and objects, put those in separate files, and then replaced the conditions with a program script. And naturally, the first thing I did then was rewrote those two BBC adventures using Trellis to include with it as demo games. And you'll notice here as well, at the bottom of the advert, that by this point, I had a free post address because I was actually doing quite well selling the software. And then in '94, I bought a Risc PC. And after a little while of marveling at how much more powerful it was than the A3000, I decided it was about time to have a look at those games again because they didn't work properly on the Risc PC. I completely rewrote Escape from Xeria and Drop Rock. And in the case of Escape from Xeria, I improved the gameplay quite a bit, which means I made it harder. Drop Rock, I think, is pretty faithful to the original version. I released those two rewrites as separate versions for the Archimedes and for the Risc PC. And I didn't get around to working on the rest of the games because in 1995, I got online and programming all but stopped. I spent all my free time pretty much online reading Usenet and messing around in IRC. And yeah, the size of my phone bills, they bring me out in cold sweats now just thinking about them. So there was some programming done because my ISP was Argonet, and they supplied a piece of software called Voyager. And there were problems with Voyager. There were various faults. So a lot of what I was doing was just little hacks and unofficial fixes and things like that. And it was necessary to do that because some of their programs were a little bit unstable. And a good example is the email client Posty, which amongst users had the nickname Toasty because it often burnt the email files. And thinking about it now, I suspect it was me that came up with that nickname. But along came Voyager 2, which embraced pests like me by making it easier to add stuff to it with a system called, I think, VIX, which stood for Voyager Internet Extension. Might have been Vixen, actually, thinking about it now. And Web Change was born as a VIX, or a Vixen. It was a simple single-tasking BBC Basic program that I clicked a button in Voyager to run whenever I updated my website. And all it did was go through the files and add a last updated date to web pages based on their timestamps. When I bought WIMP Basic from Claire's, because I'd never learned WIMP programming, I wrote a better version of WebChange and gave it a few more features and released it as a product. It was very, very slow, though, especially on pages, large sites with lots of pages. There was one user who had such a large site that he used to set it going overnight and leave it when he went to bed so that it'd be finished by the time he got up the next morning. And I used to advertise it in the magazines with badly drawn adverts featuring two dodgy spies with even dodgier names discussing it. And the main jokes in those were the greeting between them and their names, which you can see there are, their main names are Agent Does the Spot on Your Chinovich, and it is Agent Just Until I Pick It Off. And here's another example of one. This is later the same year from that advert, in fact, just after the Wakefield show. And you can see by this point I was using a bit more color, and that was a 1/4 page ad, whereas the other one was a much smaller one. WebChange became my core product. I was using it a lot myself, which for some of my websites, that helped steer its development based on what I needed. And it evolved in how it was written. It went from a purely WIMP Basic program through to having a WIMP Basic front end and a C back end to the current version, which is entirely written in C, although it's still got a separate front and back end. It makes it a lot faster. And obviously that means I finally did learn to program the WIMP. And it's also now free to download. There's no manual for it though, but who reads manuals anyway? Okay, so that brings us up to the current date. Obviously, I run riscosity.com. When I first registered Riscosity, my original plan was for it to be a repository of RiscOS software, hence the name being a play on that, repository, not as some people like to tease, suppository. The idea was that if someone left the platform, I could ask them for permission to throw their various titles there so they just didn't vanish, which kind of harks back to what Phil was talking about earlier about the preservation. But then Drove went into archive mode, so I made the hasty decision to turn it into a news site. And I think I can safely say that it's now the most frequently updated RiscOS news site. Other stuff I run, you've got riscosity.co.uk, which is where I host RiscOS mailing lists. It's hosted separately from riscosity.com because Mailman comes as part of the package, which is what I use for the mailing lists. And the advantage with having a mailing list there is it means because the email address will be something at riscosity.co.uk, you've got Riscos in the name. I registered riscosusers.org.uk some time ago, but I don't actually use it for very much at the moment, other than having the Bristol subdomain, which currently redirects to the Bristol RiscOS users mailing list. And another domain I've got, which I've had a few years, which I don't think I've ever mentioned to anyone before, is rogoto.net. I don't use it at all yet. The intention is to use it as a URL shortcut for internal use on Riscosity. So it's a sort of RiscOS go-to. It'll be easier for me to remember the addresses of websites and to change them if and when necessary, because the current system, it's a bit of a pain if I need to change a website address. And why is that not responding? And lastly, the RiscOS Awards website. We've had an annual awards poll going back all the way to before we had the internet, run by the magazines. In the internet era, Drove ran them for a while. Then Iconbar did, and a couple of others after that, but it eventually stopped and we went for a year or two with no poll. And I thought that was a shame. An awards poll is a nice public nod to developers, etc. So I decided to bring it back and give it a home of its own. And what I'd like to do at some point is go back over all those old awards polls, both the online ones and in the magazines, and archive the results on the site. The problem with that, though, is finding the time. And that's that. So ask me anything. If I can work out how to stop sharing, there it is. Go.
Ask you anything. So when's the manual going to be finished then?
Who needs manuals? I will start it once I've sorted out my missing copy of Ovation Pro.
Missing copy? What?
Yeah, I've got it on Windows and I've installed it on Linux as well because it runs under Wine, but I really need the RiscOS version. Once I've got that, I can work on whichever platform I'm on at any given time.
Oh, that's a question in the chat. What about the software collection being on Pling Store?
Yeah, I suppose I could do, but the idea was that for download, the software will eventually be for free from the website. So the CD is just a way of giving me some money at shows. It's not really a product I push as such. I'm just getting the chat up myself.
Since you made a foray into 3D printed Raspberry Pi cases.
Say that again, sorry, Rob?
You made a foray into 3D printed Raspberry Pi cases, which I don't think you mentioned in those sets of slides. So did you design those on a PC or on RISC-OS? How did that come about?
It was done on a PC in using a program called TurboCAD.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything suitable on RISC-OS that would have been able to do it and produce the output file for the format that was needed for the printing company I used.
Okay, I was about to say, is it your own 3D printer? Or
no. It was printed by a company in Belgium, I think they're based, called Materialize. And the type of the printing process that it was using is selective laser sintering.
SLS rather than SLA.
Sorry?
SLS rather than SLA.
Yes. And yeah, this is an industrial process, really. It's for prototyping and whatnot.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Can you tell me more about the process of creating the games?
It's so long since I've written them. Yeah, I mean, they were all written in BBC Basic, apart from Floopy. And like I said, the first one, I literally looked at the 6502 code I'd written and recreated what I'd written in Basic. What I didn't do was the sensible thing, which was to create a library as I did it to make each subsequent one easier. I literally wrote each one from scratch, and none of them are perfect because I sort of cut corners here and there. But there was no standard process for writing them. It was just working as I just had the keyboard and working out what I needed to do.
Do you remember anything about the voice generators you use for games like Drop Rock or Escape from Xeria?
Right. Okay. The first version of Escape from Xeria, I used sound samples. I used Amadeus.
Okay.
I think I didn't actually create my own sound samples for that one. I used some of the ones which came with it. But from Guardians of the Labyrinth onwards, I started using Cocanizer to write tracker music, and I think I used tracker music for pretty much all of them after that point. Which that was part of the problem, part of the reason they didn't work on the Risc PC, because I don't think the version of Cocanizer that I was using at that point worked on it. Also, I think, if I remember rightly, actually, when RISC-OS 3.1 came out, there's a problem with that as well. I remember if you as you were pressing the keys to play the game, the tracker music sped up, which was fun. But yeah, I used music for most of the games.
Right. Well, thanks very much, Vince. Good to have you do a talk for a change rather than you running around recording everyone else's talks.
Yeah.
Right. So now, as we've got a spare 10 minutes, Chris Evans, are you there? I know Chris. I did post in the chat earlier. Chris has written a blog about things he's been up to this year, and he can pop up and tell us a bit about it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hello, Chris. Oh, although you're cutting in and out weirdly. Nope, you've gone mute again now.
It's not actually muted, but we've lost his sound.
Yeah, it's lost it for some reason.
I'll try using my mobile phone.
That's working. We can hear you. Yeah.
A different user. So Chris Evans via mobile.
Yep.
From my phone with my laptop.
Yeah, it's getting a slightly odd echo, but it's working.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Is that me now? You can hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, well, thanks very much for letting me jump in here. Even though it's a bit ironic that I suggested a virtual show, I know, nearly 2 years ago. I was about the least organised of everyone. It's great to see all the other talks and that. As an exhibitor, you don't normally get to see it. It's certainly found out some interesting information about various things there. Briefly got a couple of things that I can talk about. Just look at my notes on my trusty Risc PC. Yeah, we've been, if people can go to my homepage and on the website, in the blog section, talks about how, the last year and what CJ Micros and 4D have been doing, Riscos and personal. Some more power switches for Philips monitors, because in the retro market, which is quite a lot of their market that we now sell into, there was it's amazing the number of people that want the full retro experience of having a CRT monitor. So, but you couldn't repair them because you couldn't get the power switches. One of the frequent components that we used to go on them. But we do that. But no, yes, sorry, going back to the adjustable resolution mouse, the nice thing is that it's very useful for people doing CAD type work or artwork, and it doesn't matter what operating system on it, it just works. One of the other things that we have managed to do is we've a lot of people know that we've been doing the ZIDE FS sort of interfaces. Let's get that round to something a little bit more like that. And you plug in a 40-pin adapter that then allows you to either use compact flash or an SD card, but it's actually better really that people use something like an mSATA drive. So we've managed to locate some suitable adapters. So we're now going to be selling the ZIDE FS with that. Then we've got the Rapido IG, which very grateful to ROUGOL, who've actually done some Throw-in, actually it was, I think, who did some tweaks to improve the monitor compatibility there. But the Rapido IG is really nice, complete system, full power control of soft of the power, soft off, and we've got some new cases for it that are nice. In actual fact, I'll just pick up one and show that. This is, in actual fact, this case here, don't know how well you can see that. This one actually has got a Raspberry Pi 4 in it, but we've got the same case just sitting to my left, which has the iGET V5 in it, and it's a nice case that you can have an optical drive inside, SSD drive, and it can be used in tower or desktop case, although in desktop mode, for some obscure reason, the CD drive is effectively upside down. Yeah. But that's a rather strange one. Now, so we've got those on special offer, the Rapido IG, but moving on just to the Raspberry Ro 4, which obviously is now flavor of the month. We've got two versions again of that, the standard and the pro version. Now we needed to have a decent heat sink, we thought, for it. So we found these ones.
which I think are going to be well up to the job for that. And we'll do what's required. We did have to modify our Pi control board so that we could use it with it, but that was fairly easy for Andrew to do, and so we've done that. What else? Oh yes, with the Pi 4, in that case you can have up to 10 USB sockets if you want. 2 at the front, 5 at the back, and the 3 internal, and that does a good job there. And we'll be offering it in both 2, 4, and 8 gigabyte versions. Again, details on links from the blog post on our website. And the other brief thing I will mention is that I'm sorry to say that I think Brexit is going to affect us quite a bit, because quite a lot of our sales are to the Europe, and in particular low value sales will be a bit of a nightmare for people to buy in Europe, because of the customs system and handling fees and one thing or another. But apart from that, that's the brief history of situation at CJE, and please read the blog. And if anyone's got any questions, I hopefully can answer anything.
Oh, thank you, Chris. Good to pop in and give us a quick update. I take it that's all your nice new storage in the background. It certainly looks neater than the old shop.
Oh yes, it's lovely to have a lot of extra. We spent about £3,000 on racking to kit it all out properly.
Oh, there's a quick question in the chat. Is there any news on an update to Photodesk?
No, to be honest, that communications, it can be a little bit difficult because the maintainers English isn't their first language, and I'm certainly no good at foreign languages, but that is something that I do need to invest a bit more time in, trying to progress that a bit more.
I guess it is our only kind of photo editing package, isn't it? So it kind of needs to be kept going.
Well, it's fairly mature. I know that 1 or 2 people have come up with a few extra suggestions, but they'll be nice, certainly to do.
You're watching Wi-Fi Sheep live on YouTube. Now, we were planning to go off air roughly about now, but in a few moments' time, we're hoping to have an impromptu Q&A session, again with Andrew Ramsley and RComp, to discuss further the Forte and other products, as we ran out of time earlier on in the day. So I'm hoping we'll get to that just shortly, if you can stay with us.
Technically, the show's over, but I know there was lots of questions people still had for Andrew earlier, because we kind of had to cut off his end of his talk very abruptly. So if anyone is still on who has questions about RComp or Risc developments, they can throw them in now. Other than that, I guess general chat.
If anybody wants to know more about the new Forte machine,
yeah, indeed.
I'm in a good book.
I've got a general suggestion. I'll try to say that in a bit.
What's up, David?
No, I've just got a general suggestion. I was thinking about it earlier. If there's another Zoom thing like going forward, I've got a suggestion to make. How about if you have breakout rooms and have a stall like a breakout room, so each person that's exhibiting has a breakout room, so you can go to that particular breakout room like you would go to the stall, then have another breakout room for talks, and then another breakout room for general chat. So it's more like an actual show rather than everybody having to do everything. And then you can get more sales and actually target your audience like you would at a proper show.
We did have a brief play with the breakout rooms, but I think on the basic package for Zoom, you're limited to might be only 2, possibly 4. I can't remember breakout rooms, and it was slightly odd in that you had to, the
Hello?
administrator
Can
had
you
to
hear me? Or is the
manually allocate
connection gone?
people to rooms. It was a bit weird. So we decided it wasn't worth the effort at the moment. But maybe, yeah, if we do this in another year's time, we might have another investigation.
Sorry, say that again. You're breaking up. Sorry.
Oh, so I said the breakout rooms didn't work very well because when we tried them, you had to manually allocate people to them, and it was a bit odd.
I think London C++ used to use something like that. I'm trying to. It wasn't on Zoom, but it was on another meetup platform. I'll try and find which one it was. It worked very well, actually.
I'd be concerned that it would result in a little bit too much fragmentation of a relatively small user base, where people want to listen.
I mean, during the show, so it'll be exactly like it would be for the show. You just literally go into where, like, if I wanted to talk to Andrew, I go to Andrew's Arcom breakout room, and Andrew can then talk to me, and then it's more like a show, isn't it? Rather than everybody trying to like.
It is, but then you'd be missing whoever was talking next.
Like everything
Very fair to
together,
that.
like it has been this year, though, isn't it? I just think of everybody involved. Really, I just thought it was easier for everybody then.
And
Got to admit, I enjoyed hearing other people's talks this year for the first time.
And Tom Williamson's just pointed out that anyone who's following on YouTube would miss huge chunks because they can't switch.
But if it was a real show, when Wi-Fi Sheep has been there anyway, they've either been in the foyer area or during the show. So you could switch, couldn't you, between the foyer room and then the talk room, because the Wi-Fi Sheep people and the YouTube people don't follow people around anyway, do they? They just stay in two rooms, don't they? Well, whatever. I just thought it was an idea, but whatever.
It's something to think about. Yeah, I mean that's the first time we tried this, so it's all a learning experience, as they say.
I have a question for Andrew.
Hi, Robert.
Hi, Andrew. Couple of things. Is the version of Fireworks Pro that you spoke about available on store at the moment?
Yeah, although it's still technically a beta, it is available as an upgrade on store as of last night.
And I noticed on your aide memoire you had a note about ProCAD.
Yeah, basically, as many of you know, David Snell, who produces ProCAD, has had to step back because of family commitments. And his time to actually develop products and do Risc things is sort of down to 1 day a week of free time that he has to split between, more or less everything that he does. So he's basically passed on the source code to ProCAD to me, so that the product can be maintained and continued. And my hope is that, although I haven't pushed him on it, my hope is that the rest of his software will follow. Certainly we're facilitating him selling it through Blinkstore at the moment, and having been able to reproduce his build environment, I can build his programs. So as it happens, he actually programs with the same libraries that I do, so it's actually quite a pleasing fit that I think I only had to make 1 or 2 very minor changes to get ProCAD to suit what my exact build environment. So yeah, my intention is to have a new version of that out very shortly, tweaked sort of. I was cosmetic tweaks, but nothing functional at this stage, because I don't want to break things for people who are relying on the program.
I was hoping you were going to mention an undo redo facility.
Oh, we'd love that in lots of programs. I do wonder. I do wish programmers of older programs who are revisiting their programs, now that we have so much RAM, one wonders whether the sort of a snapshot of the current state of play could be stored every few minutes, and even if you can't implement undo, could you sort of restore document state to just grab the whole document, stick it in a block of memory, and with the idea that it could be restored back to that position at a later date, without worrying too much about the undo history of every operation. But yeah, it's not the only program that undo has come up as a hot topic.
No, but it's the most important.
I agree, it's important.
Anyway, listen, it's thanks to you and all the other presenters. It's been a wonderful day.
I think I said to Brian in the chat, I can't imagine how it really could have been much better, to be honest with you. I've enjoyed listening to everybody. As I say, for the first time, I can listen to other people's talks. It's amazing.
Anyway, thanks very much.
The Fireworks Pro update is on the web, on the Pling store, because I've just bought it. I await confirmation.
Better hurry down and do some approvals then.
Andrew, I also updated Unicontrol. It says 410 on the site, but I've updated my Riscos size. It just says 410 still, April 2014.
Right. My notation for updates is that if it's just a tweak to something non-critical, I'll put like an A or a B or a C to indicate that it's changed. So with 410A, the main change was actually just some sort of Riscos 5.28 related bug fixes stroke tweaks to some of the user interface components. Like I think it was the setup utility and Unicon.
Do I need to update the Windows file as well?
No, there was nothing in the window. It was purely just sort of a couple of
on the
things
Riscos, right?
were breaking with 5.28. So I needed to make some minor code changes to sort them out. So I did, but because the main software in the Windows end and the module hadn't changed, I just left the version number at 410 and stuck an A on the end to indicate that it was different.
Right, thanks.
So it's like the latest Iris is called Iris Org 2020C, because it's the third release of basically the same thing, but with minor tweaks to fix little side things.
Nobody's come round yet and asked who's eating and what pub we're going to. Can we have a virtual version of that?
I think we all just order on Deliveroo and all get it arrived together. Watching each other eat.
At least we can go to which pub we like.
That's true, yeah. Whichever one's got the best beer, you can go to.
Yeah,
I'm not in Wales.
We can't go to Wales.
Nor in central Scotland, I think, either.
That's right, yeah. So Andrew, Safe Store 3 then.
Okay.
So the current state obviously is that you're out to people who wish to try it out. Is that the case?
Basically, Alan's been working on that during lockdown stroke this summer. He's sort of scaled back a bit of his development time a bit, so I'm trying not to push him too hard on it. But basically, there are a number of improvements in both to what it can do and also reliability of dealing with peculiar situations with particular hardware setups that could trip things over in the past. So what we have is a much more robust and better product all round. Sort of relatively limited number of headline new features, but altogether a much better backup program. And if anybody is, I know some people paid for an upgrade last week, the last real Wakefield, I think, because we hope to get it out very quickly and then it kind of slipped. So, if anybody falls into that boat and wants to get access to the latest code, please get in touch and I will pass on things for people to play with and test. And obviously, if you have feedback and suggestions, then they'll be gratefully taken on board.
I'm not wishing to do a leading question, but I caught that you said that the Pine book was in limited supply.
Yeah, there's it's flipping COVID again. We've got basically we've got just like literally a very small number left. Initially we thought we were sold out, but some of the people who paid deposits decided to change their mind and decided to wait for Wi-Fi in the future. So we've been able to free up a little bit of stock. But yeah, the problem has been the screens. As you probably know, the Pinebook or ARMbook has a terrific IPS 1080p screen, and it was always a bit, I wondered how on earth they could do that for the price. But with COVID, component costs on laptops have shot up because every man and his dog wants a laptop to work from home. So laptops that you could buy for sort of £250, £300, now the cheapest laptop of a sensible specification you can get is about 450 to 500. One of the ways this has got turned about is that screen costs have shot up. So basically they can't produce the Pinebook for the cost that they sell it for. And they don't want to put the prices up, which is frustrating for us because we quite happily pay twice the price for the stock. But they don't feel they can do that, and therefore they've put a hiatus on manufacturing until the screens are available at a sensible price again. We are investigating the Pine Tab that they offer, which uses the same chipset, and so that may be an interim product. And then longer term, but I must stress longer term because I think it's quite a ways away. We are doing groundwork on Pinebook Pro, which is a completely different processor, a rock chip processor. But I mean, problem is if I say, oh yeah, that's coming, then I put the kibosh on existing sales. But I'd be lying to you if I didn't say it was being worked on. But the problem is the Riscos port takes a long time, and the rock chip port is particularly difficult and particularly complicated. And therefore, to tell somebody to wait or not wait, it's a very tricky situation. You're probably going to be waiting quite a long time. But I'm not going to say it's not happening because that would be a lie. But equally, we don't have a boot, we don't have it running on, it's not like I'm sort of wait 3 months and I'll have it out. It's, there is code and we can do things on a rock chip, but we don't have sort of the necessary graphics drivers. For example, the Pinebook Pro uses something called EDP, which is a DisplayPort related standard for driving the panel, which is very different to the methodology used by the original Pinebook. So it's a complex job. The other thing is that with the original Pinebook, the actual screen was initialized by U-boot. So what we're able to do on the original Pinebook was actually piggyback off U-boot to bring Risc OS in on top of that with working screen and everything else. With Pinebook Pro, U-boot basically doesn't work with a lot of the hardware that's built in. So U-boot just acts as a trigger layer for the Linux operating system, which then has its own hardware drivers that actually bring up the screen and all the other bits and bobs in it. So for Pinebook Pro, we've actually got to write low-level drivers for more or less everything. So it's a large amount of work to do that. So yeah, that's the situation on ARMbook, Pinebook. As it is, we remain fully committed to the ARMbook product, and I've got new operating system update waiting in the wings. I was holding back because of 5.2.8, so obviously that will come out with based on the 5.2.8, and we'll be continuing to upgrade the specification and capabilities of that product going forwards, because it's been our big seller during 2020. So that's a product that we're very much committed to.
So just a quick question on the disk capacity. Are you selling upgrades for the disk capacity with pre-installed Linux on there, so you can swap?
Oh, I see. I did at one stage have a whole load of 64 gig modules in. Gradually they got whittled away, so they're out of stock now. But I can order in a batch from Taiwan if people are keen, and then I can pre-flash that with Manjaro or whatever that people would like. I've done that for a number of people when they bought the machines, so it's not a problem. And I have the USB flashing tool for flashing the eMMC modules. So that's a simple task if people want that. I'm just looking at some of the chat.
There's lots of IDE chat in the
Yeah, I was just trying to see what was going
development
on.
stuff rather than the old standard. When you mentioned 528, is that the latest beta for the ARMX6, the OS, was very nearly 528, wasn't it? But
yes, I mean, basically, we wanted to roll that out to see if there were any bugs in it, so that if there were, we could feed that back to ROUGOL, so that things could be squashed before the final 5.28 went out. The ARMX6 betas were instrumental in getting quite a few things fixed in the WIMP over the summer, so that was a very, very productive thing. But I didn't want to do any more until there'll be a well, it'll technically, for ARMX6, it'll technically be a 5.29 because it contains elements that aren't in the standard RUL 528, like the isochronous USB stuff. So we'll be putting out a 5.29 that is sort of snapshotted from the same time, but with the necessary operating system changes that entails. Probably something similar for the ARM book, to be perfectly honest. Otherwise, things like time machines and things will ship with RUL 5.28 from now on until we issue further updates in due course. Similarly, obviously, Risc Direct. The reason we held back the Raspberry Pi edition or Raspberry Pi 4 edition of Direct was that we wanted to be in sync with Risc Open. We felt there's still such a stigma associated with a perception of trying to fork operating systems that we felt it was much better to go with a 5.28 basis for Direct as well as for the RUL products, so that Direct could, it could be seen as what it is, which is an expansion of what RUL are doing rather than intending as sort of competition to what RUL are doing. And then obviously on Forte, I don't know how much of it came across in the talk, but because Forte has been done alongside Tom at Wi-Fi Sheep, who is the face of Risc Direct, we've taken the Risc Direct stuff as a basis for the Forte, and then we've built on a whole load of extra software on top of that to sort of create a Risc Direct Plus, as it were, with commercial software built on top of that to give people an even better experience with that.
You're doing all right, Andrew. I think about 6-9 months ago, I was worried and anxious, but now it all seems to be coming together. Everyone is working or singing off the same hymn. I do have a question to Andrew.
Yeah.
It's about you were showing on your show you're using Avalanche as your Now I use it all the time, but I can't. It's not stable for me on the ARMX6. It only lives for about 4 or 5 minutes and it drops. It's not a problem because I don't lose any data on the PC I'm looking at, but it takes me 10 seconds to get it back up again. Can you comment on that?
Do you have alignment exceptions on or off? Would be my first.
I'm not sure.
To be honest with you, I'll be totally straight with you. The first time I looked at Avalanche for a very, very long time was yesterday, when I was actually trying to sort of set up and rig everything up for this demo today, because this is the most preparation I put into a talk for, I think, ever since I started doing talks, because I actually had to get all the equipment working together in advance and all everything pre-scripted. So yeah, I haven't had any trouble with Avalanche on the Forte or on the TIX system, but I do have that disabled, and I'm also not trying to do anything fancy with sound or anything like that. So I am running quite it's a fairly virgin Avalanche system with nothing fancy and nothing and with alignment exceptions disabled, because in order to get Iris more stable, I found that alignment exceptions off were helpful with that, which, as an aside, is very peculiar because Iris is such a modern application built using all the latest compiler twiddles for modern processors that I'm very surprised there are alignment things, but the programmer's delving into that literally as we speak to find out why that's the case. But nevertheless, I have the alignments exceptions off for that reason on the demo machines, and I wonder, that's the only thing I can think of that might be slightly different, because otherwise most people tend to say that the ARMX6 is a bit more forgiving than most systems.
Well, my experience is that with the Raspberry Pis, that I can run Avalanche for 20 minutes, half an hour before it crashes. But with the ARMX6, it's normally 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And when I'm doing shopping at Tesco, let's say, or Waitrose, I've got to restart it at least 10 times to get my order through, which is a bit of a nuisance. I'll go and check to see if I've got the alignment exceptions off. It's in the other.
It's all I can suggest. The other option I didn't actually show in the talk, but which I actually set up yesterday as an alternative, is if you're running Windows 7 or 10 Pro, you have a one machine remote access license as part of your operating system, which you can turn on with a tick box. If you right click My Computer and go sort of properties, and in there you can turn on remote access. And then you can use RDP client, which is actually slightly faster and probably slightly more robust. But
okay, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this crash. I'll go and check to see if I've got the alignment exceptions off.
Beyond that, I mean, I'd have to try it on my ARMX6, and I haven't done. But my other suggestion would be try just sort of, if you rename your boot sequence to sort of X boot or something, and just copy in a Virgin boot sequence from the recovery drive, just in case there's something on your system that's
much more than that. It's been happening for the last 2 years on any machine. I mean, all machines that I use Avalanche on, it crashes out. It's some sort of timing issue, and the ARMX6 is the worst. So I've got to the extent that I've put Avalanche on my desktop on my pin board so that I can start it up again quickly, because I can't do without it.
As I say, given that I don't use the program, it's very difficult for me to answer your question.
If anyone else,
and as I say, somebody saying that's less stable on that, I mean, that wouldn't fit with my own experiences of ARMX6s, which tend to be a lot more bulletproof than any of my other machines.
Other programs, I agree, but particularly with Avalanche, it is, in my case.
I mean, it's Cortex A9 like Panda, and that's very similar to A8, which is Beagle. When you're talking about the Pi, which generation of Pi you're talking about?
3.
See, that's ARM v8, which is less compatible than the ARM v7. I don't know. Check the alignment exceptions. That's really all I can say. I can imagine that it would suffer from alignment issues given its age. That's why I'm sort of saying that would be my first port of call. But I can't, sorry, I can't do any more than that. Anybody else in the meantime?
Rest, we've still got 50 people in here.
I think then in that case, I will just go and grab the cup of tea that Steph has left at the doorstep for me.
Okay, I'm back. And I've got alignment exceptions on.
Okay, try them turned off.
Try them turned off. Okay.
You may find it's a more stable program with it off. To explain, you probably know about alignment exceptions, but for those that don't, basically ARM v7 processors don't like half-word operations, and some 32-bit code for Ionix era, where that was okay, did that, and therefore you'll find that they generate errors on ARM v7. Now, often these errors are non-fatal, and you can turn the errors off so that they don't actually get sort of displayed and the programs continue. And what we often find is that with alignment exceptions disabled, programs that would otherwise crash continue to work as normal, as it were. It is effectively masking a fault in the program. But on the other hand, my attitude is that if it allows a program to work that would otherwise crash, then unless it causes any knock-on effects, and it rarely, if ever seems to do that, I'd rather have my programs continuing to work than crashing, because they're not 110% ARM v7 safe. That is a controversial opinion, I know, but I'm of the opinion that we need to preserve all software as much as we can, and therefore, if changing that setting allows a number of legacy applications to continue working, then I would rather have those applications continue working than have them crash out horribly.
It makes sense because I don't use the Avalanche all the time, so it's mostly for shopping, and occasionally I do the Zoom on the Avalanche because I've got a bigger screen rather than this tiny screen I'm looking at now. So I could just switch off the exceptions when I'm using Avalanche and switch them back on again for normal use. I have a follow-up question to that. It isn't to you, Andy, necessarily. I tried to get hold of events by writing to the. I'm on the.
You mean from Adrian?
Well, events. It's a.
Yeah, from Adrian Leeds.
Yeah, I've written twice and I've had no reply, and so I don't know what's happened to it. It was offering beta testers, but didn't reply to my request.
He has changed email address recently.
Ah. So.
I think you have to, if you were using the old Yahoo address, it's changed his address to same as his website, sendiri.co.uk.
Okay.
So just check. It's the same bit before the @ sign, but it's the @sendiri.co.uk rather than at yahoo.com. So do check that. The other thing is that I think Adrian has been sort of a bit. He's always spasmodic in his communication, and I think during lockdown that was aggravated. So don't be surprised. I mean, put it this way: don't take it personally if you don't get immediate replies. He'll often reply after a few weeks or longer. So.
No, I'm quite relaxed about it, but I thought I'd try it because I'm having trouble with Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be brilliant. I mean, I would have liked it for some of the demonstrations I did today, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I wonder if anyone else on this call is using it. Anyone got experience of it?
I don't think he's released it outside of his own.
Beta testing, but.
The only other thing possibly to look at the difference between the ARMX6 and the Pi is whether you've got high vector or low vector ROMs on the two machines, because I've found that can make a difference between program stability and not necessarily the way around you'd expect. So that may be something else to have a look at, because I think RComp stuff usually ships with low vector ROMs, whereas the ROUGOL standard stuff is high vector. So it will be a difference to look at.
That's interesting, Steve. I've got the standard Andrew issue, so it would be low vector, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought it would have been the other way around, and I would have thought that would have made it more stable on the ARMX6. But I'm not. I've encountered a couple of occasions recently where it's not the case, so I'm just highlighting it as an out there possibility that it might be.
Yeah, we do offer both high and low vector ROMs on the download site. So
yeah.
But I do. Given that Avalanche is from sort of 2010 era, which is very much around the time of the ARM v7 changeover.
Yeah,
I would look at that first, but I mean, Steve makes also a valid point.
Okay.
And like Steve, I've seen it both ways, although more so that low vector helps. But see how you go.
Yeah.
What triggers the thing that triggers the crash is scrolling the screen around. If I'm looking at, say, a shopping site and I scroll down quickly, then it will just drop out. It's normally that. But sometimes it drops out without any interaction, but scrolling certainly increases the likelihood of it crashing. Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's I don't want to.
Yeah, we tend to use on our ARMX6 the alignment exceptions turned on, and I've never really had any trouble with Avalanche. I mean, I don't use it often, but it seems to be pretty reliable on our ARMX6. There are other options you could look at. In the Avalanche choices, there are things to do with encodings in the choices, and some of these things you could try turning off to see if it's just part of there's various aspects to the VNC protocol, and the server and the client negotiate the client says, I can cope with these sorts of things, and the server says, well, in that case, I'll give you the information this way. So you might be able to make it a bit more stable by turning off certain options.
A huge thank you to Brian Hogan and the RiscOS user group of London for giving us permission to bring you this live event, and to all the contributors that have made the event possible. As always, thank you for your company and for joining us here today live on Wi-Fi Sheep. If you want more, don't forget to like and subscribe to us on YouTube. The address is youtube.com/Wi-Fi Sheep. You can also follow us on Twitter at Wi-Fi Sheep on Twitter. And if you're feeling particularly generous and have enjoyed live presentations like this, then do consider becoming a Patreon. That's patreon.com/Wi-Fi Sheep. And you can join from just $1. You've been watching the RiscOS Virtual London Computer Show 2020 live on Wi-Fi Sheep. A very good evening. Well, if you've not already guessed, we've come to the end of our live stream here on Wi-Fi Sheep. Before we go though, a quick reminder that if you live in the UK, the clocks go back 1 hour tonight, meaning the UK rejoins GMT Standard Time from tomorrow morning. Enjoy the extra hour in bed. From me, Tom Williamson, on behalf of everyone here at Wi-Fi Sheep in central Shropshire, England, may I wish you a pleasant evening and a very good night. Good night.